Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, Universal Card Drawing. Full level lucky value at the beginning. Chapter 61. Li Cheng looked toward the sound of the sword. Then he saw a girl with a beautiful face standing with a sword. The long sword in her hand was trembling slightly, as if she wanted to take it out of its sheath immediately. Seeing this girl, Li Cheng's eyes lit up. As the son of the Lord of Tianwei City, he is not considered a powerful person in the entire alliance. But in the 1/3 of an acre of land in Tianwei City, that was the Tianzihao young master. Since the age of 14, many beautiful girls have approached me and wanted to make friends. But from the time he was 14 to now, he has never seen a girl with a more outstanding appearance than this sword-wielding girl. After a brief moment of surprise, he recognized the girl. Lin Yuqi from the Tang family in Tiandu City. Li Cheng didn't know why Lin Yuqi was from the Tang family, her surname was Lin. But what he knew was that Lin Yuqi was very strong, even among the children of aristocratic families, she was still the best. He is the favorite to win this time. Since he could see Lin Yuqi take action, he didn't mind waiting. Lin Yuqi was seen holding a sword with her eyes closed. Suddenly, eyes wide open, the pupils were filled with bright golden light. Along with the golden light in her eyes, there was a sharp sword sound. Then Lin Yuqi suddenly disappeared, but countless golden sword energy slashed towards the ancient tree. This sword energy was not only abundant but also fast. In the blink of an eye, it covered a distance of hundreds of meters. Wherever the sword energy passed, all the trees several meters thick were cut open. But the sword energy has not weakened at all, and still has a terrifying aura. With the huge body of the ancient tree, it is impossible to dodge, so he can only let the hundreds of sword energy slash at him. For a while, the huge body of the Weijing ancient tree was immediately submerged in the sword energy. However, when the body of the ancient tree was revealed again, but he found that he had endured so much terrifying sword energy, but he still looked painless. It's just that there are many fine cracks on the body. Although there seemed to be hundreds of cracks, they were nothing compared to the huge body of the ancient tree. It's like there are too many stitches on a piece of clothing. However, stitches are just stitches after all and cannot cause fatal wounds. For the ancient tree, it is just a mosquito scratching its itch. And Lin Yuqi's figure appeared again. He looked a little tired. Just when Li Cheng thought that Lin Yuqi had just missed a big move, it was now his turn to appear. Then a rumbling sound was heard. He looked in the other direction doubtfully and saw dust flying in the other direction. Big trees kept falling down, paving a path. I saw a golden chariot pulled by 4 horses rushing out, with a beautiful girl in a white dress standing on it, driving the golden chariot towards the Weijing Panshu. Li Cheng, the girl in the white dress, also recognized her. The Bai family in the magical city, Bai Zichen. I saw this golden chariot running over all the big trees along the way and slamming into the ancient tree. The ancient Weijing tree was suddenly hit and staggered. But the golden chariot was also knocked to pieces at the same time and returned to the magic card state. The attacks of these 2 children of aristocratic families were like fuses. The light of the magic card lights up in all directions of the ancient tree. Behind every ray of light, it means that there is a candidate launching an attack on this ancient tree. This moment, it seems that all the candidates have an unknown tacit understanding. Everyone has one purpose, that is to kill the boss in the central area, the ancient tree. Li Cheng stood at a high place and glanced around. But surprisingly, Lin Huan was not seen. He murmured, "Why don't you see Brother Lin? Could it be that you didn't enter the central area?" "It's impossible, he was the first in the assessment before. If he can't get in, it's impossible for anyone else here to get in." He counted again. Only 22 persons were found. "Are you still on the outskirts of the central area and haven't come over yet? It would be a pity if he didn't catch up with this grand occasion." Li Cheng shook his head and grunted. 23 top geniuses, children from aristocratic families and children from non-aristocratic families work together. Even for someone like him, who usually doesn't keep his temper, he saw candidates from different cities joining forces and working together as if they were finishing a dungeon. "I can't help but feel my blood boiling. Forget it, there's so much movement here, Deputy Lin will definitely notice it. When he comes, maybe I won't have any share. Yanshin, let's go. How can we do something like beating a boss without me, Uncle Li Cheng?" Magic City Academy. Invigilation Hall. Tisk tisk, how many years have we not seen the sight of aristocratic family members and non-aristocratic family members joining forces? To be honest, the sight of these little kids joining forces to deal with the ancient tree makes me feel a little more enthusiastic than I have in a long time. Oh, it's a pity that Lin Huan didn't participate. If he were here now, the situation would be even more exciting. I don't know what Lin Huan encountered inside this giant tree. People outside were beaten to death, and he didn't even want to take a look. Above the orange light curtain, on the screen belonging to Lin Huan, the scene monitored is still the bark of the giant tree, and it is impossible to see what is going on inside. In the hall, Qichuan and Ji Yusu looked at the scene of 23 candidates teaming up to attack the ancient Weijing tree. A trace of emotion could not help but appear in his eyes. Seeing these children reminds me of the days when we were young and fought side by side with those old friends. Yes, do you think these children can defeat the ancient tree of Weijing if they work together? It's difficult. When we originally designed the difficulty of the assessment, we deliberately made it more difficult. I thought that among this batch of candidates, there might be a silver-level candidate. With Bai Yin here, he might be able to kill this ancient tree of supreme essences. Who would have thought, but none of them have reached the silver level. It is almost impossible for such a lineup to defeat the 5-star ancient tree of supreme essences of silver. I don't know if Lin Huan can kill this ancient tree. Hearing this, Ji Yusu glanced at him. Do you have such great confidence in Lin Huan? You must know that this exquisite ancient tree has the strength of 5 silver stars. Lin Huan is only 9 stars of bronze, and the strength gap is too big. Qi Chuan shrugged. Who knows, I hope Lin can give me more surprises, the more the better. Oh, you old guy. 8 wonders of secret realm. In the giant tree space. Lin Huan sat in front of Felice and frowned when he vaguely heard the rumbling sound coming from outside. He waved his hand, and the green barrier surrounding them became much more solid. Just now, he felt the ground tremble. It seems like there are candidates fighting monsters outside. Listening to the noise, it seems quite intense. A battle of this scale was almost as he expected at the beginning. The assessment of top universities should be at this level. Therefore, he has already been mentally prepared. In order to prevent the battle outside from affecting Felice, he continuously strengthened the cyan barrier. Even the vibrations of objects are isolated from the outside. Like trying his best to create a calm environment for Phyllis. But the consequence of this is that the magic power loss increases exponentially. If Lin Huan hadn't been promoted to the silver level now, his magic power might have been unsustainable. However, with the last hour left, Phyllis was able to absorb all the natural crystals. Now, all you have to do is guard the last hour. Outside the giant tree space. The lush forest sea here was now devastated, and the green forest and fertile soil within a few miles around had turned into a scorched earth. On the scorched earth, there are various traces of battle left. There are cyan flames, blue-white ice, sword marks, ravines, and magma. And above the scorched earth, the most conspicuous thing is the 5-star silver monster, the ancient essence tree. Phew, this ghost and monster is really outrageous. It has been fighting with more than 20 of us for a whole day, and it is still as strong as yesterday. Li Cheng climbed up from the ground, looked at the ancient Weijing tree not far away, and said fiercely. At this time, he was far different from his previous glamorous image. All the trendy brands he wore were turned into tattered pieces of cloth, his hair was like a henhouse with weeds, and one area was even burnt brown. His face, which was considered passable at first, was covered with black marks and dirt. The whole person looked miserable. Li Cheng straightened up with difficulty and heard, bang bang, sounds coming from everywhere on his body. It was the sound of bones wailing. He looked around. I found that in the distance, other candidates looked no better than him. I suddenly felt a little desperate. This exquisite ancient tree is so abnormal. Yesterday, there were a total of 23 candidates who fought with this silver 5-star ancient tree all day and night. Not only did he fail to win, but he was beaten violently by this exquisite ancient city. At first, it was going back and forth, but it turned out that Weijing ancient city had some kind of skill that could draw energy from other big trees to replenish itself. They don't have any magic cards that can kill them in one hit. So, a protracted war began. The result was that everyone was defeated miserably and had no temper at all. Li Cheng suddenly wailed, "Brother Lin, where are you? Why haven't you come over yet?" Now that everyone has suffered a disastrous defeat, the only thing he can count on is Lin Huan, who has not yet appeared. Although Lin Huan can't fight against the ancient tree alone, he still has a chance to win it by cooperating with them. Bai Zichen, who was not far away from Li Cheng, heard him wailing and shook his head with sad eyes. Although she didn't know who Li Cheng was talking about, now. No matter who comes, there is no way they can make a comeback. All the children of their aristocratic families and the geniuses from other cities cannot win. Adding another person wouldn't help. For some reason, after hearing Li Cheng's wailing, she couldn't help but recall the scene in her mind when Lin Huan killed the wildfire cow with one arrow. If it were that man, he would indeed have a chance to make a comeback. She recalled carefully that among the people who fought with her yesterday, she did not see that man. Bai Zichen couldn't help but look forward to it. If that man comes here, maybe he can. At this moment, she suddenly saw Lin Yuqi holding a sword in both hands, standing up again, and came to the front of the Weijing ancient tree. Bai Zichen's eyes widened suddenly. Does this woman not want her life? She was deeply impressed by Lin Yuqi. Throughout the whole day's battle, Lin Yuqi's performance was extremely eye-catching, effectively attacking. The number of hits is the highest and the attack frequency is the highest. He is the main attacker among the more than 20 candidates. Even if they lose, they will be the loser's MVP. However, by now, everyone is exhausted. She could see that Lin Yuqi no longer had the strength to pick up the sword with one hand and could only use both hands. Just like that, they all look very reluctant. The hands holding the sword kept shaking slightly. His face was also pale, without a trace of blood. We have already reached this point. Is this woman still thinking about fighting? Why is she so obsessed? Is it because you want to win the top prize? Is this number one pick really worth her fighting to this point? Now Lin Yuqi goes up hard. Although her life will not be in danger, she will definitely be eliminated. As a child of a dignified family, he is the favorite to win the first prize. If you are eliminated in the last few hours of the assessment, that would be such a pity. If you want to get into a top university, you have to wait until next year. Is it worth wasting a whole year for the only number one pick? Bai Zichen didn't understand. She just saw a thick branch rising from the ancient tree, stabbing towards Lin Yuqi. If he were stabbed this time, Lin Yuqi would definitely die. But just when Bai Zichen thought Lin Yuqi would activate the invitation to protect herself, the branches of the Weijing ancient tree suddenly stopped in midair, and then retracted at a faster speed. Bai Zichen saw it. The face of the ancient tree, which was composed of tree holes and bark, suddenly became extremely angry. Roar. Huo ran. The Weijing ancient tree roared. The branches on the lower body were constantly turning, and the ground was stirred up by him, causing dust and gravel to fly randomly. He turned around using the branches, roared again and rushed towards the giant tree. When the other candidates saw this scene, they felt a little strange. Why is this exquisite ancient tree running towards that giant tree? In the giant tree space, Lin Huan sat cross-legged safely in the space of the giant tree. There are only a few minutes left, and the day that Phyllis mentioned is coming. The natural crystal floating on her chest has become quite dim, and the little bits of fluorescence escaping are becoming less and less. But the aura she exuded was getting stronger and stronger. After Lin Huan was promoted to Silver Star 2, the level of Felice he summoned also reached Silver Star 5. Although the average legendary subordinate has this strength. But for Phyllis, who can be promoted to the myth level, this strength is a bit low. When he was in Black Iron, Phyllis had the strength of Black Iron's 9 stars as soon as she came out. Now he has 2 silver stars, but Phyllis only has 5 silver stars. Everyone else is strong as the master, and also as strong as the subordinates. As for me, it actually restricted Felice's upper limit of strength. Hello, King Li. But as the light of the natural crystal gradually dimmed, he could clearly feel that Felice's strength was steadily moving towards the silver 9 stars. If Phyllis reaches silver 9 stars, she will be sure of success in this final assessment. Lin Huan's lips curved into a smile. At this time, a hole suddenly opened in the inner wall of the giant tree. A branch as thin as a willow was inserted immediately. Stabbed towards the cyan barrier. Although this branch is thin, it is as sharp as a spear. However, when the branch pierced the green barrier again, it was directly bounced away. Lin Huan opened his eyes suddenly. Then the bark of the giant tree was suddenly torn open with its branches behind it, splitting into two. A strange tree appeared in front of me. The ultimate ancient tree. He raised his eyebrows, recognizing the monster in front of him. I saw that the expression of this exquisite ancient tree suddenly became extremely angry for some unknown reason, and he roared. The tree hole that represented the mouth suddenly gathered a little green light. Suddenly, the green light turned into a beam of light and hit the cyan barrier. Different from the slender branches just now, this time the cyan barrier is constantly rippled. Lin Huan stood within the cyan barrier, frowning as he looked at the green light beam that engulfed him. Facing the skill of the ancient tree, the cyan mask could no longer resist it as easily as before. Ah! Lin Huan tilted his head. Then Felice frowned, seemingly a little affected. He turned around suddenly. Throwing out a legendary magic card, he shouted with an extremely cold heart. Wind Demon Dragon. Suddenly, an ethereal and strange cry sounded on the battlefield. A slave with green scales all over its body, white fluff on its belly, and 6 wings on its back flew out and soared in the air. As soon as the wind demonic dragon appeared, he opened his mouth, bit a burst of blue breath and sprayed it towards the ancient tree. Boom! This wind demon roar was so fast that it hit him hard without waiting for Weijing ancient tree to react. Directly knock out the ancient tree 100 feet away. Lin Huan walked out of the cyan barrier and looked at the ancient tree, his eyes slightly narrowed and his expression cold. As soon as Lin Huan appeared on the stage, he instantly lit up the invigilation hall of the Magic City Academy. Holy shit, did I read that right? Lin Huan actually has a second legendary magic card like Lu Ruo. And this second legendary subordinate is actually the rarest dragon type. This real giant dragon is indeed much stronger than Lu Ruo's earth dragon. It crushes him both in terms of momentum and strength. Now it seems that our view just now was wrong. If Lin still has the dragon tribe as a subordinate, the situation will be different. The ordinary teachers in the back row were talking a lot. Ji Yu Su in the front row also had a look of astonishment on his face. Is this why you had so much confidence in Lin Huan before? The third legendary magic card. Still from the Dragon Clan. Before Qi Chuan was so optimistic about Lin Huan, he was already wondering whether Qi Chuan knew some secret information. He didn't ask before because he wanted to see what the surprise was. Unexpectedly, this surprise really exceeded his expectation. You know, as the strength of the card magician increases, the higher the level of the magic cards dropped by hunting monsters, the higher the level of the high-quality magic cards drawn. So it has reached their diamond level. He is already equivalent to the top-level magic card master in the entire world, and he only has 7 or 8 legendary magic cards. This is slowly gained as the strength grows. And Lin Huan, a bronze-level card magician, actually has 3 legendary magic cards on his body. If this spreads out, everyone who hears it will probably have red eyes. Legendary magic cards are the dream of hundreds of millions of card magicians. At the bronze stage, owning a legendary magic card can already make you boast for a lifetime. Lin Huan already has 3. There is one more card than a child from a family like Lu Ruo. Simply unbelievable. Qi Chuan smiled slightly when he heard Ji Yu Su's words. That's right, how about it? Now, do you think Lin Huan and the others have a chance of winning against the ancient tree? With the Dragon Clan subordinates and cooperating with other candidates, there should be a chance. If Lin Huan is at the silver level now, he might be able to farm the ancient tree alone. What a pity. You really dare to think about it. Silver level, how many people can't break through the silver level in their 30s and 40s? Even the top pick who was trained by the Lu family with great efforts last year only reached the silver level when he was 20 years old. Lin Huan, how old are you? 17, 18. What if, you old guy likes to be so serious about everything? 8 Wonders of Secret Realm. On the battlefield of the ancient tree. All the candidates saw that under the attack of the ancient tree, the giant tree was immediately dug open. 2 figures inside were revealed, one of whom was sitting cross-legged on the ground. The other is holding a magic card. Then, they saw a giant dragon fly out, and with just one blow, it knocked back the ancient tree hundreds of feet. Everyone was shocked. 23 of them fought against this ancient tree for a day and a night yesterday, and the combined results were not as great as what the wind demonic dragon could achieve with just one breath. Who is this person? There is actually a subordinate of the giant dragon clan. They should be rescuers specially arranged by top universities, right? Staying in the giant tree is to facilitate the rescue. If it hadn't been because of this ancient tree that went crazy and dug up the giant tree, I wouldn't have suffered this blow. Someone who can stand out from more than 1,000 people and get here. They are all geniuses among geniuses. For this kind of person who can knock back hundreds of meters of weighing ancient tree with one blow, in their understanding, it is not a level that candidates can achieve. Only the possibility of rescuers arranged by top universities can explain it. Upon hearing their conjecture, Li Cheng immediately sneered. The rescuers arranged by some top university, that's me, brother Lin. Lin Huan. Although because they were too far apart, Li Cheng had been fighting for another day and night and was in poor condition, so he couldn't see the figure's face clearly. But he was convinced in his heart that the figure was Lin Huan. Not some rescue worker. Lin Huan. Is he the one who came first in the first 2 levels of assessment? That civilian. Impossible. One blow can knock back the ancient tree of Weijing for hundreds of meters. This strength can already resist the silver level. Even the children of our aristocratic family can't do it. If Lin were a commoner. Li Cheng was extremely angry and laughed. If the children of your aristocratic family can't do it, then others can't do it. What's the point of this? But just when he wanted to argue for Lin Huan, Bai Zichen suddenly said something. If it's that man, maybe it's possible. The kid from the aristocratic family who retorted at the beginning saw that Bai Zichen had spoken, and his brows tightened. Bai Zichen, what do you mean? Do you also think that it is possible for those common people to surpass us, the children of aristocratic families? Bai Zichen shook his head and said, I know you may not believe what I say next, but I have seen it with my own eyes. When I was in the Yanyan district, I met a mysterious and powerful candidate. He and his legendary subordinates killed an 8-star bronze wildfire bull with just one arrow. He is not a child of an aristocratic family. Let me ask you, does Lin Yuqi or Lu Ruo have this kind of strength? Hearing this, the son of the aristocratic family suddenly fell silent. Bai Zichen was both a descendant of an aristocratic family, so there was no reason to flatter a commoner. In other words, there are actually children from non-aristocratic families who have surpassed them. How can this be? He can't accept it. Humph, accept the facts honestly. It's just that you can't accept it knowing that you can't compare to Lin Huan. Have you forgotten how you mocked us last year? That's right. Just watch. Lin Huan will definitely win the number 1 pick this year for you, the children of the aristocratic families, to see. The number 1 pick in the league is for all of us to compete. It's not for you, the children of the aristocratic families, to compete internally. Although they ostensibly fought side by side for a day. But in fact, they just want to grab the first kill of the ancient tree. These children from aristocratic families had only publicly mocked them, children from non-aristocratic families, last year. How could they easily reconcile just because they fought together for a day? Now there is a super dark horse, call. And with the words of Bai Zichen, a descendant of the aristocratic family, they would naturally not let go of this opportunity to fight back, even if it was just verbal. When the children of the aristocratic families heard these words, their faces turned red. I wanted to open my mouth to refute, but couldn't say anything. Now a peerless genius has emerged among the children of other non-aristocratic families. He is extremely powerful and has a reputation that can overwhelm the current generation. In comparison, none of the children from their aristocratic family can compare. Even added together, they are incomparable. Therefore, even if they are angry, they can only bear these words. How could Lin Huan not come from their aristocratic family, but from a commoner? While these candidates were wrangling here, Lin Huan looked at the ancient Weijing tree not far away who was beaten by the wind demon dragon and screamed in pain. His eyes were extremely cold. Just a little bit, Phyllis was influenced by him. When he thought that Phyllis might have failed to absorb the nature crystal and was injured, the murderous intention in his heart couldn't stop coming out. Wind demon dragon. However, Just when he was about to call the Wind Demon Dragon to take action, he felt a very strong aura erupting behind him. Lin Huan turned his head in surprise and saw the magic around Felice boiling, and the soft black hair was blown into the air. Suddenly, Phyllis opened her eyes suddenly. Her eyes seemed to contain supreme majesty, but they also gave people an indescribable sense of intimacy. But this feeling only lasted for a short moment and then disappeared. Phyllis, have you broken through to Silver 9 stars? Yes, Master. Phyllis nodded. Just when Lin Huan was about to congratulate her, he saw Sui Li's eyebrows suddenly feeling cold. Lin Huan asked, Phyllis, what's wrong? I saw Phyllis looking at the ancient tree not far away, frowning and saying, Master, I feel a very disgusting feeling from that monster. What's the meaning? I don't know, but after absorbing the natural crystal, my perception ability has also been enhanced. I can feel that there is a feeling in that monster beast that makes me disgusted. Hearing this, Lin Huan frowned and relaxed. He had long thought that the exams for top universities were not that easy. What kind of test could a 5-star silver monster be? There must be something more dangerous and difficult. Now after listening to Felice's words, it can basically be confirmed. The real test should be the thing in this ancient tree that makes Felice feel disgusted. A feeling that can make future mythical subordinates feel disgusted. This thing is by no means simple. Lin Huan said, it doesn't matter. If you want to pass the final test, you have to go through these things. Let's kill this ancient tree first. Yes, Master. The two stood side by side in tacit understanding. Phyllis still took out her long bow, opened her bow and nocked an arrow. Only this time, in addition to the previous magic power, the arrow held by Felice's fingertips also had a ray of emerald green light wrapped around the arrow like a wandering dragon. Phyllis, what is this? Lin Huan asked. Master, after absorbing the nature crystal, not only will the strength be greatly enhanced, but there will also be some other changes. There are so many things that I can't finish them all at once. Now, I have combined my elf magic blue arrow with my elf divine archery. The arrows are more powerful than before, and they have other special effects. Hearing this, Lin Huan nodded, with a hint of expectation flashing in his eyes. In the past, Phyllis could only put magic symbols on arrows, but could not attach elven magic to them. But now it can be done. It seems that after Felice absorbed the nature crystal, she has already begun to move towards the mythical level. However, there is still a long way to go to fully become a mythical subordinate. Lin Huan decided. After passing the assessment, the first thing to do is to collect the materials needed for Phyllis to ascend to the mythical level. Raising his hand, Lin Huan attached the power of the storm to the arrow as usual. However, this time it was different from the past. When Qingfeng touched the arrow, he seemed to turn into a swimming dragon and wrapped around the arrow. Lin Huan was a little surprised by this magical change. He looked toward the arrow. I saw that the arrow seemed to be engraved with a dragon pattern of one green and one blue, and the blue light on the arrow was slightly cold. Zhang. Phyllis relaxed her fingers slightly. One shot as usual, but this time, Lin Huan faintly heard the roar of a dragon. I saw that when the arrow was shot out, it did not form a cyclone like before, but two intertwined blue dragons, one green and one green. The speed of the arrow was extremely fast, and in just a blink of an eye, the two azure dragon tails stretched for 100 meters. Seeing this terrifying arrow, Weijing Ancient Tree was frightened and strange. Call out. Then a little bit of green gathered in the tree hole, and he wanted to use his skills to intercept the arrow. However, the speed of this arrow was terrifying. The moment Phyllis let go, the arrow had already reached the front. The arrow with a sharp whistling sound hit the ancient Weijing tree hard, and a large hole with a diameter of 10 meters was instantly opened where it was hit. But behind the ancient tree, you can see a terrifying wound that is several times larger than the front. Almost everything behind the ancient tree is gone. Roar. With a weak roar, the towering body of the Weijing ancient tree suddenly fell to the ground. In the huge wound on his back, there were some gray-white eggs scattered on the ground around the corpse of the ancient tree. When all the candidates saw that the Weijing ancient tree was killed with one blow, their eyes almost fell out of shock. Are you really sure this was done by Lin Huan, not someone from the Alliance? The son of the aristocratic family who first questioned Li Cheng looked at the corpse of the Weijing ancient tree and swallowed, and then asked with a suspicious look on his face. Despite Bai Zikin's words, they admitted that this year was indeed not the time for the children of their aristocratic family to rule the roost. But killing a 5-star silver monster with one arrow is too exaggerated. This is no longer the strength that a student participating in the assessment should have. This is at least the strength that only second-year students from top universities have. This. Bai Ziqin also hesitated, although she saw Lin Huan kill the wildfire cow with one arrow. But the wildfire bull and the ancient essence tree are two completely different concepts of monsters. There is no comparison at all. Of course it's me, Brother Lin. If I, Brother Lin, don't even have the strength to instantly kill a 5-star silver monster, how can I be worthy of being my brother Lin, Li Cheng? Just when Bai Ziqin was hesitating, Li Cheng jumped out and said loudly. In fact, he also didn't believe that Lin could still kill him with one arrow, but the previous bullshit had been blown out, and now he could only hold on hard. Seeing that Li Cheng was so confident, the children of the aristocratic family were a little doubtful. The Invigilation Hall of Magic City University. All teachers immediately stood up. The look in Lin Huan's eyes was full of shock. It can't be wrong, it can't be wrong. This Lin Huan is definitely a silver level 1. Underage silver level, this talent, hiss. The second son will become a diamond in the future, or even stronger. God bless our human race. As long as Lin Huan grows up, he will definitely be able to protect our human race's stability. Teachers from all top universities were shocked. None of them thought that Lin Huan was not bronze 8 stars or bronze 9 stars, but silver. What this means, those candidates don't know, but their teachers do. Since the birth of the card magic profession hundreds of years ago, there have been numerous geniuses throughout history. Some are extreme, some are comprehensive, some are famous in history, and some are infamy for eternity. But none of them were as evil as Lin Huan today, because none of them stepped into silver when they were minors. In other words, Lin Huan may not be unprecedented, but Shen must be an unprecedented terrifying monster. There is no precedent in history, and no one can guess where his upper limit is. All they know is that if they get Lin Huan, their school will be famous in history. If they can become Lin Huan's teacher. Thinking that they could also be remembered in history because of Lin Huan, the teachers in the hall couldn't sit still. If Lin Huan wasn't still in the assessment, they might have gone to grab people long ago. In the front row, Qi Chuan stared at Lin Huan's figure and said, I really didn't expect it. Although I had already raised my expectations for him, I was still surprised by him. This Lin Huan means it's already silver. Indeed, I didn't expect that I, a half-buried person, could still see such a monstrous young man. Ji Yu Su on the side also nodded in agreement. The death of the ancient tree means that the third level of the assessment is almost over. We will be able to see Lin Huan in person later. Qi Chuan smiled and sat back on the chair. Well, Ji Yu Su nodded and sat back on the chair, now just wait for them to come back. 8 Wonders of Secret Realm. Lin Huan and Felice stood side by side. Phyllis, do you still have the feeling of disgust you just mentioned? Well, Master, it's those tiny eggs. Phyllis pointed at the corpse of the ancient tree. Following Felice's hand, Lin Huan saw a group of gray-white eggs next to the ancient tree's body that could not be found unless he looked carefully. Those eggs are only as big as a grain of rice, but they are covered with spikes and look very weird. Just when Lin Chong tried hard to search for what this thing was, he saw the eggs burst open. But what flows out is not something like egg yolk or egg white, nor is it something similar to flesh and blood. Instead, it was a stream of milky white liquid. As soon as these milky white liquids come into contact with something, they quickly merge into the objects they come into contact with. Then these objects began to squirm, as if they were alive. After thinking about it carefully, Lin Huan was sure that this was a strange monster that he had never seen before. However, it doesn't matter. After climbing this mountain, I have passed the final test of a top university. Lin Huan looked at the squirming objects with a look of eagerness in his eyes. What is this? Li Cheng's group of candidates were the closest to the corpse of Weijing ancient tree, and they were the first to notice the strange movements. Blue flames, blue-white ice, sword marks, ravines, magma. I saw that after these things that were originally made by the candidates were stained by the strange eggs, they suddenly took on a life of their own. Demonic beasts of different shapes appeared from it, some were covered in blue flames, some were made of ice, and some had sword-shaped hands. There are hundreds of them. What is going on? Why are there suddenly so many monsters? Li Cheng subconsciously took 2 steps back, and then realized that what he had just done was very embarrassing. He immediately took back his steps to withdraw. But now, other candidates have no intention of paying attention to him. Because these monsters were already faintly surrounding them. All the candidates looked like they were facing a formidable enemy. Seeing this, Li Cheng took out a hero-level magic card. Immediately, this hero-level magic card turned into a flame spear and shot through the heart of a monster covered in ice. As a result, the monster just paused and continued to surround them. Tough luck, Li Cheng screamed. His magic power was almost at its bottom. Yanshan could no longer be summoned, and he could only use a hero-level skill card. He stepped back, but unexpectedly touched another person. Turning around, he found that it was the son of the aristocratic family who doubted him at first. Without hesitation, Li Cheng directly asked for help. We are not in good condition now, let's join forces. Otherwise we will all be eliminated. The descendant of the aristocratic family did not refuse, and now he is just looking for death if he still cares about the face of the descendants of the aristocratic family. The Invigilation Hall of Magic City University. A group of teachers from top universities had just returned to their seats, and then they all stood up. This is a faceless parasitic egg. These candidates are in big trouble. Notify Kai-Hu for rescue. There are too many parasitic eggs. Kai-Hu doesn't have a group attack magic card, so he can't hold them. No, let's go too. A group of teachers all looked solemn. The faceless parasitic egg is an evolutionary skill that the ancient tree has a chance to obtain when it is promoted from bronze to silver. The faceless parasitic egg has only a 1 in 10,000 chance of evolving. With such a low probability, the skill of faceless parasitic eggs is naturally quite terrifying. Things contacted by the faceless parasitic egg, whether inorganic or organic, will be given life, inherit the corresponding attributes of the object, and become the corresponding monster. These transformed monsters will obey the orders of the ancient tree, but if the ancient tree dies and they lose their consciousness, they will be like the lowest beasts, killing living things when they see them. And unconscious. The vital points of each monster are different. An ancient tree with 5 silver stars, the demon beast transformed from its faceless parasitic egg, is at least 9 stars in bronze. There are also silver-level monsters. Even if these candidates are at their full strength, facing 2 or 3 of them will be enough. Hundreds of them are already considered a small beast tide, and it is really possible to kill them. These 24 people are all geniuses. If they die in the secret realm, it will be a great loss to the entire alliance. What's more, there is an unprecedented top pick in it, Lin Huan. Just when they were about to leave for support, they felt a terrifying suction coming from the front row. They looked forward in horror and saw a space crack of body height appearing in the hall. Then he saw Ji Yu Su and stepped in. Seeing this scene, teachers from top universities suddenly felt relieved. This space crack is Ji Yu Su's signature skill. Lao Ji Yu personally went there, it should be gone. That's not nonsense. Ji Yu Lao is the one who can suppress the large beast tide by himself. It's just a few hundred bronze and silver monster beasts, what does it matter? In front of the 8 Wonders secret realm, a space crack suddenly appeared. Kai-Hu, who was guarding here, opened his eyes and saw Ji Yu Su stepping out. His eyelids twitched suddenly, and he was shocked. Why is Mr. Ji Yu here? He rushed over and heard Ji Yu Su quickly say, there will be a tide of beasts in the central area soon. Go in and save people. Yes, Kai-Hu was suddenly startled when he heard a tide of beasts appeared. He quickly followed Ji Yu Su into the 8 Wonders secret realm. As soon as he entered, Kai-Hu felt a powerful momentum rising into the sky. When he looked again, the grain had transformed into a stream of light and had become a black spot. Seeing this terrifying speed, he was secretly stunned. This speed is more than 10 times faster than mine. And I haven't used the magic card yet. The strong diamond man is so terrifying. In the 8 Wonders secret realm, on the battlefield of the ancient trees, Lin Yuki looked at the 3 monsters attacking her. His eyes were firm. There was no thought of retreating in my mind. She held the sword in both hands, and her whole body suddenly turned into an afterimage, flashing past the three monster beasts. When she reappeared, she was already behind the three monsters. And there was a fatal wound on the bodies of these three monsters that was deep enough to show the bones. However, these wounds that are fatal to ordinary monsters have no effect on the monsters transformed from these faceless parasitic eggs. The three monsters quickly turned around and rushed towards Lin Yuki. Seeing this, Lin Yuki raised her sword and tried to dodge, but a feeling of powerlessness spread throughout her body. Even the magic power in the body is almost exhausted. She gritted her teeth and felt unwilling to do so. Is this the only place I can go? Really, so unwilling. Just when she was about to activate the invitation, she announced that she was eliminated. 3 cyan arrows instantly pierced through the three monsters. In an instant, the bodies of these three monster beasts turned into a pool of liquid. Lin Yuki was startled. Seeing the blue arrows on the ground, her eyes turned to the center of the battlefield. There was a giant tree tens of meters tall. That was the only tree on this scorched earth. Countless monsters rushed over like a tide. There were 2 figures standing on the branches of the giant tree. One person shoots an arrow, and the other person's hand lights up with green light, and a green tornado sweeps out of it. In midair, the wind demon dragon kept using the wind demon roar at the monsters on the ground. The huge movement attracted more and more monsters. There were even some monsters that were originally heading towards the other candidates, but when they heard the huge movement over there, they were also attracted. The siege by so many monsters was like a small beast tide. In this way, the person on the tree could still have his hands free to shoot the monsters on her side. The strength is so strong that it is unfathomable. Who is this? Are you a candidate? Lin Yuki was confused. She had just faced the ancient tree, and her sight was blocked by the ancient tree's huge body. Because he was exhausted, he held his sword and lowered his head to rest for a while. Don't know exactly what happened. When she looked up, she saw the body of the Weijing ancient tree lying not far away, and the three monsters surrounded it. She squinted. The figure on the branch gradually became clearer. She is a child of an aristocratic family, her body has been tempered by magical medicine, and her 5 senses are better than Li Cheng's. Wait until Lin Yuki sees the 2 figures on the branches clearly. He suddenly froze on the spot. Brother Huan. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief and looked over again. Lin Huan's face is clearly visible. Really are. Lin Yuki looked at Lin Huan blankly. Everything in Lin Yuki's eyes began to fade and lose its lines. Only Lin Huan's figure of killing everyone is clearly visible. She raised her legs and wanted to walk towards Lin Huan. But as soon as he raised his legs, he suddenly felt weak and fell to one knee on the ground. Yuki, are you okay? Now all the monsters are attracted to Lin Huan, let's get out of here quickly. Lu Ruo came to her side and said anxiously. However, Lin Yuki seemed not to hear it and used her sword to support her already weak body and walked towards Lin Huan. Yuki, Lu Ruo shouted again, but she turned a deaf ear, suppressing the wails coming from all parts of her body, and continued to walk forward slowly. She had insisted on getting the top prize before because she wanted to become stronger quickly and meet Lin Huan, Lin's father and Lin's mother. Unexpectedly, Lin Huan won the first and second stages of the assessment. She originally thought it was just the same name. That's why she worked so hard in the 3rd level, because she wanted to overtake in a corner and become the top pick. What she never expected was Lin Huan, who ranked first in the first and second stages of the assessment, turned out to be the brother Huan she had longed for. Now, she just wants to be closer to Lin Huan, closer. Lu Ruo saw Lin Yuki walking towards the pile of monsters desperately. He gritted his teeth and ran away. Above the ancient elf tree, Huan's eyes were filled with green light. He waved his hand, and a huge green tornado suddenly appeared. Compared with the previous black iron level, the cyan tornado he summoned has now reached more than 10 meters. The height also exceeds the ancient elf tree. Standing on the branch, Lin Huan nodded in his mind. Under the 3-party attack of his gift of the storm goddess Phyllis, and the wind demon dragon, there were not many of the hundreds of monsters left. A few months ago, he could not do this with almost the same number of green peak birds. Now, these monster beasts, whose strength far exceeds that of the Qingfeng bird, are being slaughtered wantonly by themselves. The only pity is that these monsters are transformed from faceless parasitic eggs, and are essentially just the skills of the ancient elves. Magic cards will not be dropped. Otherwise, this would be hundreds of blank magic cards with forest attributes. They are all second level. Just when there were only a few silver level monsters left in the underground, there was a sudden sound of a door in the distance. Immediately afterwards, the entire sky began to flash. It seems like something particularly scary is coming. Lin Huan's heart tightened. If the assessment of this top university lives up to its reputation, it will be difficult to become abnormal. There is something after the beast tide. Phyllis. Yes, Lord. The two cooperated again and eliminated the remaining dozen or so silver-level monsters at once. Just then, the sky darkened. Lin Huan raised his head suddenly and saw a bright stream of light flying towards him. He didn't know how far away he was from here, but he felt a great pressure. What on earth is it? The momentum is so terrifying. Then, he saw that the speed of the stream of light increased again, and it was already there in a few breaths. Just when Lin was about to face a formidable enemy, he saw the light disperse, and an old man with gray hair and a childish face appeared in front of him. Seeing this old man, Lin Huan felt relieved. He recognized it. This was Ji Yusu, the principal of Magic Card Master Academy in the Magic City and a leading figure in education. I saw Ji Yusu looking around, and then asked, "Have you dealt with those monsters?" Although he didn't know what Ji Yusu meant by this, Lin Huan still nodded honestly. There was a hint of admiration in Ji Yusu's eyes. He said, "Get ready, I will take you to the school first." "Will you go to school?" Lin Huan asked. "What about the assessment?" "No more exams." "Assessment? The assessment has already ended." Ji Yusu laughed. "It's over long ago. Did I pass?" Lin Huan was shocked. "Is it that simple? Shouldn't there be something stronger waiting for me later?" "Okay, collect the loot and subordinates, and I will take you back to the school." Gusu urged again. Oh. Lin Huan asked the ancient elf tree to put away the level 3 blank magic card that exploded from the corpse of the ancient elf tree. Then Felice and the others were taken back. "Lao Ji Yu, I'm ready." Ji Yusu nodded and grabbed Lin Huan. Just as he was about to take off, Lin Huan seemed to vaguely hear, "Brother Huan." He turned around suddenly and saw that the battlefield just now was far away. It must be an auditory hallucination. Shaking his head, Lin Huan stopped thinking about it. On the battlefield of the ancient tree, Lin Yuki looked at the stream of light in the distance, her eyes a little dazed. Her body was already at its limit. She just saw that Lin Huan was about to be taken away by Ji Yusu, and she was already unable to walk over. I could only shout, "Brother Huan," as hard as I could. It's a pity that Lin Huan didn't hear it. Seeing that Lin Huan was gone, the support in her heart suddenly relaxed. Her legs softened and she collapsed on the ground. At this moment, a voice sounded above the head. "How did you get yourself into this state? If I had come a little later, you would have had sequelae." Lin Yuki raised her head. Then he saw Kai-Hu standing not far away. She was silent. Kai-Hu shook his head and took out a hero-level mushroom card. Suddenly, a golden light enveloped her. Lin Yuki only felt warm on her body. The strength in her body was recovering, and her magic power was no longer dry. The whole person's condition began to recover rapidly. Not long after feeling that she was able to use the magic card, Lin Yuki bowed to Kai-Hu and thanked her. Then he summoned an epic flying slave and chased Lin Huan. "Brother Huan, you must wait for me in the invigilation hall of Magic City Academy." As soon as Lin Huan opened his eyes, he saw dozens of people staring at him, and there seemed to be a green light in their eyes. "Lao Ji Yu, what is this?" Just after Ji Yusu took him out of the 8 Wonders secret realm, he took out a legendary magic card and directly created a space crack. Passing through the space rift, he came here. "I don't know where this place is yet. This is the invigilation hall for this assessment. They are all teachers from top universities. Lin Huan, we all see your performance in this assessment, it's outstanding. Congratulations, you have become the #1 pick in the league this year. Lao Ji Yu, you're not here to visit me, are you? Don't you usually have to wait several days for the top pick to come out?" Lin Huan asked with some confusion. He had searched some things about assessment on the internet before. In addition to the extremely high difficulty of the assessment, there is naturally something about the top pick. Generally speaking, because there is not much difference in strength between candidates. Except for a few top picks who performed particularly well. It takes a long time to determine the score of the top pick. Judging from past situations, it will take 2 or 3 days to determine who is the top pick. Therefore, when Ji Yu-soo announced on the spot that he was the top pick, he couldn't believe it. Ji Yu-soo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You kid, at my age, do I need to lie to you?" In this year's assessment, your performance can be said to be quite excellent, far exceeding that of other candidates. Even those children from aristocratic families. If you don't believe it, ask them. Ji Yu-soo gestured towards the back. Immediately, a teacher from a top university came over in the second row. He said with a somewhat expectant expression, "Classmate Lin Huan, we all saw your performance during the examination in the invigilation hall. You are the top pick, this is impeccable. So, do you intend to join our Schwandu Card Master Academy?" The topic was changed so abruptly that Lin Huan couldn't react immediately. He opened his mouth, just when he wanted to speak. I saw the teachers who were sitting firmly stood up and couldn't sit still anymore. "Old Fang, you still want to sneak away? I tell you, it's a dream." A tall, muscular man in the hall suddenly stood up and said loudly. As soon as these words came out, it was like sounded the charge horn. All the teachers couldn't sit still anymore, left their seats and ran towards Lin Huan. Suddenly, Lin Huan felt like he was back in the same situation when he was surrounded by teachers from first-class universities. However, this group of teachers are all teachers from top universities. And they are all gold and platinum level experts. Lin Huan guessed, "Pick one out at random and don't deliberately suppress your momentum. I am afraid that it can directly suppress the ancient tree of Weijing and prevent it from moving." Teachers from these top universities surrounded Lin Huan. "Classmate Lin Huan, what about our Shenwu Academy? Our academy has special potions to strengthen the body. Any part of it?" "Bah, Lao Yuan, you are still a teacher at a top university and you are a role model for others. What does this imply? Classmate Lin Huan, it would be better to join our Schwandu Card Master Academy. The Card Master will be the leader in the future, and we are the only ones in the entire alliance." "What kind of leader? It's just a nice thing to say. A real man. He should fight monsters with real swords and guns. Classmate Lin Huan, how about choosing our Tiandu Magic Card Master Academy? Tiandu is the largest city in the entire alliance. What a beauty. Lots and lots of it. Tiandu City." Hearing this, Lin Huan's heart moved. I remember that the person who picked up Yuki said, "Are they from Tiandu?" I don't know how this girl Yuki is doing. If everything goes well, she should be taking the college entrance examination like me now. No, when you enter a top university, you must go to Tiandu to find her. That day, when people from the Magic Card Master Academy saw Lin Huan looking thoughtful, they thought he was a little moved, and they immediately raised their eyebrows. He continued to increase his firepower. "Classmate Lin Huan, as this year's top pick, you will definitely have a bright future in the future. Tiandu is a vast area with the largest number of aristocratic families. If you choose our Tiandu Magic Card Master Academy, even if you are the daughter of an aristocratic family, you will be worthy." The other teachers seemed to have opened their minds, and immediately added the beauty aspect to the benefits of choosing their own school. Beside this group of people, Chi Chuan bumped Ji Yu-soo next to him with his shoulder and said with a smile, "You, the principal of Magic City Academy, if you don't come forward to win over, Lin Zhao will probably raise your Kudu Academy to a whole new level." Ji Yu-soo shook his head and said, "If I come forward, how dare they speak out? It's not my way to bully juniors. It's better to leave it to Lin Huan to make his own choice." "That's true." Suddenly, Chi Chuan sighed. "If I were still in the education field like you, I might have stepped forward to accept Lin Huan as a close disciple by now. Now I can only watch these golden and platinum juniors teach me. I'm really afraid that these mediocre people will bury Lin Huan's gem." If these words were put outside, it would definitely cause a big sensation. Who is Kichuan? At that time, he was the Minister of Education of the Alliance and concurrently the principal of Tiandu Magic Card Master Academy. It can be said that the world is filled with peaches and plums. The students he taught personally, as long as they are alive, are at least platinum level experts, and there are also a few diamond level ones. Like Ji Yu-su, he is a leading figure in the education world of the Alliance. If outsiders knew that Chi Chuan personally taught Lin Huan, they would be jealous. Haha, I didn't expect that you, an old guy, who has not taught students for more than 30 years, now sees Lin Huan and wants to take on a disciple again. Ji Yu-su shook his head and smiled. Lin Huan's talent is really great. If he can be taught well, the Alliance may be able to produce a strong man beyond the diamond level in the future. You really think highly of him, beyond diamonds. After shaking his head, Ji Yu-su did not say anything in the end. On the other side, Lin Huan listened to a group of teachers from top universities arguing with each other, talking about the benefits of choosing their own university. He suddenly remembered that Phyllis needed a lot of materials to advance to the mythical level. He said, "Excuse me, can you give me a list of your rare items? It would be best if you can directly redeem them with points. If only there were top universities that could have the necessary materials." He couldn't care less about his agreement with the principal of No. 3 Middle School. After all, it is more important for Phyllis to be promoted to the mythical level. Teachers from top universities were stunned when they heard Lin Huan's words. Then he took out the list of rare items from his school. This kind of thing is not a secret anyway. Lin Huan, thank you and take it. After all, this is not an extra request from me. Others are gold and platinum experts, so the most basic courtesy is still required. He began to look through them one by one, although there were many teachers around. But in fact, there are only 10 top universities in the entire alliance. Soon, he had read 9 of them. No top university has what you want. He opened the last one without any hope, but unexpectedly saw what he needed on the first page. Pure water. This is exactly the same thing that Phyllis needs to be promoted to a mythical subordinate. Lin Huan raised his head and looked at a short teacher. This list was handed over by him. "Teacher, which top university are you from?" The teacher said with a hint of excitement on his face, "I am the Magic Card Master Academy in the Magic City." Hearing this, Lin Huan was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that what he wanted happened to be from the Magic Card Master Academy in the Magic City. In this case, I no longer need to owe the favor to the old principal of No. 3 Middle School. The teacher on the side suddenly became anxious when he saw that Lin Huan seemed to be about to make a choice. "Classmate Lin Huan, do you want to think about it again? Although the Magic City Academy is good, their forest department is the weakest among the top universities. Your legendary subordinate is of the forest attribute. Yes, classmate Lin Huan, the forest department of their Magic City Academy was once brilliant, but now it is only a little better than the top universities. Let's choose Tiandu Academy. Whether it is the wind department or the forest department, they are among the top universities. One of the best." The teacher from Tiandu Academy said that although Lin Huan also has a wind demon dragon, the subordinate of the forest attribute is legendary. It's impossible to give up. In this case, it would be better to choose a top school with strong wind and forest elements. However, Aunt Lin shook her head firmly. "I know that all the top universities are good, but I have made up my mind. Teachers, there is no need to say any more." Seeing this, the teachers from top universities stopped saying anything. On the other hand, the teacher from the Magic City Academy looked happy. They did not expect that Lin Huan would be so determined to choose their school in Shanghai. As other teachers said, although the forestry department of Magic City University was once brilliant, it is now in decline. Although the resources are not bad, the good teachers are inferior to those in other departments and other top universities. The short teacher stepped forward. "Classmate Lin Huan, please bring me the invitation letter." Hearing this, Lin Huan took out the invitation letter and handed it to him. The short teacher stretched out his hand, and immediately the front of the invitation turned into a strange pattern. "That's the school emblem of Magic Card Master Academy in the Magic City." The short teacher handed the invitation letter back and said, "Classmate Lin Huan, on September 1st, with this invitation letter, you can come to our Magic City University to report. Welcome to join our Magic City Academy." "Thank you." Lin thanked him in return. "I took the invitation and looked at it twice. I couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Although this invitation is a man-made magic card. But there are also many amazing features. This invitation letter alone can already be used as an identity verification code, a protective shield, and now it can also be used as an admission notice. A truly one-size-fits-all card. The main thing is a multi-function. The most important thing is that this artificial magic card has so many functions, but it does not occupy the magic card space. It would be too terrifying if an artificial magic card was developed that was comparable to the natural magic card. After selecting the school, Lin Huan said goodbye to everyone present and left. Just after he left, Yan said to one of the queens, "Xiao Kai, it's time to send a notice and announce to the entire league that Lin Huan won the top pick." The man named Xiao Kai nodded. He is from the Alliance's Ministry of Education, and the assessment of top universities is a major matter that the entire Alliance is concerned about. Therefore, the Ministry of Education also sent people here to obtain first-hand information so that they could inform the entire Alliance. Just when Xiao Kai went to the side to make a phone call, an uninvited guest suddenly broke into the invigilation hall. A group of teachers from top universities were a little stunned when they saw Lin Yuki suddenly rushing in. Lin Yuki shouldn't be like those ordinary candidates and come back with Kai Hu. Why did you come back early? However, this is not important. When they saw Lin Yuki, all the teachers gathered around him again. Start promoting your own school. But compared to Lin Huan, they are much calmer and aloof. After all, Lin Huan is the league's top pick. He is still the #1 scholar that has never been seen before, and may even be unprecedented in the future. That's why they took the initiative to put aside their status as teachers at top universities and their reputation as a golden and platinum expert, and even went so far as to attack each other to win over Lin Huan. Otherwise, it will be as normal. They were all sitting firmly in their seats at this time, waiting for candidates to apply. As for Lin Yuki, if it weren't for the sudden emergence of Lin Huan, a dark horse, she should be the league's top pick this year. So they are also quite enthusiastic about Lin Yuki. Being surrounded by a group of teachers from top universities, Lin Yuki would have been a little happy in the past, but now she doesn't want to talk to anyone except Lin Huan. She asked anxiously, "Teacher, may I ask Brother Huan, where is Lin Huan?" "Lin Huan, he has just left after choosing a school. It must have been dozens of minutes." Hearing this, Lin Yuki had a look of disappointment on his face. "After walking for dozens of minutes, I don't know where to start even if I want to catch up. The magic city is too big. Without a special tracking magic card, it would be impossible to find Lin Huan among the vast crowd." Missed it again. Just when Lin Yuki felt disappointed, she suddenly remembered that Lin Huan had already chosen a school. She asked, "Teacher, may I ask which school Lin Huan just chose?" When teachers from top universities heard this question, they suddenly felt something bad in their hearts. Could it be that Lin Yuki is also going to be snatched away by the Magic City Academy? However, I had to answer her question. After all, this kind of thing cannot be hidden. Lin Huan just chose Magic City Academy. Hearing this, Lin Yuki's eyes lit up and said, "In this case, I will also choose the Demon City Academy." The short teachers at the Magic City Academy were already grinning from ear to ear. Unexpectedly, within one day, all the first and second places in this year's assessment were collected. This has never happened before in the Magic City Academy. He was not a fool, and he could naturally see that Lin Yuki actually went to Lin Huan and not to the Magic City Academy. While he was helping Lin Yuki change the invitation letter, he sighed in his heart. Accepting Lin Huan this time is a real treasure. On the other side, Lin Huan came to the place where he was teleported through Tianfang at the beginning, and he asked the person who received him at the beginning, "I want to go back to Tianmeng City now, is that okay?" When the man in the suit saw it was Lin Huan, he subconsciously bowed slightly. He had already seen the results of the first and second stage assessments when they came out. Knowing that he defeated many members of aristocratic families and won the first place in this assessment, he will definitely be a big shot in the future, so his attitude became much more respectful unconsciously. "Hello, if you want to return to Tianmeng City through Tianfang, you need to communicate with them in advance, so you have to wait for a while. As for the specific time, it depends on the other party." Hearing this, Lin Huan nodded, "Then you should start contacting me now." "Yes, The man in the suit did not dare to neglect and directly started to communicate with the principal of No. 3 Middle School. Not long after, the man in the suit had already finished communicating and came over and said, "Classmate Lin Huan, we are ready. You can return directly to Tianming City through Tianfang." Nodding politely to the man in the suit, Lin Huan stepped into the sky again. When Lin Huan returned to Tianming City, he saw the principal and all the teachers of No. 3 Middle School standing in front of Tianfang just like when he left. As soon as they saw Lin Huan, the principal and all the teachers of No. 3 Middle School applauded. "Congratulations to Lin Huan for becoming the league's top pick. Congratulations to Lin Huan for becoming the top pick in the league." I saw the principal of the 3rd Middle School and a group of teachers from the 3rd grade of high school. Lin Huan had some doubts in his heart. It had just been 2 hours since he was informed by Ji Yusu that he had become the number 1 scholar. How did the principal find out so soon? Then he remembered that the principal and the Magic City Academy were actually related. It's normal to have inside information. The principal of No. 3 Middle School and a group of teachers and students came up. "Lin Huan, you have really brought glory to our Tianming City in No. 3 Middle School. The top pick in the league. I never dreamed that I, Chen Fei, could teach a top pick in the league. I would be satisfied in this life," a teacher said with some emotion. This person is Lin Huan's class teacher for 3 years in high school. When he said this, he looked proud and satisfied. The teacher on the side looked at him with envy in his heart. "This Chen Fei is really lucky. It would have been great if Lin Huan had been assigned to my class." These teachers are not stupid. Lin Huan will definitely be an extraordinary big shot in the future. Being able to be the high school teacher of such a big shot is an extremely glorious page on his resume. Now Chen Fei ran outside and shouted, saying that this year's top pick Lin Huan was taught by himself. All the high schools in the league will be clamoring for him. These are all real benefits. The principal of No. 3 Middle School stepped forward and said, "Lin Huan, follow me." A few minutes later, in the principal's office, the principal asked Lin Huan, "Lin Huan, I heard that you have a second legendary subordinate, which is from the wind system. Let me ask you, have you decided what department you will choose after entering the Magic City Academy?" Lin Huan's use of the Wind Demon Dragon in the Churong Secret Realm was only known to the patrol team and the city lord at the time, and he did not know about it. It was only after the results of this assessment came out that he found out. Lin Huan actually has a legendary subordinate of the Wind System, who is from the Dragon Clan. In this case, it would be different from what he initially expected. Hearing the principal's words, Lin Huan did not hesitate and said firmly, "Forest Department." Although the Wind Demon Dragon is very powerful, the highest level of the Wind Demon Dragon is the legendary level. And Phyllis has the potential to be upgraded to mythical level. Mythical level, that is the only one in the entire alliance. Among all the legendary subordinates, Phyllis is already the best among them. No one knows how strong Phyllis will be when she reaches the mythical level. So he must have majored in forest attributes. The principal looked a little surprised when he heard this answer, and then said, "Since you have decided to choose the forest department, I recommend a tutor to you." Love said, "Department of Forestry, Magic City Academy, Zhang Li. He is." Hearing this name, Lin Huan made a guess. If the guess is correct, this person named Zhang Li is the relationship between the principal and the Magic City Academy. The principal said slowly, 30 years ago, Zhang Li was the card magician with the strongest forest attributes in the entire alliance. He blocked a large space rift with one person's power. At the same time, he is also the youngest diamond wrister in the league. It is precisely because of him that the forest department of the Demon City Academy became the top of the league 30 years ago. I can directly say that the forest department of the Demon City Academy is strong because of him. When he said these words, the principal's tone was unusually excited, and his face looked proud. After he finished speaking, his face suddenly dimmed, and he sighed. But it was because of him that in order to seal the space rift, Zhang Li lost all his magic power and became an ordinary person. However, even though Zhang Li is an ordinary person now, as a former diamond level expert, he is still there in terms of teaching level and knowledge. It will definitely be no problem to be your teacher. What do you think? Hearing this, Lin Huan did not agree immediately, but asked instead. Is this part of the agreement at that time? No, the principal shook his head. I'm just giving you a suggestion. How you choose is entirely up to you. Nodding, Lin Huan said to him, I will consider your suggestions. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Yeah, the principal nodded. Before leaving, Lin Huan asked, Principal, may I ask, what is your relationship with that Zhong Li? In that space crack, he was my captain and saved my life. Half an hour later, Lin Huan arrived at the magic card store. When Father Lin and Mother Lin saw Lin Huan, they were stunned for a moment and then trotted to greet him. Huaner, what's the result? Seeing the expectant looks on his parents' faces, Lin Huan smiled lightly and said, Number 1 winner. The word, number 1 scholar, came out. Father Lin and Mother Lin were stunned again, and then asked in disbelief, Really, really? Really? Lin Huan nodded affirmatively. That's great, Huaner, that's great. Hearing Lin Huan's affirmative answer, Lin's mother cried with joy and kept wiping her tears. Why are you crying? Huaner won the first prize, this is a great joy. Stop crying, let's go home now. Huaner won the top prize, we want to celebrate them well. Seeing Mother Lin wiping her tears, Father Lin deliberately said a few words with a straight face, then waved his hand, unable to hide his excitement anymore. Old Lin, you said your son won the top pick in the league this year. At this moment, a large group of people suddenly stood outside the magic card store, looking into the store. These people were the shopkeepers around the magic card shop. After hearing Lao Lin's voice and knowing that Lin Huan was back, they all gathered around him. When Lin's father heard the question, he puffed up his chest and said proudly, Yes, my son, Lin Huan, is the top pick in this league. Hearing this, the shopkeepers were suddenly startled, with expressions of surprise on their faces. Tianmeng City has yet to produce a student who has been admitted to a top university. Lin Huan is the first. This was originally an extremely surprising thing. But now, what they didn't expect was that as soon as Lin Huan went out, not only was he admitted to a top university, but he even brought the top scorer in the league back to Tianmeng City. It can be described as a blockbuster. They all held their hands and smiled and said, Old Lin, my son has passed the first prize. Congratulations. Yes, Tianmeng City is the first person to be admitted to a top university, and he is also the number 1 scholar. He really gives us Tianmeng City face. It's such a big happy event. Lao Lin, I can't get through it without a banquet. Today is a holiday, and there are many people in Jinxiu Mall. Many guests saw the circle here and gathered around curiously. Especially after hearing the words, top university, and number 1 scholar, more and more people came here. After hearing the words of these shopkeepers, some people in the crowd were puzzled. Didn't the exams for the top universities just finish today? In previous years, we would have to wait several days before deciding on the number 1 winner. Why is it out now? It can't be a lie, right? Impossible, he is Lin Huan. In the previous 1 and 2 stages of assessment, he ranked first. The Ministry of Education of the Alliance has not yet issued an announcement. It is not all up to him to say it himself. Whether he is the number 1 pick or not depends on the official announcement. Moreover, all those aristocratic families are rated as the strongest this year. It's not that I look down on our Tianmeng City, it's just that the gap is really too big. Winning the top prize is not possible. These words were so well-founded that even those who initially refuted them were speechless. It is true that the current number 1 pick is just Lin Huan talking alone. In the past, the evaluation of the number 1 scholar took several days. If, as Lin Huan said, he really is the number 1 scholar, it means that the results will be evaluated in 1 day. It's not that there are no such examples, it's just that there are so few that they can't believe it. At this moment, a voice was heard from the outermost part of the crowd. Please give way, please give way. Everyone turned around and saw 4 people standing outside. The 2 people at the back each held something in their hands, while the 2 in front held a huge banner. There are several large characters written on it. Congratulations to Lin Huan, a student from Tianmeng City, for winning the top prize in the league. There is also a line of small words below, written by Zhao Meng. Seeing this banner, the crowd of onlookers suddenly took a breath. Hiss, Zhao Meng, isn't this the city lord of our Tianmeng city? He is a platinum-level powerhouse. A big shot that can only be seen on TV. He even personally inscribed Lin Huan here. Come on, did you just say that Lin Huan is a liar? Open your eyes and take a good look, the city lord has admitted it himself. Let me ask you, do you still doubt it now? This may be fake. How could it be such a coincidence? We just happened to be talking here, and the city lord asked them to send something over. The people who questioned him at the beginning faced the gazes of those around him and said bravely. What I just said was immediately slapped in the face. Admit it. Suddenly, there was a shout from the crowd. Look, the official website of Alliance Education announced this year's top pick. The top pick is named Lin Huan. As soon as these words came out, everyone took out their mobile phones to check. Click to enter the official website of the Alliance Ministry of Education, and you will see a clear announcement at the top. Congratulations to Lin Huan, a student from Tianmeng City, for winning this year's league champion. After the title, there are a lot of words of encouragement and affirmation for Lin Huan. Hey, did you see that I just said that the announcement from the Alliance Ministry of Education shall prevail? Now that the announcement is out, how about it? Believe it. You're not going to say this is a lie, are you? Ha ha ha, if someone has that ability, why would he need to take the test? He can be directly appointed. Seeing that the people around him were looking at him with narrowed eyes, the person who questioned him also knew the current affairs. He bowed directly. Sorry, I just said that I was wrong and I shouldn't question people out of thin air. My fault, I admit it. After seeing this man apologize, everyone let him go. After all, he didn't do anything too outrageous, so he just apologized and that was it. In the magic card shop, Father Lin and Mother Lin were preparing to send all the shop owners and onlookers away. Then he saw a road suddenly separate from the crowd. 4 staff members from Tianmeng City's Ministry of Education walked in with things. The most eye-catching one is naturally the calligraphy written by Zhao Meng himself. Excuse me, is this the magic card shop opened by classmate Lin Huan? Asked a staff member who appeared to be the leader. I am Lin Huan. Lin Huan stood up and said directly. The leading staff member looked at him in surprise and then nodded. This was written by the city lord a few months ago, specifically to congratulate you, Lin Huan, for becoming the top pick in the league. Also, this is a gift that the city lord specially asked our Ministry of Education to prepare for you. The staff member waved to the 2 people behind. 2 staff members at the back stepped forward and handed over a passbook and 3 magic cards that emitted purple light. Leave it to Lin Huan. See these enviable rewards. The crowd outside suddenly went crazy. Holy shit. 3 epic magic cards. This gift is too luxurious. The most cherished magic card in my body is the hero level. As a result, Lin won the top prize and the city lord actually rewarded him with 3 epic level magic cards. I'm so sad. Do you think that this is the first student from our Tianmeng city to be admitted to a top university, and he is the number 1 scholar? The number 1 scholar. This is the person who will give us the whole Tianmeng city face. 3 epics. A level magic card, not too much, even I don't think it's enough. I know, but it still hurts. I am 20 years older than Lin Huan. In the end, I don't even have an epic magic card. The gap is really huge. If you can get an epic magic card just because of your age, why do you need a genius? It hurts my heart. Compared to the excited crowd outside, Lin Huan's expression was very calm. This is also true for Father Lin and Mother Lin. After all, when Lin Huan draws cards, let alone epic magic cards, they are already tired of seeing even legendary magic cards. Now there are only 3 epic magic cards, and they have already become normal. After accepting the epic magic card, Lin Huan thanked them. When the leading staff member saw Lin Huan's family looking so unfazed, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Lin Huan, forget it. Father Lin and Mother Lin were just ordinary people before, but they were so calm when they saw 3 epic magic cards. It is worthy of being the home of the number 1 scholar. He looked at Lin Huan and said, Classmate Lin Huan, Lord Zhao Meng asked me to bring you a message. Please tell me. Lin Huan looked at him with some curiosity in his heart. Although he has never met Zhao Meng, he knows that the City Lord has been paying attention to him since he drew the legendary magic card from his magic card ceremony. And he has extraordinary confidence in winning the number 1 pick. Now that Zhao Meng had something to tell him, he was quite curious. I saw the staff member saying solemnly. City Lord Zhao Meng said, "Thank you for bringing the supreme glory to Tianmeng City. I hope you will not lose the prestige of my Tianmeng students after you go to a top university." Hiss. When the crowd outside heard this sentence, their scalps immediately went numb. The expression was extremely horrified. No one expected it. The dignified lord of Tianmeng City actually said to a student, "Thank you for bringing the supreme glory to Tianmeng City." How big of a deal does Lin Huan have to make the lord of a city say such a thing? These people are not people in the education system, and they don't know what it means for a commoner, Lin Huan, to win the top pick in the league. This sentence means not only that Zhao Meng values Lin Huan winning the top prize, but more importantly, Lin Huan's future. Those days, the staff of the Mengcheng Ministry of Education handed over the rewards they had prepared at the beginning to Lin Huan and left. Mom and Dad, let's go back too. Lin Huan smiled at Father Lin and Mother Lin. When the three of them left the magic card shop, the news that Lin Huan became the league's number 1 pick also spread throughout the league. Dozens of miles away from the Magic City, there is the King of Cracks in Red Sand Space, the temporary base of the Alliance's land reclamation team. 2 people wearing the uniforms of the Alliance's pioneering team stood in the building, looking out from the transparent glass windows. All I could see outside the base was the sky full of windy sand, and what I could see was a vast sea of sand with no end in sight. This is a space crack made entirely of sand and wind. Not far from the temporary base, there is a huge circular space crack with a diameter of several kilometers. In front of the space rift and the temporary base of the land reclamation team, there is an endless forest lying across here, firmly protecting the temporary base and the space rift behind. Every tree in this forest is hundreds of feet tall, which is several times larger than the tree in the central area of the 8 Wonders Secret Realm. It is a veritable giant tree. Looking to the left and right of this forest, I couldn't see the end for a while. At least it's hundreds of miles long. Suddenly, something strange appeared on the other side of the forest. The wind and sand began to rotate towards a center, and soon a sand tornado with a height of several thousand meters was formed. It hit hard against the forest protection wall that lay across here. The sand and dust tornadoes are hitting the sky one after another, and the giant trees hundreds of feet are not impressive in comparison. However, at this moment, the giant trees in the forest suddenly trembled, and the dense branches and leaves suddenly lit up with a misty green light. It was like a green great wall appeared in this sandy world. Keep this sand and dust tornado out. The 2 sides remained in a stalemate for dozens of minutes, and finally the sand and dust tornado dissipated unwillingly and once again disappeared into the wind and sand in the sky. One of the 2 members of the land reclamation team suddenly sighed. Judging from the current situation, the protective forest left by Senior Zhang Li cannot last long. At most, it can last for a few years, but it will not be able to stop the wind and sand in the cracks in the red sand space. Already. Alas, Senior Zhang Li spent all his magic power to hold on to the cracks in the red sand space for 30 years. Now, is it finally coming to an end? In the building, 2 members of the land reclamation team said one sentence each with pessimistic expressions. The red sand space crack suddenly appeared more than 30 years ago. It is currently known to be a large-scale secret realm closest to the demon city and to humans. Compared with other large secret realms, the monsters in the red sand space cracks are more cunning and ferocious. Every time a tide of monsters attacks, it will cause great losses to the Alliance. But what is even more troublesome is the endless wind and sand in the cracks in the red sand space. Someone in the Alliance has studied that if left alone, the red sand space cracks can turn the entire magic city into a desert city in just a few years. As soon as this conclusion came out, it can be said that it immediately caused an uproar. Everyone began to think of ways to control the wind and sand in the cracks in the red sand space. First, plant trees. This is the most effective way, but there is only sand in the cracks in the red sand space, no land, and no soil environment needed for sand prevention forests. In desperation, the Alliance thought of magic cards. Various card magicians came on stage, but the result was that no matter whether it was subordinate magic cards, skill cards, or equipment magic cards. No matter what attributes these magic cards had, they all had little effect. Card magicians with only forest attributes are the most effective. However, because there are very few forest attribute space cracks, the number of forest attribute card magicians in the Alliance is also very small. And the strength is very average. Coupled with the forest attribute card magicians, most of them can only take the path of assistance. Therefore, most card magicians who choose the forest attribute as their major have mediocre talents. In the Alliance at that time, the strongest forest attribute card magician was only at the gold level. Even if all forest-type magic card masters were added together to control the sand problem in the red sand space cracks, it would be a drop in the bucket. Moreover, in addition to the endless wind and sand, there are also powerful monsters in the red sand space cracks, which makes the difficulty of controlling the wind and sand go up to another level. Just when the Alliance was despairing about the problem of spatial cracks in red sand, Zhongli appeared. With the most talent in the league, he broke through to the diamond level at the age of 40, becoming the youngest diamond level card magician in the history of the league. When everyone in the Alliance originally thought that he was the one with the best chance of breaking through to the diamond, he ignored the dissuasion of his mentor Ji Yusu, exhausted all his magic power, and built it in the cracks in the red sand space on his own. 100 miles away from Sand Forest. It can be said that he alone saved countless people in this large area of the Demon City. But because of this, Zhongli's body was irreversibly damaged. He fell from a diamond card magician to an ordinary person in an instant. At that time, everyone in the Alliance thought that the defense line deployed by Zhongli was enough to solve the dilemma of the red sand space crack. However, 30 years passed in a hurry. Even the means left behind by the diamond strongman have been corroded by sand and time. What's more, there are monsters in the cracks in the red sand space that have been causing chaos. All their land reclamation team can do is go in and do some maintenance. I heard that this year's league champion is a card magician with a forest attribute. I don't know about his problem with the space crack. Hearing this, another member of the land reclamation team shook his head slightly. It's difficult to completely solve it. Back then, Senior Zhongli could only stop such a talented person for 30 years. If you want to completely solve it, you either need to surpass diamonds, or you have to have a particularly powerful legendary card. If this year's number 1 pick really solves the problem of spatial cracks in red sand, then he will be the savior of all of us. I've had enough of staying here for decades. I'm afraid it's too late. The means that Senior Zhongli left behind, depending on the situation, can only last a few years at most. If the top pick can't grow to diamond level in these few years, the hundreds of millions of residents of the Magic City are about to prepare to move. Quote. D. Magic City Academy, Forest Academy. Ji Yusu's steps were leisurely, but his speed was extremely fast. He came to the 10 inconspicuous houses of the Forest College. The door of this house was closed in broad daylight, which made Ji Yusu frown for a while. He opened the door and saw the smell of alcohol hitting his face. Then his frown deepened. Ji Yusu walked in the door and turned on the light, and saw an old man with unshaven beard and smell of wine lying on the table, holding an empty Erguodu wine bottle in his hand, squinting his eyes and muttering something unconsciously. Seeing this scene, Ji Yusu finally couldn't help it, and slapped the old man on the head. Zhongli, get up. I didn't see that Ji Yusu's slap had any special power, but it woke up the drunk Zhongli. Zhongli opened his eyes in a daze, saw it was Ji Yusu, and said with a smile, "Teacher Ji Yu, you are here, did you bring me some wine?" This drunken old man is Zhongli. He is obviously Ji Yusu's apprentice, but judging from his appearance, he is older than Ji Yusu. He got off the table and walked behind Ji Yu. It seemed that he really thought that Gusu had brought him wine. Turning behind Ji Yusu, he found that Ji Yusu's hands were empty and there was no wine at all. His excited expression suddenly fell. Ji Yusu looked at his once proud disciple and turned into the drunkard he is now, and his heart was filled with regret. 30 years ago, after Zhongli lost his magic power, he began to try to rebuild it. However, his physical injuries prevented him from rising to the bronze level every time, and he kept trying again and again for 10 years. Zhongli gave up and began to give up on himself. Although because of his past merits and being a student of Ji Yusu, the Alliance gave him the status of a teacher at the Magic City Academy. But because he only had bronze strength and had no intention of teaching his disciples, no students chose him as their teacher in the next 20 years. So Zhongli became more and more self-indulgent, numbing himself with alcohol all day long. He became the drunkard he is today. And as time goes by, fewer and fewer people remember this human hero. His friends and teachers at the time shook their heads and sighed when they saw how he gave up on himself and refused to listen to advice. Finally, no more visits. Zhongli seemed to have been forgotten by everyone, and was left to fend for himself in the corner of the Demon City Academy. Except for Ji Yusu, basically no one would come to this small house. Zhongli, look at you like this, are you still the high-spirited Zhongli from back then? Ji Yusu said angrily. Teacher, these are old people from decades ago, don't mention it. Is there any wine? I want to drink. Zhongli was obviously very experienced in dealing with his teacher's rebuke. Seeing him like this, Ji Yudu also sighed. He has said the words of persuasion countless times. Although it has no effect, he keeps saying it. The purpose is to hope that Zhongli can cheer up. Without saying anything more, he directly stated his purpose this time. This year's league champion is the same as you before. He is not from a noble family and is a forest attribute card magician. I want you to teach him. Me, teacher, it's not like you don't know that in the past 20 years, students have been avoiding me as much as possible when they see me like this. How could someone else choose me as a teacher if they were the top pick? Hearing Ji Yusu's words, Zhongli laughed at himself. Then he continued, besides, I am not just a 9-star bronze waist now. That student can become the #1 scholar, and his combat power is at the silver level. How could he let someone weaker than himself be a teacher? Don't worry about this, Ji Yusu said loudly. If that student chooses you as a teacher, then teach me well. Let Zhongli teach Lin Huan, although the main purpose is to find a diamond-level teacher for Lin Huan to prevent him from being delayed by those gold and platinum teachers. Another thing is that he has the intention of letting Lin Huan stimulate Zhongli. Lin Huan is very similar to Zhongli back then. He is from the same non-aristocratic family, the same #1 scholar, and the same amazing talent. Ji Yusu hopes that Zhongli can see the shadow of his high-spiritedness in Lin Huan and cheer up. On the day of registration for freshmen, please take good care of yourself. If you still act like a drunkard by then, be careful as I take care of you. After saying that, Ji Yusu went out. #1. If we teach him to be a diamond, the forest department of the Magic City Academy will definitely return to the top of the top universities. That way, I can be considered as living up to Teacher Gu's expectations of me. Zhongli looked at Ji Yusu's back with confusion in his eyes. Back then, because of his determination to completely solve the spatial rift in red sand, a group of students from the forest department of the Magic City Academy also joined him. As a result, 80% to 90% of them were lost. It's because too many people died, which directly led to the forest in the Magic City Academy. The outstanding card magicians of the Lin system have passed away, and they have not regained their original glory in 30 years, and are even getting worse. Backquote, but the premise is that he can choose me as his teacher. Zhongli muttered and turned over on the table. Tianmeng City, Lin family villa. Huaner, there's really no need. Your mother and I are so old, why should we practice? Father Lin looked at the 2 bottles of magic potion in Lin Huan's hand and said. Mother Lin on the side also echoed. Yes, Huaner, we are already this age, why do we need such a high magic level? Seeing his parents refuse, Lin Huan knew the concerns in their hearts. After reaching this age, it is very difficult to start practicing again. The only way is to spend money. Father Lin and Mother Lin refused because they felt that their cultivation was useless and they did not want to waste money. However, if parents practice again, not only will they be physically better, but as their magic level increases, their lifespan will also be extended. This is why Lin Huan insists. Mom and Dad, I have decided to pay attention anyway. I have already purchased this magic potion and cannot return it. You decide what to do. This potion is worth 10 million alliance coins. If you don't use it, you will have to throw it away. Lin Huan said, holding 2 bottles of magic potion. Father Lin and Mother Lin looked at each other and saw the helpless look in each other's eyes. Oh, you kid, you really don't know what to say about you. Hearing this, Lin Huan knew that they had agreed. He handed the potion to his parents and said, "Mom and Dad, take this potion and Phyllis will use elf magic to help you digest the potion better." Father Lin and Mother Lin nodded. "Then swallow the potion worth 10 million alliance coins. Phyllis, let's start." After seeing his parents take the magic potion, Lin Huan said to Felice on the side. Phyllis nodded. Green light suddenly spread out from the fingertips, shrouding Father and Mother Lin like a layer of gauze. With the help of the potion and Felice, Father and Mrs. Lin began to quickly digest the terrifying power in the potion. And their appearance began to look younger visibly. The skin regains moisture and crow's feet begin to disappear. Half an hour later, Father Lin and Mother Lin looked at each other as if they were 20 years younger, with some surprise on their faces. "Huaner, this magic potion is really magical." Hearing this, Lin Huan smiled and said, "That's natural." He took out 2 epic meditation methods and epic cultivation methods. "Mom and Dad, these are the meditation methods and exercises I bought for you. You can practice them in your free time." Father Lin, Mother Lin, and the others all nodded and put away the meditation and exercises. "Then you study slowly, I'm going back to the room first." After saying this to his parents, Lin Huan took Phyllis back and went straight back to the room. In the room, Lin Huan flipped through various forums and magic card encyclopedias, searching for the magic cards that Felice needed to advance to the mythical level. Natural evolution, legendary, invisible wand, legendary, symbiosis of all things, legendary, crown of the elf queen, legendary, praise of life, legendary. There are 5 magic cards in total. After searching for more than half an hour, there was no news. Turning off the phone, Lin was still thinking. It seems that trying to find information about legendary magic cards from the internet is a bit taken for granted. Another possibility is that these legendary magic cards, like Felice, have never been drawn out by anyone, so there is no news about them on the internet. But if this is the case, it will be more troublesome. Because there were very few forest attributes secret realms discovered by the Alliance, forest attribute blank magic cards were also scarce. He ordered 100 of them from the Tianxing magic card store, and he still won the prize. The group can fall. However, 100 cards may not be able to be drawn out. This is not about drawing out legendary magic cards, but about drawing out the legendary magic cards you want. For this kind of card drawing, you don't know your own god level luck in drawing cards. It doesn't matter. With this in mind, Lin Huan took out a level 3 blank magic card. This was dropped from the ancient tree. Looking at this magic card, Lin Huan's eyes flashed. After hesitating for a while, Lin Huan shook his head and took back the level 3 magic card. Let's wait until these 3 days before smoking together. In a single draw, the probability of drawing a card is too low. 3 days later, Lin Huan held a large card bag in his hand, which contained all blank magic cards with forest attributes. He ordered this from Tianxing magic card store a few days ago. Looking at this big card bag, Lin Huan's eyes flashed with anticipation. I wonder if these 100 can be drawn out, the few magic cards that Felice needs to advance to the myth. If it is not drawn out, you will have to wait for a while if you want to draw it out again. There are too few forest space cracks discovered by the Alliance now, and they are far apart. These 100 cards are still in stock of the Tianxing magic card store in the Tianmeng city area, and he bought them all at once. This is because he is now the top pick in the league, and if there is another player, the Star Magic card store will not exhaust its inventory. The absence of magic cards that customers want is harmful to the reputation of a magic card store. A bright blue light lit up in the palm of his hand, and Lin Huan controlled the magic card and poured it into the big card bag. Magic cards flew out from the big card pack one after another. 10 minutes later, Lin Huan frowned as he looked at the 4 legendary magic cards drawn out. 100 blank magic cards have been drawn out. Although 4 legendary magic cards have been drawn, none of these 4 are what Felice needs to advance to the myth. Now, only this last one is left. Do you really want to draw a miracle alone? While muttering to himself, he took out the level 3 blank magic card. After all, it is a level 3 blank magic card, but it must be shipped. If this one doesn't come out, I don't know when it will be drawn next time. At least before I go to the Demon City Academy to report, I won't have a chance to smoke again. Thinking like this, he has poured magic power into this third-level magic card. At once, this level 3 blank magic card lights up with a faint orange light. Lin Huan looked over expectantly, and the magic card information suddenly appeared in front of him. Magic card name: unable to use the magic wand. Type: equipment magic card. Attribute: forest type. Quality: legendary. Effect: the wand of inability is the weapon of the elf queen. It can help the elf princess advance to the mythical level. When using this wand to release elf magic, it will not consume magic power, and it can increase the elf magic tenfold. Phew, it's finally shipped. Lin also breathed a sigh of relief. The last one is finally out. He looked at the effect introduction on the helpless wand, and his heart moved. It seems that this magic wand was specially prepared for Phyllis. No wonder I didn't find any information about it when I checked it online. This wand, maybe like Phyllis, has only one. Phyllis. He summoned Phyllis and handed her the wand of inability. Suddenly, as soon as this unable wand came into contact with Phyllis, it automatically turned into orange light and turned into a wand nearly 2 meters long without being bound by anyone. The wand is covered with vine leaf patterns, with an emerald green gemstone on the top, and a mysterious light flowing on the surface. Lin Huan raised his eyebrows. Although this sudden change was unexpected, considering that this is the weapon of the elf queen, it is normal to have such a magical change. He asked, Phyllis, how do you feel? Phyllis rubbed the wand with a dazed look in her eyes. Master, this and the wand give me a feeling of blood connection, I don't know. Seeing her confused look, Lin Huan smiled. This book is for you, keep it well. Yes, Phyllis took back the wand, but the wand did not change back to the magic card. Instead, it changed back into a streak of orange light and sank into her body. Transforming Phyllis back to the magic card state, Lin Huan looked at the image on the magic card. Phyllis above has changed, and the wand has also appeared in her hand, and her temperament has gained a touch of majesty. It's just 2 pieces of materials, but the changes are so big. I don't know what it will be like to be promoted to the mythical level. After sighing with emotion, he opened the magic card store. Hang 3 legendary magic cards on it. I have accumulated a lot of legendary and epic magic cards by drawing cards before. In addition to the legendary magic cards reserved for parents, there are still many leftovers. Now it's time to relieve some of the inventory. After hanging up, Lin Huan stopped caring and began to continue practicing. 2 months later, outside the gate of Magic City Academy, Lin Huan stood outside the door, raising his head and feeling a little amazed. It's not like he has never seen school before. He also attended university in his previous life. He also knew that as one of the top 10 top universities, the Demon City Academy must have extraordinary momentum. However, he did not expect that the width of the gate of Magic City Academy alone was already more than 100 meters. On the gate of the gate, there are a few big characters written with flying dragons and phoenixes. Magic Card Master Academy in the Magic City. However, it seems that this Magic City Academy is quite deserted. There are less than 10 people in such a large gate. Shaking his head, Lin Huan walked into the door with the box in his hand. 10 minutes later, Lin Huan arrived at the freshman reception desk. He walked to the workbench and knocked on the table lightly. Hello, I'm here to report. A girl in her early 20s wearing glasses raised her head and looked at Lin Huan, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Hello, classmate, do you have a girlfriend? Ahem, classmate, please show your admission letter. This is my acceptance letter. After checking, the girl exclaimed, you are this year's top pick, Lin Huan. Lin Huan smiled and nodded. The girl also realized that she had lost her composure, smiled apologetically, and took out a medium-sized book and a registration form from the workbench. This book contains information about all the tutors in Mordu University. You can find a tutor in the department you want to apply for and pre-select a tutor. Then just fill in this registration form and give it to me. Lin Huan nodded. Although the internet is very good at concealing information about assessments, it does not block information about things in top universities. When teaching in top universities, in addition to some public courses, you also need to choose an additional professional course teacher. Generally speaking, whatever attribute you major in, you choose the corresponding teacher. But because there is a difference between a tutor and a mentor, teachers with outstanding teaching abilities will be more popular with students. However, the training strategy of top universities is an elite policy, so the number of students each tutor can teach is limited. Therefore, a pre-selection method will be adopted, and then all candidates will be ranked after passing the freshman entrance examination. The higher your ranking, the more your favorite instructors will pay attention to you. This is a two-way selection process. Just as Lin Huan was flipping through the book, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. Wow, Stinky baby, is this your future school? It's so grand. It's much bigger than my first-class school. I saw a man and a woman walking in at the reception desk holding hands intimately. The man and the woman looked young, and they should both be college entrance examination students of this year. Approaching the reception desk, the girl looked at the place with curiosity. That's what she said just now. When the boy heard his girlfriend's words, he said with some pride, "It's okay, after you go back to the dormitory and finish your selection, I will take you around the AIFJ Magic City Academy." The boy took his girlfriend to the workbench and handed over his acceptance letter. "I'll report it." "Okay." The staff member wearing glasses began to check his notice. After she checked, Lin Huan also selected a tutor and handed over the registration form. Seeing the tutor's name filled in by Lin Huan, the staff member looked surprised and said, "Zhang Li. Are you sure the teacher you chose is Zhang Li?" "I'm sure." Lin Huan nodded. He didn't hesitate much about the choice of mentor. Although Zhang Li was weaker than him now, Zhang Li was once the youngest diamond card master. Currently, the strongest card magicians in the alliance are diamond level 1s. They are basically big shots who never see the end of the dragon. They are rarely seen anywhere, let alone being a teacher. A diamond card magician as a teacher is rare. Hey, Stinky Pig, why do you think that person chose a 9-star bronze card magician as his mentor? Aside, the man and woman also started to choose their mentors, and happened to turn to the page that belonged to Zhang Li. It's clearly written on the information. Magic level, bronze 9 stars. The boy shook his head slightly and said, "I guess it's because this person's ranking in the top university examination is at the bottom. He is not confident that he will get a good ranking in the freshman entrance examination, so he chose a tutor who will not compete with him." Quote, "Smelly pig, what about you?" Hearing her boyfriend's words, the girl couldn't help but feel a little nervous. "Me, I'm over 40 in the assessment. Naturally I won't be as timid as him. If I want to choose, I have to choose the best instructor." "Smelly pig, you are so awesome." "That's natural." Hearing his girlfriend's compliment, the boy looked at Lin Huan proudly. The receptionist almost laughed out loud when he heard this. "You are just a person in your 40s, but you actually say that the top pick is timid." But she didn't say it clearly. It was just a young man who wanted to show off in front of his girlfriend. There was no need to point out Lin Huan's identity at this time to slap others in the face. After collecting the registration form, she took out 2 artificial magic cards and handed them to Lin Huan and the boy. "2 classmates, this is your student ID card. It contains the points you earned in this assessment. Please keep it. Now please come with me, I will take you to choose a dormitory." Half an hour later, the dormitory complex of Magic City Academy. The receptionist pointed to the dormitory area and said, "2 classmates. That's the dormitory of our Magic City Academy. Our dormitory at the Magic City Academy is divided into 5 areas, A, B, C, D, E. The E area is a normal area and accommodation is free. The magic content of the dormitory in Area D is twice as high as the dormitory in Area E. The points required to stay for 1 month are 1,000. The magic content of the dormitory in Area C is twice as high as that in the dormitory in Area D. The points required to stay for 1 month are 3,000. The magic content of the subsequent dormitory levels is deduced in the same way, and the points are also increased by 2,000. What about the dormitory in which area do you choose?" As soon as the staff member finished speaking, the girl exclaimed, "Oh my God! The dormitories in your top universities are too expensive. The A-level dormitories in our first-class universities only cost 1,000 points per month." The boy waved his hand and said, 100. "What does 0 points mean? Book a dormitory in Area C for me." "Wow, Stinky Pig, do you have so many points? Seeing his girlfriend's adoring expression, the boy was very pleased and said proudly, "That's natural. Do you think I bought these more than 40 people? Enough points." After saying that, he couldn't help but glance at Lin Huan. There was some disdain in his eyes, obviously showing off. In response, Lin Huan ignored him and said to the reception staff, "I choose the dormitory in Area A." "Okay, classmate Lin Huan, the total points for the dormitory in Area A are 7,000 points per month, and they have been deducted from your points balance. This is the key to the dormitory in Area A. Please keep it. If you drop it, please come to the Internal Affairs office to solve it as soon as possible." After taking the key, Lin Huan walked directly towards the dormitory in Area A. When the boy and girl heard the receptionist's words, they immediately froze on the spot. The boy said to the staff, "What did you just call him?" Lin Huan. "It's Lin Huan." The staff member glanced at him and said. After saying that, he wandered away with his hands behind his back. This boy suddenly gasped when he heard the word, Lin Huan. As a candidate this year, he naturally knows the gold content of this top pick. He also knew clearly in his heart that although there was a gap of more than 40 places between himself and Lin Huan, the actual gap was far more than 40 places. Even if 100 of them were tied together, they couldn't beat Lin Huan. What he just said will not make him angry anymore. What should I do? The boy looked at his girlfriend helplessly. "Ying, it should be fine." My girlfriend also looked pale and said in a less confident tone, "You didn't say anything too extreme just now, otherwise, he wouldn't just left like that. But, maybe, let me take you to visit the Magic City. There is not much to see in this Magic City Academy." The boy didn't dare to stay any longer, so he made an excuse and took his girlfriend to leave the Magic City Academy. Arriving at his dormitory, Lin Huan packed his luggage and looked around. This dormitory is about 200 square meters. All types of furniture are available, and all facilities are available. As soon as Lin Huan packed up all his luggage, he heard a knock on the door outside. When he opened the door, he saw Li Cheng raising his hand, ready to say hello. "Hello, Lin Shu, why is it you? Why are you here too?" Lin Huan was also a little surprised to see Li Cheng. He didn't expect that Li Cheng would also choose the Magic City Academy. Li Cheng was briefly surprised and said with a smile, "That's natural. I came here specifically after I heard that brother Lin you chose the Magic City Academy. Why are you following me?" Lin Huan glanced at him and asked. "That's for sure. You are my brother Lin, so naturally, wherever brother Lin is, I will be there. Act like I'm your brother." Lin Huan complained in his heart and returned to the room. "Brother Lin, I didn't take you to play in the Magic City during the last assessment, but now I have thoroughly explored all the major entertainment venues in the Magic City. Let's go. I'll take you to a good place to play today." Hearing this, Lin Huan turned around and said, "You seem to have said the same thing last time." During the assessment a few months ago, Lin Huan just listened to his words. As a result, following him was like Grandma Lu entering the Grand View Garden, only walking around in the streets of Shanghai. Like an old hater who has never seen the big world. Lin Huan didn't want to experience it again with him. "Don't worry, brother Lin, this time, I found a fun place." "Where?" "Gambling cards." Hearing this, Lin Huan immediately shook his head and refused. Card gambling is just like the casino in the previous life, except that the world here has fewer tricks and more excitement. Two people spend money to buy cards, and then draw them against each other. Whichever side draws a magic card with a higher overall value can take away the other side's magic card. The card gambling junket then takes a portion of the profits. This kind of game is not exciting at all for him. Because even if he only draws one, it can withstand the 10 magic cards on the opposite side. This kind of bet that must win is meaningless. After all, 99% of what others draw is garbage. If you win their card, you won't earn anything. You might as well draw it by yourself at home. Betting on cards means you will lose 9 out of 10 times. Be careful and you will lose all your money. Hearing this, Li Cheng held his head high and smiled. "Brother Lin, you are wrong. I discovered that I am very lucky in this regard." "Oh, what do you say? Do you remember, in the previous online gambling game where I bet on the number 1 pick, I bet 100,000 alliance coins on you. Guess what happened in the end? Without waiting for Lin Huan to ask him, he said with excitement, it has doubled 40 times. A total of 4 million alliance coins. No one believed you at that time, but I had a unique eye and saw at a glance that Brother Lin could win the top prize. Those who didn't pressure you at that time lined up directly on the rooftop. I don't know how many people regretted it. I still have the screenshots from that time. Look, Li Cheng picked out the screenshot. When Lin Huan was first in the first and second stages, I thought he was a dark horse. Sure enough, he won the first prize and directly earned more than 20 million. I'm so happy. Don't say it, I also thought he was a dark horse at the time, but I still thought Lu Ruo could win the championship, so he would go straight to the stud, and now he is on the rooftop. Brother, wait for me upstairs. I was hesitant to buy Lin Huan at that time, but I made a mistake and ended up in heaven and hell. Lu Ruo, a kid from an aristocratic family can't even compete with a commoner. Really FW, all my savings of more than 20 years are gone. Oh, me too. This year is the golden age for the children of aristocratic families. Golden shit. Yellow shit is just about the same. After reading it, Lin Huan asked Li Cheng, just because of this, you think you are very lucky? Yes, Lin Huan was speechless. What kind of extraordinary luck is this? Isn't this just a blind cat bumping into a dead mouse? During the assessment, even he himself did not expect that he would win the top prize. He just thought that it would be good if he could pass the assessment. Of course, he later realized that he had overestimated the difficulty of the assessment. Brother Lin, are you going or not? Lin Huan shook his head, you go ahead, I won't go. After sending Li Cheng away, Lin Huan started practicing again. Although he didn't want to compete for any ranking in the entrance exam 3 days later, he couldn't fall behind in practice. Cultivation is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you will retreat. Time flies. 3 days later. Magic City Academy, Trial Square. Students, welcome to Choose Our Magic City University. Ji Yu Su stood on the high platform and welcomed the new students. Beside him, 30 or 40 teachers lined up, looking at the students below with solemn expressions. Lin Huan stood in front of all the students, listening to Ji Yu Su's beginning, feeling speechless. Does everyone have to talk a lot of nonsense when giving a speech? Just when he thought Ji Yu Su's speech would be boring and long. However, after a brief welcome, Ji Yu Su said, that's it for the welcome. The entrance exam for freshmen will begin immediately. After saying that, he took out a legendary magic card and threw it in the air. The legendary magic card suddenly turned into a tall building and crashed onto the trial square. This tall building looks like an ancient octagonal attic, with a total of 9 floors. No matter how good you were in your original school, how outstanding you were in your original city, or how high you rank in the assessment. Even if you are the top pick. When you arrive at the Magic City Academy, everything in the past will be invalid. Everything starts from scratch, and the freshman entrance exam is your new starting point. This tall building is called 9 Levels of Demon Ceiling. Whoever can break through the 9th floor first will be the 3rd-placed freshman this year. Everyone except you is your opponent, and you can use any means to hinder their progress. Now, the exam begins. Following Ji Yu Su's order. All the new students are staring at 9 levels of demon ceiling with fiery eyes. But none of them moved their feet. Instead, they moved their eyes to the back of the one in the front. That's Lin Huan's back. As this year's top pick, Lin Huan has naturally become the goal that everyone wants to surpass in the freshman entrance exam. From the end of the assessment to today's enrollment, it took more than 2 months. If after these 2 months, you surpass the top pick in the freshman entrance examination, it means that you are more talented and stronger than the top pick. At least, that's the case at this moment. Feeling the burning eyes behind him, Lin Huan sighed in his heart. If you want to make this freshman number 1, just go ahead. Look at what I'm doing. Knowing their thoughts in his heart, Lin Huan had no choice but to be the first to approach 9 layers of demon ceiling. After entering the first floor, Lin Huan discovered that the space on the first floor was much larger than it looked from the outside. He knew in his heart that this was Ji Yu Lao's method, so he was not too surprised. I just found a place to close my eyes and relax. The freshmen who came in after him felt a little confused when they saw that Lin did not go up to the tower, but just rested on the first floor. What does this Lin Huan mean? Resting where you are? Do you think that if we go first, then the last one can win the first place? That's too arrogant. I haven't been playing around in the past 2 months. Is it because he feels that he is not sure about winning the first place, so he simply doesn't go through with it, so that he can keep his title as the top pick? Oh, as long as he doesn't climb the tower, he will always be the top pick, right? It's a good plan. All the freshmen looked at Lin Huan with their own suspicions in their minds. But this time they did not wait for Lin Huan to wake up, but started climbing the tower directly. If, as others said, Lin Huan had no intention of climbing the tower at all, then wouldn't they be idiots if they just waited here? So after they glanced at Lin Huan, they began to climb the tower. Brother Lu, what should we do now? If Lin Huan doesn't climb the tower, wouldn't our plan be completely in vain? On the other side, a dozen freshmen gathered together and were talking in low voices. In the center of the group of people, Lu Ruo looked at Lin Huan not far away, with a trace of jealousy flashing in his eyes. He said bitterly, "Climb the tower first, let's go up and wait for him. If Lin Huan really doesn't climb the tower, forget it. If you climb the tower, hee." After hearing Lu Ruo's words, the group of people climbed up the tower one by one. Before Lu Ruo climbed up the tower, he gave Lin Bai one last look. "Yuki, it's a pity that you are recovering at home. Otherwise, I would have let you know that I, Lu Ruo, am the man who is truly worthy of you. This Lin Huan, the #1 scholar, is only temporary. A truly strong person needs to pass the test of time." Back in the 8 Wonders secret realm, Lu Ruo watched Lin Yuki rushing towards Lin Huan desperately, thinking that Lin Yuki was simply attracted by Lin Huan's powerful figure. After all, Lin Yuki used to have an extreme desire to become stronger. It is not surprising that he is attracted to strong men of his own age. However, after these 2 months, he has successfully broken through from bronze 9 stars to silver. He believed that Lin Huan was able to kill the ancient tree alone in the secret realm, but that was because Lin Huan was also at the silver level. Lu Ruo believed that if he was placed in the same situation as he was now, he would be able to brush the ancient tree of lust alone. What's more, after he broke through to the silver level, there were more magic card slots. His family has equipped him with a very powerful deck, and there is absolutely no problem in defeating Lin Huan. Of course, the premise is that Lin Huan can climb the tower. Brother Lin, why don't you climb the tower? Do you want to wait for everyone to start, and then surpass them all in one fell swoop, so that the wind can't even see their backs? Wow, this plan of yours is really heart-wrenching. Even without opening his eyes, Lin Huan knew it was Li Cheng. As always, she is as rude as ever and loves to lick herself. However, it feels okay once or twice, but it gets boring after too many times. After all, he is a man. Lin Huan didn't even raise his eyelids and said, "You are thinking too much. It's just that the mentor I chose has no other candidates except me, so I don't have to compete with them for ranking." "How do you know there is no one to choose your mentor?" Li Cheng scratched his head. An old man with a slovenly appearance and a strength of only 9 bronze stars. Even Lin Huan could guess it with his feet. No one would choose him except himself. Although Zhang Li was indeed a diamond card master before, the bad thing was that he was a forest attribute diamond card master. As we all know, most card magicians with forest attributes serve as auxiliaries in the team. Usually only talent. Bad people will choose to major in forest attributes, which has led to the scarcity of forest majors in top universities. And choosing this forest attribute major, more than 90% of them are girls. 0. How could they choose a sloppy old man as their mentor? Don't worry about how I know it. If you haven't started climbing the tower yet, aren't you afraid that your chosen mentor will not choose you if he sees that you are so lazy? Lin Huan opened his eyes and asked. Just when Li Cheng was about to speak, a man wearing black cloth with a numb expression came over and said to Lin Huan, "My name is Zhuang Zhang, and I will challenge you at the entrance to the 9th floor. I hope you are not afraid to climb the tower like those people said." After saying that, Zhuang Zhang began to climb the tower. Lin Huan raised his eyebrows and asked Li Cheng on the side, "Who is this chief?" "Brother Lin, don't you pay any attention to other candidates. Li Cheng felt like complaining, but he held it back. This is solemn. He is also a peerless, fierce man. He was not born in an aristocratic family, but with the strength of 9 bronze stars, he overwhelmed all the children of aristocratic families. He won the 3rd place in the assessment. When we were besieging the Weijing ancient tree, he was one of the main forces. Of course, he is still far behind compared to you, Brother Lin. By the way, Brother Lin, I am 9th in this assessment. Ignoring Li Cheng's look of wanting to praise, Lin Huan nodded and closed his eyes again. Seeing this, Li Cheng's expectant face suddenly fell. Seeing Lin Huan's indifferent look, he couldn't help but ask, Brother Lin, are you really not going to climb the tower? Then I went, helpless. Li Cheng had no choice but to start climbing the tower. Now, only Lin Huan is left on the 1st floor. 9 levels of demon ceiling. In addition, all the teachers from the Demon City Academy looked at each other in awe when they saw Lin Huan like this. Why doesn't Lin Huan climb the tower? I heard it was because there was no competition for his choice of mentor, so he was too lazy to climb the tower. You all said how evil Lin is and how many evildoers he is. It made me feel really itchy, so I refused the invitation from the director of the Demon City to come here. As a result, Lin still didn't climb the tower. I'll give it a hammer. Well, if Lin Huan doesn't climb the tower, what else is there to see in the freshman entrance exam? That's right, I came here specifically to see Lin Zhao. Ji Yu Su on the side heard the teacher's complaints and smiled bitterly in his heart. Lin Huan's temperament is completely opposite to that of Zhongli when he was young. It is really difficult for Lin Huan to take the initiative to fight for something. He took out a magic card and said, Classmates, I am Ji Yu Su. In order to make everyone more motivated, I decided that the first one to pass 9 layers of demon ceiling will be rewarded with 10,000 points. The second one will be 9,000 points, and the last 8 will be reduced in half in sequence. Limited time, 1 hour. Although this was said to the magic card, Ji Yu Su's voice sounded in every corner of 9 layers of demon ceiling. 9 levels of demon ceiling. The first level. Lin Huan opened his eyes suddenly when he heard Ji Yu Su's voice. 50,000 points. If he remembered correctly, on the day the assessment ended, he saw on that list, day 200,000 points. If you can get these 50,000 points, you can shorten the distance by a quarter in an instant. Thinking of this, he straightened up. Start climbing the tower. As soon as he stepped onto the stairs from the 1st floor to the 2nd floor, Lin Huan immediately watched the scenery around him begin to change rapidly. The original staircase turned into a narrow corridor. At the end of the corridor, stood an orc who was nearly 3 meters tall, with his arms folded and muscles tangled, looking extremely ferocious. Seeing this, Lin Huan raised his eyebrows. This orc doesn't look like a wild monster, but like a subordinate. In fact, Lin Huan guessed well. 9 levels of demon ceiling is one of Ji Yu Su's signature magic cards. The passages between each floor are actually transformed spaces. They can be large or small, depending on Ji Yu Su's thoughts. It seems that the candidates have entered the passage, but in fact they have just mapped themselves into it. Even if they fail, it will not endanger their lives, but will only make them depressed for a while. Candidates can be mapped into it, and magic cards can also be mapped into it. This time, the tests in the passage are all composed of magic cards. In addition to the most classic subordinate magic cards, skill and equipment magic cards will naturally not be absent, as well as special types of magic cards. These are all candidates need to overcome. Of course, if you only use a single magic card, you will be looking down on these new students. In addition to a single magic card, there will also be a combination of multiple types of magic cards. If you win, you can go to the next floor. If you lose, you will be sent back to the original floor. Seeing that this orc was subordinate, Lin Huan sensed that this orc only had the strength of a bronze 3-star. It should just be for the freshmen to warm up together. After all, there will be no loser who can be admitted to the Magic City Academy who can't defeat even a bronze or 3-star student. Lin Huan's eyes lit up with blue light. He had already used the gift of the storm goddess. He walked forward slowly. When the orc slave saw Lin Huan making a move, he immediately bent his legs and arched his whole body slightly, assuming an offensive posture. Suddenly, The orc stepped into 2 deep pits on the spot, and his figure turned into an afterimage and rushed towards Lin Huan. But he didn't pounce directly, but moved around in the corridor, as if trying to avoid Lin Huan's possible attack. However, Lin 153 Huan ignored it and remained calm. He neither took out the magic card to attack nor stopped. Finally, the orc aimed at the opportunity and found the best attack distance. Shaqi's sharp fangs and claws swooped down at Lin Huan. However, as soon as he got within 3 meters of Lin Huan, his body suddenly turned into pieces and scattered on the ground. The moment the orc slave died, the surrounding scene changed again. When it stopped, Lin Huan found that he had reached the 2nd floor. There is no one on this floor. It seems that passing the training test just now is not difficult for the freshman. Without stopping, he raised his feet and walked towards the passage to the 3rd floor. The scene changes again. This time the scene is no longer a corridor, but a wide and complex terrain. There are bunkers, high and low slopes, water and rocky mountains. And this time the opponent's strength is also bronze 5-star, but instead of 1 flying slave, 1 werewolf slave, and 1 fishman slave. Seeing this, Lin Huan raised his eyebrows. Good guy. Where are these 3 subordinates separated by the corresponding sea, land and air? It took almost the same time as before, and Lin Huan passed the test easily. Without stopping, Lin Huan continued to move to the next level. 9 levels of demon ceiling outside. All the teachers from the Magic City Academy looked at Lin Huan rushing up all the way, with shocked expressions on their faces. Isn't this Lin Huan's performance too exaggerated? None of the 5th level so far has caused him any trouble. I have been working on 9 levels of demon ceiling for more than 10 years, and I have never seen that freshman break through the level so fast. If he continues to maintain this speed, 9 levels of demon ceiling records will all be bumped up to a rather terrifying level by him. Several ministers. Yes, no matter how the attachments, equipment, skills or special magic cards appear in combination, Lin Huan will directly crush them. I really don't know what level Lin Huan's magic level has reached. If we are better than our tutors when we graduate, we will be really embarrassed. Maybe this is a peerless monster. I have a feeling that starting from this Lin Huan will bring the future top picks in the league to a very high level. One of the instructors suddenly expressed emotion. Although the most indispensable thing for top universities is genius. However, there are many difficulties along the way of practice, and the further you go, the harder it gets. Many geniuses had 9 bronze stars and 1 silver star when they entered top universities, but when they graduated, they still failed to break through to gold. As for platinum, there is none. The difficulty of the journey of cultivation is evident. If Lin Huan can break through to the platinum card magician before graduation, then the graduation threshold for the league's top pick will be raised by Lin Huan alone. If we continue at this speed, Lin may not be able to catch up with the first echelon right away, right? Almost. Lu Ruijawangzong's group of leaders is now about to pass the 7th level, and Lin Huan set out an hour later than them and has already reached the 6th level. According to Lin Huan's terrifying speed, he should be able to catch up with them and pass the final level together. It should be possible, but now there is only the last half hour left before the 1 hour the principal said. I don't know if Lin Huan can make it. When Ji Yu-su heard these words, a smile appeared on his face. Although time is very urgent, after catching up with the first echelon, those geniuses who also think highly of themselves will definitely try their best to hinder Lin Huan in order to grab the top 3. However, Ji Yu-su believes it. Lin Huan will definitely bring him a surprise. After all, Ji Yu-su thought that he had been teaching for decades and was a diamond card magician, so he could not be wrong when looking at his students. As a result, during the assessment, he repeatedly looked away at Lin Huan. So this time, he wanted to see what kind of surprise Lin Huan could bring him after 2 months. In particular, Lin Huan has not shown his full strength so far. No one knows how strong Lin Huan is now. 9 levels of demon ceiling, the 8th level. A wave of figures flashed across the road and arrived here first. Immediately behind is a solemn figure. There was not much communication between the two of them, they just found a place to start cultivating each other. They must ensure that they are in the best condition to challenge the final 8th level. Not long after, some figures began to appear here one after another, including Li Cheng. Although 9 levels of demon ceiling is difficult, it is not like the original Alliance assessment, which was very difficult and only a handful of students passed it. The purpose of this freshman entrance exam is to let the tutors see what progress they, the freshmen, have made in the past 2 months. So although it was difficult, more than a dozen people finally reached the 8th floor. On Lu Ruo's side, there were several people gathered around. These people all got together with Lu Ruo when they were on the 1st floor. Brother Lu, what should we do now? Do we have to wait here for that kid to come up? It's not certain whether he dares to come up. Are we really waiting for him here? The first person to pass the 9th level will get 50,000 points. Yes, Brother Lu, even if Lin Huan starts climbing the tower after hearing the principal's words, it is impossible for him to catch up now if he starts an hour later than us, right? Why don't you wait? Look, someone is already ready to challenge the last level. Brother Lu, they are not weak at all. If these people take away the top 3 places, we will lose the points. After hearing what these people said, Lu Ruo's face looked a little uncertain. He was convinced that Lin Huan would definitely be tempted by the 50,000 points, but as they said, Lin Huan set off later than them and would not be able to reach the 8th floor in a short period of time. It is unrealistic to ask these people to wait with you. They were just lured here by the promise of huge profits, but the things they gave were naturally not as good as the points. Points from top universities can only be obtained by hunting monsters. Alliance coins have no value at all in top universities. What should we do now? Wait or wait? Forget it. Just go through the level. Gritting his teeth, Lu Ruo decided decisively. He wanted to cause trouble for Lin Huan. In the final analysis, he just wanted to let Lin Yuki know that Lin Huan only won the top prize due to temporary good luck. He wants to prove to Lin Yuki in the entrance exam that he is stronger than Lin Huan and more worthy of her. But Lin Yuki was recuperating at home and did not come. Even if she defeated Lin Huan, Lin Yuki heard about it and saw it with her own eyes, but the effect would not be the least bit worse. Just when Lu Ruo was about to challenge the last level, she heard a shout of surprise. Brother Lin, you are finally here. Hearing this, Lu Ruo suddenly turned his head. Lin Huan's figure had already appeared on the 8th floor. How is it possible? This Lin Huan climbed the tower an hour later than us, and now he has reached the 8th floor. A loser next to Lu Ruo said with wide eyes and an expression of disbelief on his face. It took us more than an hour to reach this level. It only took Lin Huan 20 minutes to catch up. Someone swallowed hard and said. As people who have experienced it, they naturally know how difficult this 9-level demon ceiling is. They tried their best to reach the 8th floor in just over an hour and stood out from more than 100 freshmen. As a result, Lin Huan's climbing speed was only a quarter of theirs. Did you fly up directly? Everyone was shocked by Lin Huan's terrifying speed. Seeing that everyone on his side was shocked by the sudden appearance of Lin Huan, Lu Ruo said in a deep voice, "Don't be fooled by this Lin Huan. We didn't set off an hour ahead of him at all. Lin Huan must have followed us directly after watching us leave, instead of setting off after hearing Ji Yu's words." After hearing Lu Ruo's words, everyone suddenly realized. So that's it. At first, they all thought that Lin Huan started climbing the tower after hearing Ji Yu say that there was a point reward. In this case, they were indeed 1 hour ahead. But if Lin Huan followed them and started climbing the tower, they would only be ahead by more than 10 minutes. Thinking about it this way, the gap between him and Lin Huan is much smaller. They feel much more accepting of it. 2. If Lin Huan's climbing speed is 4 times as fast as theirs, wouldn't Lin Cheng have to go straight to the sky? Seeing that the mentality of the people he had won over had returned to normal, Lu Ruo also looked at Lin Huan and sneered. Lin Huan, you should take advantage of now to enjoy your final champion aura. Once inside, everyone will know that I, Lu Ruo, am the real genius. Exclamation mark. Let's go in first. Lu Ruo waved his hand and led his lackeys into the final level. The other candidates didn't move when they saw this. They were all watching Lin Huan's reaction. The other side. Brother Lin, you still said that you didn't want to kill people and kill people. Seeing Li Cheng approaching with a strange look on his face, Lin Huan felt disgusted in his heart and calmly stayed away from him. I didn't pay attention to what he said. He couldn't say that he wanted to climb the tower because he thought he could get 50,000 points for first place. Lin Huan, I, Zhuangzong, did not misjudge you. You are here after all. How about it? Compare it to see if he can clear the Chu Fengmo level in the first time. On the side, Zhuangzong also walked over. Lin Huan shrugged, it doesn't matter. That being the case, let's get started. After Lin Huan and the others started to walk in, other candidates followed. The scene in front of me changed rapidly. After calming down, Lin Huan could clearly see what the last level looked like this time. This space is not big, just like an ordinary wilderness, but there is a 1,000-foot mountain in front of you. No need to say more. The test content of this last level is naturally mountain climbing. Just when Lin Huan was about to start, a cage formed by golden light suddenly appeared, locking Lin Huan in it, separating him from Li Cheng solemnly. Brother Lin, Li Cheng exclaimed. Zhuangzhong's eyes were full of solemnity. He pushed away 2 steps and reached out to grab a broad knife as wide as a door panel. Ha ha ha, the top scholar fell into my trap just like that. Is that it? 7 people walked out from the side, and the leader was Lu Ruo. Lu Ruo, you're a piece of shit. Li Cheng saw Lu Ruo and understood that he was up to something. He immediately took out a magic card and wanted to rush forward. Li Cheng, come back. There was a loud shout behind him, and Li Cheng suddenly stopped. When he turned around, he saw Lin Huan tearing open the light cage that trapped him and walking out. Brother Lin, Li Cheng said with a look of reluctance. Return. Helpless, Li Cheng had to retreat behind Lin Huan. Not far away, Lu Ruo's pupils shrank suddenly when she saw Lin Huan casually breaking the trap they had prepared. Lin Huan's strength far exceeded his expectations. However, when Lin Huan caught up in less time than them, he was mentally prepared. He took 2 steps forward and said with a sinister smile to Lin Huan, although you are very strong, there are 7 of us here. No matter what, you can't kill us. This was his initial plan. If he couldn't defeat Lin Huan one-on-one, then he would do it together. He must let Lin Yuqi hear the news of Lin Huan's defeat at his hands. Really, I want to try. Seeing Lu Ruo's confident expression, Lin Huan smiled. He had just asked Li Cheng to come back, so he was not afraid. But since these people gave him such a big gift, he naturally wanted to return it with his own hands. I really don't know if you really have the confidence or if you are really stupid. Hearing Lin Huan's words, Lu Ruo sneered. If you can slow him down to enter the 8th floor, you will naturally be the best among the freshmen. Lin Huan is so loud that he wants to challenge 7. Then he will make Lin Huan pay for this arrogant idea. Just when the 2 sides were at war with each other, the remaining freshmen on the 8th floor also came in. As soon as they came in, they found that the number 1 scholar and Lu Yao, a member of the aristocratic family, were having an affair. They were overjoyed. While the 2 were fighting, they ran away. Wouldn't those 50,000 points belong to you? Just as they were making up their minds and starting to take action, a blue wall of wind blocked them in front of them. Everyone, I advise you to wait for me to finish them off, and don't think about running away, otherwise. These candidates suddenly turned around and glared at Lin Huan. Lin Huan, do you really think you are invincible? That's right. If there are 7 of them on the road, don't you dare to provoke us. Are you afraid of adding us? Lin Huan said lightly. So what if you are included? When the freshmen heard this, they immediately laughed angrily. Okay, I'll let you see in what we should do. After saying that, they all took out their magic cards and prepared to deal with Lin Huan together with Lu Ruo and the others. Brother Lin, you are crazy. There are 15 of them in total. Li Cheng was shocked when he saw that Lin Huan was not willing to let the other freshmen go even if they were not satisfied with Lu Ruo. On the side, Solemnly also had doubts in his eyes. In his eyes, Lin Huan's behavior is no different from seeking death. Doesn't Lin Huan want those 50,000 points? Don't want to be the number 1 freshman? Or does he really have the strength? The confidence? In the eyes of everyone, Lin Huan smiled when he heard Li Cheng's words. He naturally knew that Li Cheng was worried about him, but Li Cheng didn't know. Among these 15 people, except for 4 people with 1 silver star, the rest are all 9-star bronze people. Just like this, he, who was a silver 2-star just 2 months ago, was able to hang up and whip 5 people. What's more, after 2 months, his strength broke through again, and his magic level reached 4 silver stars. Beating them won't be a problem anymore. He smiled at Li Cheng and said, "You'd better stay away, lest my attack affects you later." Crazy, crazy. Li Cheng shook his head and muttered a few words, then retreated far away. 15 against each other. What does Lin Huan want to do? He doesn't really think he can beat 15 people by himself, does he? 9 levels of demon ceiling outside, a teacher couldn't help but ask. If he really had this strength, why would he be a freshman? He would just skip a grade and compete with senior students. Those 15 people, even if they are all bronze 9 stars, are enough for Lin Huan to drink a pot. Not to mention there are a few silver card magicians among them. I'm afraid he may have grown in size right after he became the top pick. Later, he will suffer from these 15 people, which will just temper his temper. When the teachers outside heard Lin Huan's shameless words, they all felt that he was too arrogant. Pick 15. This is not a fight against 15 ordinary monsters. Rather, they are 15 geniuses with extraordinary talents, possessing high-quality magic cards, who were killed among countless students in the Alliance. Even Ji Yu-su was confused by Lin Huan's decision. But he knew that Lin Huan was definitely not a reckless person. This can be seen during the assessment. Is he really sure of defeating these 15 people? When this idea came up, even Ji Yu-su's eyelids twitched. If it was 2 months ago, Lin Huan would really be possible. After all, at that time, he was the only one among the many candidates who was a silver-level card magician. But now, if nothing else, Lu Ruo alone can be sure that he has also reached the silver level. Silver card magician and bronze card magician are 2 completely different concepts. What's more, among these 15 people, there are fully 4 silver magic card masters. Lin Huan wants to win unless there is another breakthrough in the past 2 months, and it cannot be just 1 star, it must be at least 2. But it's too difficult. There are nearly 100 million students in the Alliance taking the college entrance examination every year, and the top 10 universities recruit only a little over 1,000 students each year. The students who come out of this strict screening rate are all top geniuses. However, the proportion of these top geniuses who achieved gold upon graduation was less than 5%. For 4 years, these 5 stars of Baiyan stopped 95% of the students. It is almost impossible to break through 2 stars in 2 months. However, if the target is Lin Huan, Ji Yu-su thinks this is possible. After all, Lin Huan once practiced from black iron 9 stars to silver in 3 months. Created a new record for Alliance assessment. So Ji Yu-su decided to look forward to it. The teachers and principal outside were all looking at Lin Huan, and the dozen or so freshmen inside were all looking at Lin Huan. Lin Huan, Lin Huan, you are really seeking your own death. Looking at Lin Huan surrounded by 15 people, Lu Ruo almost laughed out loud. Originally there were only 7 of them, Lin Huan might be able to hold on for a while. But he committed suicide and blocked the other 8 freshmen. Facing 15 people at once, I really feel like I can't die fast enough. Use all your strongest attacks on me. Lu Ruo yelled. The 6 people who followed him all used their strongest methods. Although the other 8 people are not Lu Ruo's people, the positions of both parties are the same now, and they don't mind following Lu Ruo. They also took out their own magic cards to activate. Suddenly, lights of different colors lit up in every direction Lin Huan faced. There are skill magic cards, special magic cards, subordinate attacks, and attacks from equipment. Seeing it, Lin Huan was about to be overwhelmed by the various colors of rays of light. Seeing this scene, Lu Ruo smiled coldly. The combined power of the full blow of these 15 people was greater than the combined power of 23 people during the assessment 2 months ago. If nothing else, the silver combat power between them was unprecedented. If the ancient elite tree at that time had resisted forcefully, it would have been bombarded to pieces. Not to mention Lin Huan. Then, he saw Lin Huan calmly throw out 3 magic cards in the face of such a critical situation. Even if you take out 30 magic cards at once, they can't save you right now. Lu Ruo was feeling proud and looked at it casually. After seeing the light emanating from the 3 magic cards, his eyes suddenly widened with disbelief. How is it possible? He actually has 3 legendary magic cards. I am a member of the Lu family in Tiandu City. The family wanted me to win the top spot in the league for the Lu family again, so they gave me an extra legendary magic card. This Lin Huan is just a commoner, but he has 3 legendary magic cards, one more than me. Why? However, Lin Huan couldn't hear these words. He grabbed the 3 magic cards and the magic power surged in his hands. These 3 magic cards suddenly turned into 3 masses of orange light. One turned into a wind demon dragon, and the other got into Lin Huan's body, giving him the power of the storm. But this last ball attached to Lin Huan's left hand, setting his entire left hand on fire. Legendary magic card. Raise fire to the sky. Magic card name, raising fire to burn the sky. Type, skill magic card. Attribute, fire system. Quality, legendary. Effect, after the card magician merges into this magic card, he can release the sky-burning flames, which are hot enough to melt brass. Tip, this skill card can be used in conjunction with the wind skill card to further enhance its power. This is the first time he used this new legendary magic card today. It's best to cope with this situation. Wind Demon Dragon. Lin Huan shouted. The Wind Demon Dragon in midair suddenly understood, took a bite and spit out its breath suddenly. It is Feng Melong's signature skill, Feng Mo Ba. In the past, Lin Huan had let Feng Melong use his skills alone, but this time he faced a combined attack from 15 alliance geniuses. It is impossible for the Wind Demon Dragon alone to defeat them. Therefore, this time he does not plan to let Feng Melong play alone. He raised his hands, green air flow gathered in the palm of his right hand, and flames rose in the palm of his left hand. Exclamation mark. 2 bullets, one green and one red, shot out from the palm of his hand, but these 2 bullets were not a 3-line attack with the Wind Demon roar. Instead, they gathered together and turned into an unrivaled torrent of wind and fire that swallowed up all the attacking rays of light around them. And after all the offensive attacks of these 15 people were consumed, the power remained unabated. On the contrary, as the distance advances at any time, the fire takes advantage of the wind, and the wind assists the power of the fire, and the scale becomes larger and larger. When it pressed on the heads of Lu Ruona's 15 freshmen, it seemed like a fire that covered the sky. I want to resist, but I am unable to resist. I want to escape, but I can't. Lu Ruo could only utter the word, no, and his voice suddenly stopped. While waiting for the terrifying attack to completely dissipate, the hundreds of feet of land in front of them had already become scorched earth. Lu Ruo and the other 15 people have all disappeared. Lin Huan knew that although this was a fatal offensive, they would not die in the 9 levels of demon ceiling. And it is very possible to think about passing the last level and come in again. So, he sat there and waited for them to come in for the second time. Far away, Li Cheng and Zhuang Zhang both looked at the scorched earth for a moment, their hearts shaking. Swallowing hard, Li Cheng said with a sore throat, "Hey, Zhuang Zhang, did we read it correctly? My brother Lin is so awesome, he defeated 15 people by himself. And he killed him instantly." Zhuang Zhang on the side did not speak. Although his face was expressionless, his eyes kept fluctuating violently. This scene obviously exceeded his expectation. Lin Huan's scene of 15 seconds shocked not only the 2 of them, but also the group of teachers outside. I read that right. This Lin Huan actually defeated these 15 people. Shouldn't you pay attention to the fact that Lin Huan has 3 legendary magic cards? You didn't tell me, I haven't noticed yet. This Lin Huan actually has 3 legendary magic cards. More than the children of Lu Ruo's family. What kind of family is this? The information shows that he was born as a civilian. Only 1 legendary magic card was drawn during the magic card activation ceremony in high school. I don't know how the other 2 were obtained. I suspect that there may be someone behind Lin Huan. Mysterious organization. Not only did the teachers nod in agreement with this conjecture, but Ji Yuan also agreed with this conjecture in his heart. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain why Lin Huan, a civilian family, has so many legendary magic cards. Moreover, Ji Yusu also knew that Lin Huan actually had not just 3 legendary magic cards, but 4. He remembers it clearly. Lin Huan's slave of unknown race is also of legendary quality. He didn't believe that Lin Huan didn't have the support of a big force. However, these things don't matter. The most important thing now is that Lin Huan is a student of his Magic City Academy. And Ji Yu-su is quite satisfied with Lin Huan's performance. Although such a terrifying attack seemed to be due to 3 legendary magic cards, how could Lin Huan's true strength be hidden from his sophisticated vision? Lin Huan is definitely as strong as a silver Samsung. If such a monstrous genius enters the Magic City Forest Department, maybe the Magic City Forest College will really prosper again because of Lin Huan. The problem of the Red Sand Secret Realm has also been solved. Now that Lin Huan defeated those 15 freshmen, why didn't he start walking up the mountain instead of just sitting there? He doesn't want to guard the door and prevent Lu Ruo and the dozen or so people from passing this final hurdle, right? Don't tell me, this is really possible. I like this temperament. Just as Ji Yu-su was enjoying the future, he was suddenly interrupted by the sound of discussion behind him. He looked up towards Lin Huan and saw Lin Huan sitting at the entrance of the last level. Is it really what those teachers said? Gusu was a little surprised. Judging from Lin Huan's thoughts when he first climbed the tower, he was not such a vengeful person. However, it would be nice if that were the case. Lest a young man who is in his youth have no vitality at all. When you encounter something uncomfortable, you should make yourself comfortable. Lin Huan looked at Lu, and if they were unhappy, he should kill them to make them afraid. Fang Zhenglu would not have died if they were in the 9 layers of demon ceiling. As for what to do if Lu Ruo felt unhappy, Ji Yu-su didn't think about it at all. Now the importance of Lin Huan in his heart has completely exceeded the total of the 15 freshmen combined. What's more, if you feel unhappy and can't fight, who can you blame? If you feel uncomfortable, practice hard. If one day in the future, one of these students works hard to surpass Lin Huan, he would like to challenge Lin Huan to vent his frustration at that time. Gusu will also not stop it. But that future may never happen. Look, Lu Ruo and the others are starting to break through again. 9 levels of demon ceiling, the 8th level. Lu Ruo looked a little downcast when she saw this. The crowd shouted, "Don't be afraid, it was just that we were not prepared enough." Then Lin Huan only has a small attack power. As long as we dodge and use our full strength, can't 15 of us defeat him? As long as we can defeat Lin Huan, we can compete for those 50,000 points. When the points were mentioned, a group of people suddenly became energetic again. That's right, as long as we defeat Lin Huan, we can get those 50,000 points. Come, I don't believe it. We are both freshmen, and the gap between us can be so big. Seeing that he had simply used points to seduce them, this group of people wanted to rush in. Lu Ruo's lips curved into a disdainful smile. With 14 of them, Lu Ruo once again entered the final level. As soon as they landed, they saw Lin Huan looking at them with a smile, without saying a word, and the sky-burning fire just hit them back. Lu Ruo growled in anger. He did not expect that Lin Huan would ambush them just like they ambushed Lin Huan at the beginning. Come on, I don't believe that Lin Huan can still be guarding the door. However, this time, except for the 6 people who accepted his benefits, the other 8 people did not follow him. Seeing this, Lu Ruo gritted his teeth and rushed in again with these 6 people. He entered aggressively, but it took less than 10 seconds. They were beaten back by Lin Huan for the second time. Lu Ruo still wanted to rush, but as a result, this time even the people who had taken advantage of him and promised to help him with Lin Huan did not want to go in. One of them kindly advised, "Brother Lu, don't go in. Lin Huan won the top prize because of the real deal, not just luck. You can't beat him. Fart, if you're scared, don't call me." Lu Ruo didn't want to admit it at all to this person. "You're not going, right? I'm going alone." Lu Ruo once again entered the final level. But this time it only took a second before he was beaten back. "Forget it, Brother Lu, accept the reality." Lu Ruo didn't call him Fart this time. In addition to the initial siege, he had been killed 4 times by Lin Huan. The spirit has already reached a point of sluggishness. He looked around the 8th floor. I found that everyone's face was slightly distorted, as if they had suffered pain. And the 6 people on my side are obviously in more pain than the other 8. This Lin Huan single-handedly defeated all 15 of us. Lu Ruo laughed miserably. Suddenly he fell to the ground. Although he was mentally exhausted, his eyes were still open, full of reluctance. Seeing this, Ji Yu-su knew that the results of this entrance exam were almost out. Because, there are only 10 minutes left before the 1 hour he set. 10 minutes later, Lin Huan passed the last level and climbed to the 5th floor. But for some reason, after more than half an hour, Li Cheng and Zhuang Zhang failed to pass the last level and enter the 9th floor. Seeing this, Ji Yu-su knew that these two people had given up their rankings and points. If we delay any longer, the final result will not change. So he released all the freshmen in the 9 layers of demon ceiling and announced to all the candidates. This year's number 1 freshman at Magic City Academy, Lin Huan. Also, he was the first and only person to clear the level within an hour. I decided to award all the points from the original 2nd and 3rd places to him. As soon as these words came out, the whole place was in an uproar. Chapter 71. Principal, isn't this appropriate? You gave me nearly 100,000 points at once. Normally, you can only get this by killing a 9-star silver monster. A total of 90,000 points. Many people have finished the 1st grade, but their total points are not that many, Principal. All the teachers from the Demon City Academy had some opinions when they heard this. But Ji Yu-su stopped their discussion with a wave of his hand. No need to say more, I have decided that special geniuses need special treatment. Besides, I have said it in front of everyone, do you want me to regret it? As soon as he said this, all the teachers behind him also stopped talking. In fact, Ji Yu-su also thought about this decision for a while. Although 90,000 points may not be enough for an average freshman to save in a year. But for Lin Huan, it doesn't take long to accumulate 90,000 points. Points for top universities can only be obtained by hunting monster beasts. Generally speaking, a 9-star bronze monster is worth 1,000 points, and a 1-star silver monster is worth 5,000 points. But when actually calculating points, students' own strength must be used as the anchor point. For example, if Lin Huan is now at the silver 3-star level, if he hunts the bronze 9-star monster, he will only have 10 points instead of 1,000 points. In other words, if the level and strength of the monster you hunt is lower than yours, then the monster is not worth any points. On the contrary, if the monster you hunt has a higher level and strength than you, the points will be higher. Based on Lin Huan's current strength, hunting a 5-star silver monster would cost him 1,000 points. For Lin Huan, who had used at least 4 legendary magic cards, the 5-star silver monsters had already reached the level where he could kill them instantly. 90,000 points are just 90 silver 5-star monsters. Ji Yu-su remembered that when Lin Huan was choosing a school 2 months ago, he specifically asked for a list of rare items from top universities. It seemed that they had taken a fancy to something in the Magic City Academy, so the group finally chose the Yangdu Academy. That being the case, he wouldn't mind letting Lin Huan move faster. He wanted to see as soon as possible the day when the forestry department of the Magic City University would prosper because of Lin Huan. There is also the issue of the Red Sand Secret Realm, which is a sharp sword hanging over the entire Demon City. If Lin could become stronger 1 day earlier, he would be able to solve the problem of the Red Sand Secret Realm 1 day earlier. As soon as Ji Yu-su's decision was confirmed, Lin Huan immediately received envious looks. The students below all looked at Lin Huan in the front row with envy. A total of 90,000 points. If they save, it may take them a year and a half. But Lin Huan just took the entrance exam and got 90,000 points in just 2 or 3 hours. How not to make them jealous? Lin Huan didn't care about all the envious, jealous and hateful looks behind him. He was just a little surprised by Ji Yu-su's decision. At the last level, if Zhuang Zhang and Li Cheng followed him through the level, they would have finished 2nd or 3rd place without anyone blocking them. However, Zhuang Zhang felt that he was not worthy of the 2nd place, so he did not break through. As for Li Cheng, he shamelessly wanted to follow, but was stopped by the Lord. So in the end, he was the only one who reached the 9th floor. Unexpectedly, Ji Yu-su gave him all the points from 1st, 2nd and 3rd place. This was an unexpected surprise. These 90,000 points, plus more than 50,000 points obtained during the assessment at that time. Now, he only has less than 60,000 yuan left to obtain Tianchun water. Okay, classmates, the entrance exam is over. Now you can go back to your respective dormitories. Afternoon, your student ID cards will be updated with your tutor information. Tomorrow, report to your respective instructors, and they will tell you all kinds of information about the Demon City Academy. Finally, Magic City Academy welcomes you again. After saying these words, Yu and the teachers flew away. The freshmen in the trial square also began to leave in 2s and 3s. The exit to the square is behind the freshmen, so the students in the front row are naturally the slowest to leave. Before Lu Ruo left, he looked at Lin Huan coldly for a second, the jealousy in his eyes undisguised. But Lin Huan simply ignored him. Just as he was about to leave, Li Cheng suddenly ran over and said, "Brother Lin is awesome. He is the number 1 freshman. He also got a total of 90,000 points. Fortunately, I didn't think about going up at that time, otherwise. You didn't want to go up. If it weren't for me stopping you, you wouldn't have shamelessly followed Lin Huan up there, right?" Just when Li Cheng was about to start licking, Zhuang Zhang suddenly spoke and interrupted him. "Dignity, you fart, I clearly." Ignoring Li Cheng's anger, Zhuang Zhang walked directly to Lin Huan and said, "Lin Huan, before, I felt that I was an amazing talent, and I didn't even pay attention to the children of those aristocratic families. I don't think I'm any worse than you. But, this time in the entrance exam, you let me know why you are the top pick in the league and I am only 3rd. Thank you for making me understand that I'm just a frog in a well." When he said these words, Zhuangzong's heart was burning with fire. Today's events made him completely understand how ridiculous his previous thoughts were. He thought he was a genius, but he didn't know he was just a useless frog. Now, he got to know himself again, decided to target Lin Huan, and began to train himself harder. After saying this, he left directly. Looking at his back, Lin Huan praised in his heart. This solemn person is indeed a man of amazing talent and beauty. If he hadn't met me, he would have been the favorite to be the number 1 pick in the league. Is this kind of person the 3rd in the league? Then who is the monster 2nd? Just when he wanted to ask Li Chengji if he knew who was 2nd in the league this time, Li Cheng spoke before him. "Brother Lin, are you going to gamble with cards? I spent 200,000 there yesterday and made a total of 700,000. You can definitely make money if you follow me to gamble on cards." Shaking his head, Lin Huan refused again. Card gambling is really not interesting to him. "Okay, then I'll go alone." Li Cheng shook his head and expressed regret for Lin Huan's refusal. Interrupted by Li Chengyi, Lin Huan also forgot to ask about the 2nd place in the league. He returned to his dormitory and continued to practice. The next day, after asking several people, Lin Huan spent more than half an hour and finally arrived at the Forest Academy. There is no way, this forest college is too remote, located at the edge of the Magic City Academy. It's a bit far from the dormitory where he lives. When he came to Forestry College, Lin Huan found that Forestry College occupies a much smaller area than other colleges. Even the most important magic card training ground has only 1, while other colleges have 3 starting points. Moreover, this training ground looks a bit deserted, unlike other colleges where colleges use magic cards to practice. It seems that the situation of the Forest College is much worse than I imagined. Lin Huan shook his head, and under the guidance of a sweeping lady, he found Zhang Li in the most remote place in the Forest Academy. At this time, Zhang Li was just like an ordinary old farmer, taking care of a garden. It may not be accurate to say that it is a garden, because the yard covers an area of several hundred square meters. The plants planted are also unique in their own way. Some look like weeds, dark in color, but have big mouths, like evil wolves, swallowing up an insect that happens to fly by. Some are shaped like Ganoderma lucidum and are as tall as a person. They exude divine brilliance and illuminate the surroundings into a brilliant scene. Zhang Li, on the other hand, seemed to be patrolling his people, wandering around this huge garden at will. "Is this Zhang Li, my professor?" Lin Huan slowly approached this magical garden, and the cold voice sounded in his heart. Tip. Tianjing root detected. Tianjing root is still in an immature state. Close black lens bracket. Tianjingen. Hearing this voice, Lin Huan was a little stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that there was a material here that Felice needed for her promotion. "Do you also know Tianjingen?" Suddenly, a voice sounded nearby. Lin Huan was horrified and looked towards the place where the sound came from. However, Zhang Li was already close at some point. Is this the former diamond card master? It was actually able to approach me silently, if it were a silver and gold one. It is absolutely impossible to get close to me without being discovered by me. Are you Lin Huan, this year's #1 pick in the league and the #1 freshman? Lin Huan bowed slightly and said, yes, Teacher Zhang. Seeing this, Zhang Li nodded, with a satisfied smile on his face. Yes, you can know the Tianjing route. It seems that you have also worked hard on the attributes of the forest. After opening his mouth, Lin Huan finally gave up explaining. He can't tell Zhang Li that he actually doesn't know anything about Tianjingen. This is actually what the system told me. What, is Tianjingen useful to you today? Looking at Zhang Li's confused look, Lin Huan nodded. Zhang Li pondered for a while and then Taguchi said. It will take another year for the net route to fully mature today, so if you can break through to the gold level within a year, and let Forest College win the first place in this semester's college ranking battle, I will give you this heavenly net route, how about it? No problem. Without a trace of hesitation, Lin nodded fiercely, fearing that Zhang Li would regret it if he agreed just 1 second later. You agreed without even asking what the Academy ranking tournament is. Seeing Lin Huan being so decisive, Zhang Li couldn't help but ask. No matter what it is, since I promised it, I will definitely do it. As for Tianjingen, Lin Huan is determined to get it. Even if he is asked to fight the Golden Monster in this Academy ranking match, he will definitely go. It's very good, it has a bit of my style back then. A person who becomes the #1 scholar should be so energetic. Ha ha ha. Zhang Li laughed twice, then stopped and said to Lin Huan, the so-called college ranking competition is actually to compare the points earned by students at the end of the semester. You can earn points both on and off campus. Within a semester, the points earned by all students in the college will be added up to produce a ranking. This ranking determines how much funding the college will receive in the next semester. The lower the ranking, the less funding the school will approve. On the contrary, the higher the ranking, the higher the funding will naturally be. Forest College used to be at the bottom. If it had been 30 years ago. Suddenly, Zhang Li's tone dropped. Seeing this, Lin Huan also knew that the old man in front of him must be very disappointed at this time. After all, the Forest College in his hands back then was the strongest among the top 10 universities. But as he fell from a diamond card magician to a strength that even silver does not have now, the standard of Forest College is about to drop to the level of a first-class university. By the way, teacher, you just said that you can earn points in school. How do you get them? Lin Huan asked. How to get it? Hunt monsters. You haven't been to the school for a few days, and you still don't know that each of our schools has its own space rift, right? Hearing this, Lin suddenly felt a little ashamed. In the past few days since he came, he only stayed in the dormitory to practice whenever he had free time. He didn't expect that every college in the Magic City Academy has its own space crack. This should be Ji Yusu's handiwork. If Lin Huan remembers correctly, Ji Yusu is particularly famous for using a special type of card magician. 99% of card magicians fight using subordinate, equipment, and skill magic cards. But Gusu is rare, but he uses special magic cards to fight. Most of his magic cards are related to one attribute, which is space. That's why Ji Yusu was able to move the spatial rift directly to the Demon City Academy. None of the other Diamond Nuo's magic card masters have this ability. This is an ability unique to Ji Yusu. Okay, aren't the freshmen going to the magic card deck public class right away? You should go to and be here at 8 o'clock the day after tomorrow. Yes, master. Bowing to Wei Zhongli again, Lin Huan left here. Half an hour later, Magic City Public Class Martial Arts Arena. Lin Huan successfully entered it after paying 100 points. A middle-aged woman who looked to be in her 30s or 40s stood on a platform. There was a huge orange light curtain behind her, reflecting her figure on it. It's a bit like the big screen feeling when giving speeches in previous lives. 10 minutes later, the door to the martial arts arena was closed. The teacher coughed twice, and when all the students looked over, she started her lecture. Magic card deck is a profound knowledge. Generally speaking, if an 8-star bronze card magician faces a 9-star bronze monster, if the quality of the magic card is ordinary, it will lose. If it is rare, it will be slightly inferior. If it is heroic, it will be evenly matched. Bright. Of course, if the quality of the monster itself is high, the quality of the magic cards required for battle will also increase accordingly. All the candidates nodded. This is basically the common sense of the alliance. But usually, we will use other magic cards. For example, summoning 2 slaves, or using a skill equipment. However, this way of using Luca only remains at the most superficial level. Still using the example just now, if you know how to match the deck, even if it is just 2 ordinary quality magic cards, an 8-star bronze card magician can be on par with, or even beat, a 9-star bronze monster. This is the meaning of the magic card deck. It allows all card magicians to choose a set of more powerful magic cards to fight monsters from the limited magic cards. No more nonsense, let's just demonstrate on the spot. After the teacher finished speaking, he waved his hand. The scene in the entire martial arts arena suddenly changed. Seeing this scene, Lin Huan couldn't help but marvel at Gu Su's power again. The martial arts arenas of top universities are not the kind of places where soldiers were trained in ancient times. The card magician's martial arts arena is itself a magic card. Just like the passage in 9 Layers of Demon Ceiling, it has the ability to shape space at will. Now, the martial arts arena has turned into a Gobi desert. A tall humanoid monster whose whole body was made of stone stood not far away. As soon as the stone man monster saw someone here, he roared and rushed straight over. But no one present was worried at all. This monster is called the Gobi Stone Monster, and it is a bronze 9-star monster. High defense, high strength, slow speed. Although most of the freshmen present could not break through the Gobi Stone Monster's defense, the Gobi Stone Monster's speed could not catch up with them. What's more, this is a monster summoned by the teacher, so she naturally won't sit idly by. Sure enough, the Gobi Stone Monster didn't move a few steps when he heard the teacher's voice. I think everyone will have a headache when they see the Gobi Stone Monster under normal circumstances, right? Except for some special magic cards and some sword-like equipment magic cards, it is difficult to break through the defense of the Gobi Stone Monster. However, if you use a rare slave, Fire Flower, and a rare skill card, Ice Blowing Wind, you can easily break through the Gobi Stone Monster's defense. After saying that, the teacher directly threw out 2 magic cards that exuded a faint green light. One of the magic cards turned into a flower over 1 meter tall, which looked like a sunflower but was completely red in color. The other magic card turned into a ball of fine ice crystals, which looked like flakes under the refraction of the sun, and then the ice crystals blew angrily towards the Gobi Stone Monster in the distance. Within a few seconds, the Gobi Stone Monster's khaki body was covered in blue frost, and its originally slow speed was now like a turtle crawling. Fire Flower, Fire Seed. Hearing the sound, the flower disc of the tall hot flower suddenly lit up with a hazy red light, and then shot out sparks like a machine gun. Ba bang bang. The fire seeds hit the Gobi Stone Monster, and Gobi Bu Gaunt's originally hard body was now cracked with cracks as if it were the Emperor's land. It exploded into rubble under the subsequent fire seeds. As you can see, although this is a simple application of common sense, you often only focus on the strength of the magic card itself when using the magic card, and ignore the cooperation between the magic card and the magic card. Actually, to put it bluntly, there is nothing rare about the magic card deck. It is nothing more than combining the limited magic cards to create the most powerful deck. Of course, after reaching a certain level, you need to focus on the individual magic cards themselves and discover the detailed attributes of the individual magic cards to make better combinations. However, this requires a considerable reserve of magic card knowledge. Just take it step by step. Hearing these words, Lin Huan nodded thoughtfully below. He could clearly see that in order to make his demonstration more convincing, the teacher deliberately suppressed his magic level to 8 bronze stars, 1 star lower than the Gobi Stone Monster. Then he used these 2 most common magic cards to defeat the stronger Gobi Stone Monster. Just 2 rare quality magic cards can easily defeat the Gobi Stone Monster, which is 1 star higher than it. Then if you equip yourself with a set of legendary card packs, how powerful will it be? Lin Huan felt a little expectant in his heart. At this moment, the teacher suddenly said, "Okay, That's it for today's theoretical part, now let's start the practical exercise. Come on, two classmates have a battle, and then I will find out your shortcomings. As soon as these words came out, all the freshmen present were eager to give it a try. But when I think about going on stage, I will be pointed out by the teacher and watched by all my classmates. It would be a bit embarrassing if the performance was not good. So no one present raised their hands. Are there no classmates who want to play? Then I will order someone. As he said that, the teacher on the stage casually named two people. What a coincidence, one of them is Lin Huan. Seeing this, Lin Yi had no choice but to go to the stage. I don't know if it was a coincidence, or the teacher also watched the entrance examination at that time, and the other person turned out to be Lu Ruo. Hey, I was so casual, and I actually named our number 1 freshman and Lu Ruo. Seeing these two people, the teacher also smiled strangely. After practice, the conflict between Lin Huan and Lu Ruo can be said to be known to everyone. The duel between these two people is definitely more interesting than the duel between the other two students AIEG. Come on, there are 10 cards in each of these 2 card boxes. These 20 magic cards are different. Each of you has a card box, and then you can pick 2 magic cards for a duel. Is that okay? The teacher walked up to Lin Huan and Lu Ruo, spread out his hands, and placed 2 card boxes on them. The card pack is used to hold the blank magic cards for drawing cards, while the card box is used to hold the drawn magic cards. Tisk, tisk, Lin Huan, I'm afraid he's going to fall into trouble in Lu Ruoli this time. What do you mean? Do you think Lin Huan will lose? If it's a secret realm adventure or a ring fight, this road can't be compared to even one of Lin Huan's fingers. But this time the competition is about the understanding of the deck. Lu Ruo comes from a family with a powerful magic card master. He has been learning about magic cards since he was a child. Although his cooperation with magic cards is not very good, but definitely much better than Lin Huan. Lin Huan is from a commoner background like us. He may have only learned the concept of magic card decks in this class. How can he compare to Lu Ruo? As he spoke, the man sighed and shook his head. Like Lin Huan, he was born as a commoner, and Lin Zhao won the championship by crushing him during the assessment. All the civilians were angry. But now that he was going to be defeated by Lu Ruo, he was a little depressed. What do you think? Lin Huan will lose 100% of the time. Don't say 100%, let's say 99%. It doesn't matter if we lose, Lin Huan is the number 1 pick and the number 1 freshman, so we should suppress his momentum. I've learned this too. Unfortunately, it's not me who faces Lin Huan. Otherwise, losing to me would be better than losing to a kid from an aristocratic family. Bah, if you want to take advantage of Lin Huan's name, just say it. Why are you pretending? I won't pretend, I wish it was me who was competing with Lin Huan now. Lin Huan and Lu Ruo's duel again caused a lot of discussion among the freshmen. On the stage, Lu Ruo grabbed a card box and looked at Lin Huan coldly. Lin Huan, in terms of magic power level, you are indeed very good, but in terms of the combination of magic card decks, I will use you 10 times. Even the lecturer is not optimistic about Lin Huan. He handed the remaining card box to Lin Huan, patted Lin Huan on the shoulder, and comforted, relax, one game can't prove anything, just remember what I just said, and you can gain something. She almost said the words, it's okay if you lose, outright. Lin Huan took the card box and smiled at the teacher with relief. Although everyone thought he would lose, he didn't think so himself. First of all, if this player has character weaknesses, is petty-minded, and has no sense of measure, he must be thinking about how to pick the 2 most powerful cards to defeat him neatly. Therefore, the 2 cards he chooses will definitely focus on offense. Then you can choose to defend and counterattack. Once Lu Ruo's fierce attack fails to work, he will definitely become impatient. At that time, it will be time to counterattack. Secondly, although Lu Ruo is a child of an aristocratic family and has learned the relevant knowledge about this magic card since he was a child, this does not mean that he knows all the magic cards. Even if he does, he may not be familiar with all the magic cards. As for Lin Huan himself, although he doesn't know these 10 magic cards, he has a system. As his eyes moved, all the detailed information of these 10 magic cards appeared before his eyes. If you want to defeat Lu Ruo, you must choose a magic card that can withstand the fierce attack, and when you counterattack, it is also shocking, and can destroy the opponent's 2 magic cards in one fell swoop. It is very difficult to have both. Even if it is 2 magic cards, they may need to be carefully matched, and you may not be able to find them among 100 magic cards. But Lin Huan found it. Among these 10 magic cards, he found a magic card that met the above 2 conditions. Magic card name: Earth Death Stone Monster. Type: Slave magic card. Attribute: Stone type, evil type. Quality: Rare grade. Skills: Perseverance, Piebald Stone Skin. Introduction: A stone monster living in the demon world, with a naturally dull personality. However, due to the influence of various monsters, it will awaken the Earth Hammer when it dies of illness, bursting out with twice its own power. Magic card name: Successor Casualty Armor. Type: Equipment magic card. Attribute: Evil system. Quality: Rare grade. Effect: After the casualty armor is equipped, it can attack below a certain level and absorb part of the power. When the armor is broken, the wearer can perfectly inherit the power absorbed by the armor. These 2 magic cards can be said to be perfectly crafted to deal with Lu Ruo. In the case where Lu Ruo chooses all attack magic cards, just having one earth-slaying stone monster is not enough in terms of defense and attack. But with the addition of Casualty A, it completely makes up for the shortcomings in these 2 aspects. After choosing the magic card, Lin Huan raised his head and saw Lu Ruo smiling coldly at him, the pride in his eyes not concealed at all, and he looked confident. The 2 returned the card box to the teacher. The teacher only looked at the remaining magic cards and knew which 2 magic cards the 2 had chosen. She glanced at Lin Huan in surprise. She didn't expect that Lin Huan would pick such an excellent combination of magic cards after only taking 1 class. She couldn't help but guess in her mind. Has Lin Huan been exposed to these 2 magic cards before? This time, we all made a mistake and Lu Ruoyao lost. Shaking her head slightly, she said, "Okay, each of you can start at any time." Lu Ruo retreated and distanced himself, looking at Lin Huan wildly. "Ha ha ha, Lin Huan, this time God wants you to die. I will let everyone see how I, Lu Ruo, defeated you." After saying that, he suddenly activated the 2 magic cards. Suddenly, the 2 magic cards exploded and turned into 2 balls of green light, eventually forming 2 birds, one green and one red. As soon as these 2 slaves came out, the freshman on the side suddenly let out a low cry. Lin Huan is lost. Pheasant Blue Bird and Luan Red Bird. Among rare qualities, one has the sharpest wind attribute attack, and the other has the most violent fire attribute attack. Wind attribute attack and fire attribute attack also have bonuses to each other. Rare quality magic cards, almost no one can bear it. Wouldn't 2 rare quality defensive magic cards work? 2 of them are fine, but they are all for defense, so what can you use to attack? And it is impossible for Lin Huan to choose 2 magic cards that focus on defense. That would be equivalent to losing the initiative. But 1 attack and 1 defense is equivalent to useless. It is impossible to compare with Pheasant Blue Bird and Luan Red Bird if they are all attacking. So, Lin Huan will definitely lose. I can only say that what Lu Ruo said is right. God is really helping him win this time. What can Lin Huan do? Everyone on and off the stage was not optimistic about Lin Huan, but when Lin Huan saw Lu Ruo, he chose 2 full attack subordinates as he thought. He knew that this duel was over. He also activated the 2 magic cards he selected. Suddenly, a stone giant more than 2 meters tall and without legs appeared in the field, and he was wearing dark armor. Seeing this scene, everyone felt that Lin Huan had given up. Why did Lin Huan choose 2 cards that focus on defense? Doesn't he only get beaten if he chooses them? Maybe Lin Huan realizes that he can't win against Lu Ruo, so he just screws up. Don't be embarrassed. Maybe Lin Huan's understanding of magic cards is only at this level. If I had known this was the case, I would have just raised my hand to fight Lin Huan. If I stepped on Lin Huan's head, I would have become a celebrity in our Molten Academy. Not only the freshmen in the audience found the 2 cards Lin Huan selected funny, but Lu Ruo also felt funny. He looked at the earth-searing stone monster and the armor on its body, feeling determined. Lin Huan, if you don't know how to choose cards, you just refuse to come up from the beginning. Now that you come up, you choose something like this. It really makes other people laugh. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Start fighting quickly. The teacher listened to the discussion on stage and off stage and felt that the level of students in this class was too low. I can't tell which side chose the better card, but I'm still bragging about it. If she wasn't a teacher and had to wait for Lin Huan and the others to finish typing before making comments, she would want to tell the subtleties of Lin Huan's card selection now. Compared to Lin Huan, I don't even know what the cards on this road are. Seeing that the teacher had spoken, Lu Ruo snorted coldly and yelled at the pheasant, Blue Bird and Luan Red Bird. Pheasant Blue Bird, Luan Red Bird, break that broken stone and broken armor into pieces for me. Following Lu Ruo's order, the blue pheasant and the red Luan suddenly screamed strangely. The red bird opened its mouth, and a pillar of orange fire was ejected from it. The pheasant bluebird on the side spread its 10-meter-long wings and waved twice gently at the ground-stricken stone monster, and several green wind blades shot out. The pillar of fire came out first, but the green wind blade came later and merged into the pillar of fire. Immediately, the fire pillar swelled in size and was surrounded by colored air currents. Boom! In front of everyone's attention, this wind and fire combined attack technique hit the earthly death stone monster hard. Even though this earth-sorrowing stone monster used piebald stone skin and wore dark armor, it was still beaten by this fierce attack and screamed in pain. The low cry of pain from the earth-slaying stone monster echoed throughout the martial arts performance venue. The group of students watching the battle looked at this scene, because some of them had expressions on their faces that were exactly what I expected. Before the fight even started, I predicted that Lin Huan would lose. Now it seems that it is indeed the case. You still need to predict this. Any normal person can see how big the gap is between Lin Huan and Lu Ruo. Oh, there is no way. If Lin Huan came into contact with this knowledge more than 10 years ago, Lin Huan is just coming into contact with the knowledge of magic card deck today. It is normal to lose. Lin Huan is already considered a representative of civilian students. I feel very unhappy if he loses to a kid from a family like Lu Ruo. Me too. The kid from the aristocratic family who made such arrogant remarks last year is Lu Ruo's brother Lu Bei. The whole family of the Lu family really disgusts me. The students in the audience were not optimistic about Lin Huan, and the same was true for Lu Ruo on the stage. He looked at Lin Huan and sneered, I really don't know what you are thinking. Do you think you can defeat me by putting a layer of broken armor on this broken stone monster? Do you still expect that this broken armor can bounce back my attack? Lin Huan just smiled lightly at Lu Ruo's words. Who will win and who will lose? Who will know until the end? Yesterday when you took the freshman entrance exam, you were so confident. Unfortunately, the final result was always not what you wanted. When card magicians fight, apart from the hard power of both sides, mentality also affects the performance of a card magician, so Lin Huan specifically mentioned yesterday's entrance exam to further stimulate Lu Ruo. Sure enough, Lu Ruo's expression suddenly changed as soon as he heard about the entrance examination. His face turned pale at first, then turned red, and finally slowly returned to normal. A sneer appeared on Lu Ruo's face. Really? Then today I want to see how you can reverse your inevitable defeat. Pheasant Blue Bird, Luan Red Bird, increase your attack power. I want Lin Huan to see with his own eyes how he lost. This classroom competition is to demonstrate the importance of matching magic card decks. Therefore, the instructor has already said it in advance. After the two activate the subordinate magic card, although they can control it, they cannot replenish the subordinate magic card. In other words, the magic power in the Pheasant Blue Bird and Luan Red Bird is fixed. Once it's used up, you can only rely on time to recover on its own. Lin Huan's eyes flashed with joy when he saw that Lu Ruo's mentality was indeed unbalanced as he thought, and even caused the Pheasant Blue Bird and Luan Red Bird to increase their attack intensity. The Pheasant Blue Bird and Luan Red Bird attack with such ferocity, their magic power will definitely be consumed quickly. The moment the magic power is empty, it's time to fight back. Time flies. However, he saw that the armor on the dead stone monster was gradually broken into pieces, and it could only barely hang on its body. And the originally bright spots on its body had now become extremely dim, and were on the verge of disappearing, and its painful roars were getting lower and lower. Even without looking at its pitiful appearance, just by listening to the sound, you can tell that the earth-sorrowing stone monster will soon be unable to hold on any longer. Seeing this, Lu Ruo was overjoyed. Lin Huan, after holding on for so long, he finally can't hold on anymore, right? He shouted. Pheasant Blue Bird. Luan Red Bird. Break it for me. The Pheasant Blue Bird and Luan Red Bird have been attacking non-stop for so long, and the magic power in their bodies is about to bottom out. His expression was also very depressed. However, after hearing the order, they still braced themselves up and launched the combined wind and fire attack technique again. Boom! Finally, the inherited casualties armor on the earth-sorrowing stone monster completely shattered. His whole body staggered backwards, and his roar of pain suddenly became louder. Anyone can hear that this sound is full of the end of the road. Lin Huan is going to lose. It's not easy to resist for so long. After all, Lu Ruo chose the double attack magic card. Judging from the process, Lin Huan is also pretty good. After all, it took such a long time, so it's a pity to lose. That's not bad. If you lose, and you regret losing. Aren't you just being beaten all the time? You don't even resist. It's not even a fight. You regret losing. That's right, Lin Huan didn't even dare to resist, really. He just dragged him there. Just when all the students were very disappointed with Lin Huan's performance and shook their heads. The situation on the field suddenly changed. I saw that the casualty armor that was supposed to shatter on the ground suddenly turned into a ray of black light and penetrated into the body of the earthly death stone monster. Suddenly, the aura of the earth-searing stone monster suddenly increased greatly. After stumbling, its originally honest expression now became extremely fierce. It hissed, raised its hands high, and hammered the ground hard. Boom! The powerful force caused the entire martial arts arena to shake. Bang! 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 1 time, twice, 3 times. The earth-mourning stone monster kept hammering the ground, and every hammering of the tower would cause the martial arts arena to shake. And as the frequency increases, the vibration frequency of the martial arts field is also getting higher and higher. The students in the field are all out of balance and staggering, as if they are experiencing a small earthquake. The blue pheasant and red Luan bird in the sky were also affected by the vibration. Falling from the sky, the moment they fell to the ground, the earth-slaying stone monster roared loudly and hammered the ground hard again. This time it was not just a shock, but a crack moved towards the pheasant blue bird and Luan red bird from the place where the earth-slaying stone monster hammered. The pheasant blue bird and the red Luan bird were unable to dodge, and immediately fell into the crack. On both sides of the cracked land, falling rocks continued to hit them. After the hammer blow, the earth-surrounding stone monster seemed to be exhausted and stopped moving. Only its slight breathing showed that he was still alive. When the vibrations in the martial arts arena stopped completely, the students finally figured out what happened. Am I right? Lin Huan actually killed him. I can't accept it. Can this be reversed? What happened to this earth-slaying stone monster just now? Why is it so powerful? And why have I never seen the skill he used to hammer the ground just now? No matter what the situation is, Lin can still win. Don't rush to a conclusion yet. What if the blue pheasant and the red bird fly out again? As soon as these words came out, all the freshmen looked at the crack nervously. 1 minute, 2 minutes, a full 5 minutes passed, but still no pheasants, bluebirds or redbirds were seen flying out. Now, everyone knew that Lu Ruo had lost. Lin Huan actually turned over. I declare, this showdown, Lin Huan wins. The teacher stood on the stage and loudly announced the result of this duel. How is it possible? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I was already about to win just now. But Lin Huan suddenly made a comeback. Impossible. It's absolutely impossible for such a thing to happen. Teacher, Lin Huan must have cheated. His subordinates were almost dead just now. How could it be possible to explode with such great power? Lu Ruo shouted loudly, his face full of disbelief, and even his face was slightly distorted. Just now, he was still confident of winning, and he was confident about the outcome of this duel. In less than a minute, things turned around. It was Lin Huan who won. He couldn't accept it. Classmate Lu Ruo, are you questioning me? Hearing these words, Lu Ruo suddenly woke up and broke out in cold sweat from behind. If you can be a teacher, you must at least be a golden card magician. Even the Liu family behind him would not want to provoke such a person easily. What's more, she is a teacher, so she can easily manipulate herself with any excuse. Thinking of this, Lu Ruo bowed to her. Teacher, I definitely didn't mean this, but I have doubts about Lin Huan's victory. If Lin Huan really won by cheating, I hope the teacher can severely punish Lin Huan. Not only Lu Ruo, but the students below also had doubts and spoke in agreement. The teacher pressed her palms lightly, and after everyone calmed down, she said to Lu Ni with a half smile. Whether it's cheating or not, I'll let you notarize it after I finish talking about it later. But student Lu Ruo, you are now sworn to say that classmate Lin Huan cheated. What if he didn't cheat? Whatever the teacher does, Lu Ruo is full of confidence. He simply didn't believe that Lin Huan could really beat him. Moreover, the situation was so obvious just now. He was obviously the winner, but he was suddenly overturned by Lin Huan. No matter how you think about it, it was abnormal. It's definitely cheating. Okay, then I will tell you why Lin Huan can win. The instructor waved his hand, and the martial arts arena returned to its original appearance. But the screen behind her no longer showed the teacher, but instead showed the scene of Lin Huan and Lu Ruo just fighting. Did you think that Lin Yi would lose this time from the initial card selection? All the students nodded. The teacher saw this and shook his head. Wrong. Big mistake. From the very beginning when I selected the cards, it was already destined that Lin Huan would win. The freshmen below heard this and were stunned. What the teacher said was completely contrary to their initial guess. When they looked at Lin Huan's chosen magic card, they all thought he was bound to lose. Although Lin Huan seems to have chosen 2 magic cards that are mainly defensive, in fact, the attack power of these 2 magic cards is also very strong. Seeing that the students below were all confused, the teacher shook his head. Have you forgotten? When the Earth Death Stone monster is about to die, it will awaken the Earth Hammer skill, which can double its attack power. Didn't you learn it in high school? And that dark armor is a successor armor, which can store part of the power of the attack. When it is broken, it can inherit the stored power to the user. 7. That's why the Earth Death Stone monster can explode with such great power. After the teacher finished speaking, all the students suddenly realized. So that's it. At the same time, they also felt a little embarrassed. The Earth Death Stone monster was indeed introduced in high school textbooks. But at that time, the Earth Slain Stone monster would awaken, Earth Hammer, when it was about to die. The skills are only mentioned once. There are no Earth-Searing Stone monsters in subsequent books. Does this Lin Huan even remember this kind of thing from a year or 2 ago? Of course, the most important thing is not this. Hearing this, all the students suddenly raised their heads. Isn't this the core? I saw the teacher speaking slowly. The most important thing is Lin Huan's grasp of Lu Ruo's character. When we first selected the cards, Lin Huan guessed that Lu Ruo would be unconvinced because of yesterday's entrance exam and wanted to defeat him with overwhelming force, so the magic card would definitely choose a fast attack combination. In order to counterattack, classmate Lin Huan chose this kind of defensive counterattack. During the duel, classmate Lin Huan once again mentioned the entrance exam to stimulate classmate Lu Ruo. As a result, Lu Ruo became more and more impatient and quickly consumed the experience of Pheasant Bluebird and Eagle Redbird. Quote, the result is that when the Pheasant Bluebird and Luan Redbird faced the counterattack of the Earthly Death Stone monster, they had no magic power to defend themselves and were directly defeated with one blow. As soon as these words came out, the whole place was in an uproar. Hiss. Did Lin Huan guess Lu Ruo's psychology so accurately? This is not only the gap in magic card matching, but also the gap in combat experience. Lu Ruo is really defeated in every aspect. Lu Ruo thought Lin Huan was cheating at first. Little did he know that he was the clown. Don't mess with Lin Huan in the future, otherwise I feel like I will be played by him until I die. Is this the number 1 pick in the league? It's really scary. After listening to the teacher's explanation, everyone understood that there were so many details in the duel just now. They looked at Lin Huan's back with surprise in their hearts. All of them are on the 1st floor, but Lin Huan is on the 5th floor. Everyone thought Lin Huan was a good guy, but they didn't expect that the clown was actually me. Classmate Lu Ruo, do you agree with what I just said? You no longer think that Lin Huan is cheating if he can beat you, right? Seeing the teacher's teasing gaze, Lu Ruo looked ugly and said nothing. Okay, in that case, the video of the battle between you two will be used as a teaching material for future classes. Is there no problem? As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Ruo could faintly hear laughter behind her. Using this video as material, Lin Huan is naturally a positive teaching material, and Lu Ruo is naturally a positive teaching material. Lu Ruo's face was uncertain, and his heart was also hesitant. If this was really made public, it would be directly nailed to the pillar of shame. And not just him, but also Haka. If his family knew about this, they would definitely scold him for bringing shame to the entire Lu family. No way, Lu Ruo doesn't want to regret it in public. That's all for the children of the aristocratic family. Hearing that the people behind him started to mock openly, Lu Ruo looked embarrassed and shouted, "Who said I would regret it? I will use it as a teaching material." After saying that, Lu Ruo quickly left the martial arts arena. For him, staying here for one more minute is one more minute of shame. Once the road is gone, the class is almost over. Before leaving, the teacher patted Lin Huan on the shoulder and said with admiration on his face, "You performed very well." Although Lu Ruo has been used as a negative example, it is of no benefit to you and actually makes me suffer. Let's do this. I will personally reward you with 1,000 points as compensation. What do you think? Hearing this, Lin Huan raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that the teacher would actually reward him with points. He didn't take Lu Ruo's words to heart at first, and he never thought about the benefits or not. But he would naturally not give up the points he got for free. He said, "Listen to the teacher. Not bad, not bad." The teacher patted Lin Huan's shoulder again and left with a smile. The classmates on the side looked at Lin Huan jealously. From the entrance exam yesterday to the first class now, Lin Huan has always been the best and most popular student. The reward points are already almost 100,000. It's only been 2 days. They are also freshmen, but they have no hair at all. Such a huge gap made them feel powerless. Facing the envious looks of everyone, Lin Huan looked calm. He walked out of the arena and headed towards the Forest Academy. There is only one class today. In the remaining time, he planned to visit the secret realm of Forest College. If this secret realm is of Forest attribute, there will be no shortage of blank magic cards of Forest attribute in the future. In this way, Felice will be able to draw 5 of the magic cards needed to advance to the mythical level sooner or later. More than half an hour later, Lin Huan came to a large courtyard in the remote area of Forestry College. Once inside, he saw a space crack about 100 meters in diameter, which was firmly covered by a transparent blue light mask. Is this the exclusive secret realm of our Forest College? He slowly approached and saw a table outside a blue light shield, with a staff member sitting outside. When the staff member saw Lin Huan approaching, he knocked on the table and said, "Baikang Secret Realm, 500 points per hour." Hearing what the staff said, Lin Huan couldn't help but be speechless. These points are indeed the hard currency among top universities. It had only been 2 or 3 days since he came to this Magic City Academy, and he had already discovered that points were needed everywhere in the Magic City Academy. Just forget that you need points for the dormitory. Even taking classes and entering the secret realm controlled by your own academy requires points. In the Magic City Academy, points are not necessarily everything, but without points nothing is possible. However, he can understand the school's policy. After all, whether it is the Magic City University or other top universities, whether it is a top university or a first-class university, there is only one purpose, and that is to train students to become powerful card magicians, and then to resist the monsters in the space cracks. If you want to become a powerful card magician, naturally, it is impossible for students to spend these 4 years comfortably. Gotta fight. Want more fighting. I have never seen blood, and I have never fought a serious monster. How to become a powerful card magician? How can we shoulder the responsibility of protecting the people of the Alliance? Therefore, Lin Huan just cursed 700 slightly and took out his student ID card. At the same time, he also asked for detailed information about this blue secret realm. "Hello, can you please introduce this secret realm of blue?" The staff member glanced up at him and said, "Are you a new student?" Lin Huan nodded. The blue secret realm was moved from somewhere else more than 30 years ago by Principal GU with great power. This secret realm can barely be regarded as a medium-sized secret realm. The most powerful monsters among them are gold-level monsters, but there are only 2 in the entire secret realm. Most of the other monsters are mainly bronze and silver in strength. By the way, which college are you a student from? Hearing this, Lin Huan was a little confused. Which college? Could it be that people from other colleges can also come to this secret realm of Forest College? He replied to the staff, I am from Forestry College. Hearing this, the staff member had a strange look on his face and said, Forest College. Then I suggest you go to other colleges to find 2 students to form a team. Better not go in alone. Can students from other colleges also enter the secret realm of each college? Lin Huan asked. No, only the secret realms of the Forest Academy are like this. The secret realms of other colleges are only allowed to be entered by their students. The staff member replied. Lin Huan frowned, and when he was about to ask why, he heard a group of people walking in playfully outside the yard. Lin Musin, if you behave better this time, you can be our team's backup support from now on. I saw 5 people walking into the yard together. The leader had his hands behind his back, as if an old god was there. That's what he said just now. Among the 4 people around him, one person was obviously different from the others, with a somewhat flattering look on his face. Brother Liu Bei, don't worry, I will definitely perform well. When Liu Bei heard this, he nodded with satisfaction and said, Yes, you are the only smart one among the 2nd graders of Forest Academy. If Zhang Yu could be smarter like you, he wouldn't even be able to reach 10,000 yuan in his first year. You can't get any points. So, you forest card magicians should recognize yourselves clearly. You can only rely on others to provide support, so don't always think about fighting monsters alone. I see, if you use the time you spend thinking about how to improve your combat power to take ideological education classes, you won't end up at the bottom of the Forest College rankings at the end of each semester. Liu Bei clasped his hands behind his back, looking like he was pointing out the country. Brother Liu Bei said that. Lin Musin said flatteringly, half a body behind Liu Bei. 5 people from this group came here, and the others did not move. Only Lin Musin stepped forward and handed over the student's sermon. Same old, 4 hours. After the staff member deducted the points, Liu Bei and his group of 5 people walked directly towards the space crack. Wait a moment. Hearing the sound, Liu Bei's group stopped, turned around, and looked at Lin Huan. This classmate, what can I do for you? Hearing Liu Bei's question, Lin Huan did not pay attention to him immediately. Instead, he asked the staff on the side, I want to ask, even if people from other colleges can come to our secret realm, why did they go in? You don't even need to give points. Originally, when Liu Bei came in and said something, he was belittling Forest College overtly and covertly, which already made Lin Huan unhappy. There happened to be a 2nd-year senior from the Forest College who was echoing him like a licking dog. What Lin Huan doesn't understand the most is that students from other colleges don't have to pay points to enter the secret realm of our Forest College, but we, as students of the Forest College, have to pay points. What does this mean? Hearing Lin Huan's question, when the staff member was about to open his mouth, one person spoke first. Classmate, are you a freshman? The person who spoke was none other than Liu Bei. Lin Huan nodded slightly. When Liu Bei saw Lin Huan, he nodded and said with a smile, if you don't understand, let me, a senior, explain it to you. Why can we enter your secret realm, but you can't enter ours? It's all because the people in your Forest Academy are so bad. You can't get points by yourself. You can't say that. It's not that you are useless, it's just that as students with forest attributes, you are destined to only be our support. As for why we don't need points to enter the secret realm of your Forest Academy, it's because the students in your Forest Academy are so weak that they can't even handle the beast tide, so they can only beg us from other academies. It was originally the responsibility of you forest students to deal with the beast tide, but unfortunately you can't do it. We can only solve it, so the dean of your college can only decide to exempt us from points. Speaking of this, Liu Bei suddenly changed his tone and said, to be honest, I have no idea what the purpose of your Forest College's existence is. Every year the college rankings are at the bottom, and the overall standard has almost dropped to the first-class universities. When I came here this year, I already suggested to the Alliance that the Forest College of the Magic City University should be cancelled. But don't worry, you students can also join our other colleges when the time comes. Although it is of no use, you can still provide us with treatment and become a royal wet nurse. After Liu Bei finished speaking, he burst out laughing. Several people following him also laughed together. People from other colleges laughed and Lin Huan didn't care. But what disappointed him was that Lin Musin, a second-year student from the Forest Academy, actually smiled. He is a member of the Forest Academy. After hearing people from other colleges disparaging his own college, he didn't even have a trace of shame and instead laughed with them. Lin Musin seemed to see the contempt in Lin Huan's eyes. He said to Lin Huan, "Junior, you have just entered school, you don't understand, our forest attribute card magicians are like this, they can only rely on others to fight. It's very difficult to get points if you don't depend on others. You don't understand now, you'll understand after you take me with you for 2 more months." When he said this, he felt slightly disappointed. Who wouldn't want to be able to kill monsters alone? But their forest-type card magicians can only be used as assistants. Lin Huan sneered and dismissed Lin Musin's words. "I don't feel the humiliation and belittling of others, so I just want to be complicit in it." He actually put the blame on the properties of the magic card. Not talking about himself, judging from their speeches just now, there is at least one Zhongyu in the 2nd grade of Forest Academy who has not compromised. She did not bow to the students of her college who belittled her in every possible way just because it was difficult to obtain points. Instead, he has been insisting on the honor that he belongs to Forest College. All I can say is that excuses are just excuses. You can't deceive others, you can only pretend to deceive yourself. He looked at the 5 people in Liu Bei's group and said coldly, "Maybe what you said before is true, but from today on, the secret realm of Forest Academy does not need help from others." As soon as these words came out, the 5 people opposite immediately laughed. Lin Musin said, "What's wrong with you as a junior? What qualifications do you have to speak for the entire Forest Academy? If the beast tide breaks out in the blue secret realm, who will stop it? You will stop it." Me. Lin Huan took a step forward and said, "Ha ha 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 ha." The 5 people opposite laughed even more exaggeratedly. Junior, you are really going to make me laugh to death. Do you know what a beast tide is? Are you the only one who can stop it? Can you stop it?" "That's right, Junior, monsters are not just like a bunch of kids in your high school playing house, monsters are very scary. Whether it is a secret realm or a space crack, the beast tide is the most terrifying and dangerous. You are a new student, what can you do to stop it? Why should you stop it?" Just when Lin Huan was about to speak, from the crack in the space, a man wearing the same clothes as the staff member suddenly jumped out, with a worried look on his face and shouted, "The beast tide has broken out, the beast tide has broken out." When the staff guarding the door of the secret realm heard this, they stood up and said solemnly, "How is the scale?" The human who came out of the secret realm said, "The number is several hundred, and almost all of them are silver-level monsters. However, no monsters with high silver stars have been found so far. Each stage is divided into 9 stars, and above 6 stars are collectively called high stars. No, we have to find students from other colleges to solve the problem." Hearing this, the staff member's face was solemn, and he wanted to notify students from other colleges to provide support. There are more than 1,000 silver monsters that cannot be solved by just one academy. It will take at least 3 colleges to solve it. Of course, this does not include Forestry College. Just as he was about to leave and ask for support, a voice stopped him. "Wait a minute." He turned around and saw a joking expression on Liu Bei's face as he said, "Why are you looking for people from other colleges? Didn't someone just say that from now on, he will handle the affairs of Forest College? Even if there is a tide of beasts, and he is the one to stop it." As he spoke, he nuzzled towards Lin Huan. Liu Bei looked at Lin Huan's indifferent expression and said with a smile, "How about it, junior fellow student, do you dare to go in and block the beast tide alone? That's right, you won't be so frightened that you won't dare to move as soon as you hear the word beast tide. Right, no. Hey, what's wrong with juniors who like to brag? Can't they just let juniors brag on their own? How come you, a senior, are so intolerant? It's okay, Junior, it doesn't matter even if you are scared. As long as the seniors are here, you can just wait outside with peace of mind. Let us, the people from Molten Academy, handle the issue of the beast tide. Listening to these people's strange annoyance, Lin Huan just smiled lightly. Didn't you just want to know how I would block it? I will now show you how I, Lin Huan, block it. After this beast wave, students from other colleges are not allowed to step into our blue secret realm. After saying that, he strode into the secret realm without any hesitation in his steps. Lin Huan, I really want to hear this name. It seems that he is the #1 pick in the league this year. Could it be him? The top pick in the league. I heard that this Lin Huan is not simple. Maybe he can really stop the beast tide. Impossible. There are more than 1,000 silver level monsters. Even the 5 of us can't handle them. Liu Bei suddenly spoke with a decisive look on his face. That's right, Brother Liu was also the top pick last year, and he even said so. No matter how simple Lin Huan is, he can't stop him. Stop talking, let's go in and take a look. The 5 people filed in immediately and entered the blue secret realm. When the staff member responsible for guarding the Bai Kang secret realm saw this scene, he immediately stamped his feet. Isn't this nonsense? He is a new student, even if he is the top pick in the league, he cannot stop the beast tide. With such a delay, by the time someone is called, the monster may have already broken through to the outside. No, in addition to calling for support from the academy, we also have to hire a gold level teacher to hold the line back. The staff member ran out of the yard quickly. And shortly after he left, Zhongli entered the courtyard. You are not allowed to step into our secret realm of blue sky. He touched his beard and smashed his mouth. Yes, it looks like I did when I was young. If he can really deal with this beast wave by himself this time, I will. With that said, he stepped into the secret realm of blue. In the secret realm of blue sky, there are 2 people wearing specific costumes of the staff at the door of the space rift. One of them kept walking back and forth with his hands behind his back, glancing in the distance from time to time as he walked. In the distance, there is a bright green line advancing towards here. If you look carefully, you can see that the green line is composed of various monsters. In front of the green line, there were several figures running towards Wen in a panic. Hey, Meng Zhen, I said, can you stop walking around here? My head is shaking because of you. Haven't you already gone out to call someone? What's the rush? Seeing Meng Zhen walking back and forth in front of him, Zhang Jun sat on the ground and said impatiently. Oh, am I not in a hurry? A beast tide of this scale has never been seen in the Demon City Academy before. Are there many students from other colleges in this secret realm? They will be the rock to resist monsters in the future. If there is any damage, it will not only be a loss to the Magic City Academy, but also a loss to the entire alliance. After hearing his colleague's words, Meng Zhen stood still and sighed. It's useless for you to worry here. No matter how dangerous this beast tide is, they can only face it themselves. Alas, Meng Zhen sighed heavily when he heard Zhang Jun's words. Although they work in the Magic City Academy, not all people working in the Magic City Academy are powerful card magicians. They are just staff assigned by the League. His strength is only that of bronze 8 or 9 stars. The job in the secret realm is just to monitor the general movements of the monsters in the secret realm, that is, to see if they have formed. If there is, report it, and then the students of the academy will be responsible for resisting the beast tide. This is also part of training students. They can only watch from the sidelines and cannot interfere. Just like the students who are currently being chased by a horde of beasts, they can only watch from the sidelines. Even if they are in danger, they cannot intervene. Of course, they don't have the strength to intervene. Why haven't you come yet? Meng Zhen punched his fist fiercely, with an anxious expression on his face. No hurries. Going to other colleges doesn't always take time. It's not that the Forest Academy is useless. They should have dealt with the beast tide by themselves, but every time they have to go to other colleges to borrow people, otherwise, orders will come in now. Seeing Meng Zhen looking so anxious, Zhang Jun curled his lips and said. As soon as the words fell, ripples appeared in the space cracks behind the 2 of them. Seeing this, the 2 of them became energetic. Someone is finally here. Then, they saw a handsome young man walking out of the crack in space. This person is none other than Lin Huan, who entered the secret realm. The two looked at Lin Huan and glanced at each other. They all saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Who is this? The two of them have been working here for many years. Whether they are students from the Forest College or students from other colleges, they have seen a lot of them, at least they are familiar. But this was the first time they saw Lin Huan in front of them. Just when Meng Zhen was about to step forward and ask, the cracks in the space rippled again. 5 people jumped out of the space crack. Seeing these 5 people, Meng Zhen felt happy. He hurriedly walked over and said to the leader of the 5, "Classmate Liu Bei, it's great that you can come." He looked behind again and found that there was no more movement in the space crack. He asked with some confusion, "Classmate Liu Bei, where are you people from Molten Academy?" Liu Bei was last year's top pick in the league and the best second-year student at Molten Academy. He often came to the Blue Secret Realm, so Meng Zhen was very familiar with him. However, Liu Bei just glanced at him and said, "They didn't come. I just happened to want to come in and experience it." "Oh, that still has to wait." Meng Zhen sighed and said to Liu Bei, "Student Liu Bei, you also saw that a beast wave broke out in the Blue Secret Realm today. I think you can only wait for students from other colleges to come over, and then deal with it together." After saying this, Liu Bei suddenly sneered and said, "Wait. No need to wait. Today our new junior said that he wants to rectify the name of Forest College. He wants to deal with the beast tide alone." Meng Sha glanced at Lin Huan and said, "What a shame. Isn't this nonsense?" Zhang Jun on the side sneered and said, "Can one person handle a beast tide of this scale? At least it will take hundreds of silver-level students to defeat them. A freshman at Forest College. What's the use? It's good if it doesn't drag you down. I'm afraid I have never seen a beast tide before, so I can say this." Meng Zhen glared at him, then walked to Lin Huan and said, "Classmate, you are a freshman at Forest College. A beast wave of this scale is not as simple as you think. Let's leave it to students from other colleges to deal with it. You can just wait for help from your colleagues." Meng Zhen has seen a lot of new students like Lin Huan during his years of working. Most of them are from non-aristocratic families and are the top talents in their area. However, they have been studying in school for 3 years in high school and do not have a correct understanding of the beast tide. After being admitted to a top university, I think very highly of myself and feel that I am the destined protagonist, so I naturally feel arrogant in my heart. But they don't understand that in top universities, merit is the most indispensable thing. The talents they are proud of may not be outstanding here. The tide of beasts they thought was much more terrifying than they imagined. So he wanted Lin Huan to recognize the reality as soon as possible, so that he would avoid pitfalls in the future. Glancing at him, Lin Huan said calmly, "I know what you think about Forest Academy. But, from today on, it will never be like this again." After saying that, he took out a magic card and threw it upward, and the magic card suddenly turned into a ball of orange light. A light and melodious dragon roar sounded, and the wind demon dragon rushed out from the orange light. Lin Huan jumped on the back of Feng Melong. "Wind demon dragon, let's go." The wind demonic dragon flapped its wings gently and whipped up a strong wind on the spot. Regardless of blocking the wind, the 5 people in Liu Bei and the 2 staff members had a look of surprise in their eyes. This junior belongs to the Giant Dragon Clan. Humph, what about the Giant Dragon Clan? He is a newborn, and unless the giant dragon he summons has reached the silver 9 stars, it will not be able to stop this beast tide. That's right, and this giant dragon looks like it's from the wind element, and this is the Blue Secret Realm. The wind element will be restrained by the wood element. Although they were surprised that Lin Huan had a rare dragon subordinate, they still didn't think that Lin Huan could resist such a large beast tide by himself. There are hundreds of silver-level monsters. Although there are no high-star silver ones, they must at least be subordinate to 9-star silver ones. They looked over and saw that the wind demon dragon was already above the beast tide. Standing on the back of the wind demon dragon, Lin Huan looked towards the tide of beasts below. I found that most of the monsters below have nothing to do with the nature of the forest in appearance. Instead, it looks more like a monster with other attributes, without any other attributes. Lin still remembered that he had encountered this kind of monster once. That is the ancient tree that we encountered during the assessment. After his faceless parasitic egg touches an object, it will turn into a monster like this. He waved his hand casually, and a green spear shot towards one of the monsters. This green spear is also composed of the power of the storm and is extremely fast. The monster couldn't dodge and died on the spot. After death, the body immediately turned into a pool of liquid, leaving nothing behind. Seeing this, Lin Huan was determined. This beast tide, like the previous assessment, was caused by the ancient tree. He shook his head slightly, feeling a little disappointed. There are so many silver-level monsters. If they are serious monsters, there are hundreds of blank forest magic cards, and they are all level 3. In the end, they are just skills. But he didn't come here for this originally, and he wasn't too disappointed. He took out 2 magic cards and threw them out. At once. In front of this group of monsters, an ancient tree dozens of meters high appeared. On the trunk of this ancient tree, stood a beautiful person. It was Phyllis. Lin Huan jumped from the back of the wind demon dragon onto the trunk of the ancient elf tree. Phyllis, use your elf magic to amplify the ancient elf tree and block all these monsters. Yes, master. Phyllis's hands lit up with green light, and then she slapped the ancient elf tree hard. Suddenly, a muffled, rumbling sound sounded, but in just one breath, the size of the ancient elf tree increased from tens of meters to hundreds of meters, fully doubling in size. Seeing this, Lin Huan asked, Phyllis, how did your elf magic become so strong? Master, have you forgotten that my wand of invisibility has a powerful amplification effect? Phyllis blinked her eyes and smiled. Lin Huan nodded and said, okay, from now on, hunt the monsters. As soon as the words fell, thousands of thick twigs suddenly burst out of the calm ground in front of the beast tide. The tide of beasts that was originally attacking fiercely, chasing a dozen students, suddenly stagnated. These monsters stopped in place due to the sudden change, looking a little surprised. The ancient elf tree did not miss the opportunity, and thousands of tree vines swept towards these monsters. Suddenly, hundreds of monsters couldn't react in time and were tied up by these vines. Weak monsters were instantly strangled or pierced through their bodies by these vines. Strong ones struggled to break free and escaped with great effort. Seeing hundreds of monsters being killed, the situation suddenly reversed, but Lin Huan was still not satisfied. Most of those that can be easily caught by the vines of the ancient elf trees are weak. The strong monsters not only easily dodge the vines, but also break hundreds of vines with a backhand blow. Seeing this scene, Lin Huan shouted, Wind Demon Dragon. At the same time, he raised his hands, a manic flame burned in his left hand, and his right hand was surrounded by cyan airflow. Suddenly, the combined attack skills of him and the Wind Demon Dragon swept out. Together with the vines of the ancient elf trees, they began to slaughter the monster beasts crazily. Even if some 6-star silver monsters could barely dodge this terrifying attack, they would still be killed by Felice with one arrow. The number of monsters on the field began to decrease crazily. Behind the ancient elf tree, a dozen students who were chased by the beast tide looked at the sudden change and looked at the ancient elf tree and the back on the branch in shock. To be able to stop the beast tide by one person, he must at least have the strength of silver 9 stars, right? With such strong strength, I wonder which senior this is. If the subordinate is Dashu, he won't be the senior of Forest Academy, right? Impossible. As soon as this guess came out, several people immediately denied it in unison. Although the subordinate is a big tree, such terrifying combat power is definitely not possible in the Forest Academy. That's right. If he were a teacher from Forest Academy, I believe he might have such fighting power. Okay, regardless of whether this is a senior or a teacher, we still go to the entrance of the secret realm first. It's still too dangerous here. Well, let's go quickly. A group of more than a dozen people rushed towards the entrance of the secret realm. The few people who had been standing at the entrance of the secret realm opened their mouths little by little as they looked at Lin Huan, who was showing off his power not far away. How is this possible? He actually stopped the entire beast wave by himself. This not only stopped them, but also killed those monster beasts indiscriminately. Only 10 minutes have passed, and the hundreds of monster beasts have almost been killed. Isn't this a freshman? Even graduates don't have this ability, right? Looking at Lin Huan, who was killing everyone not far away, Lin Musin's mind wavered. Why would such a person choose our Forest Academy? Can our Forest-type card magicians also become so powerful? No one expected that Lin Huan could actually block the entire beast wave by himself. This simply subverted their cognition. In their understanding, card magicians with forest attributes can only be used as assistants. Most of the magic cards in your hand can only be used to heal others or add buffs. This was the first time they had seen a forest attribute card magician with such high combat power. Just as they watched Lin Huan chasing the remaining monsters from a distance, ripples appeared in the space crack at the entrance to the blue secret realm. There was a lot of movement this time, and it seemed like a lot of people were coming. But no one at the entrance to the secret realm turned around to look. Even the 2 staff members were like this. Not long after, dozens of people emerged from the cracks in the space one after another, occupying the entire entrance to the secret realm. A handsome-looking young man carrying a big sword rushed out of the crowd with excitement on his face and shouted, "Where is the beast tide? Where is the tide?" Hearing this excited voice, Meng Zhen turned around and looked at the young man. He knew this young man. Kai Wenlin, a junior student at Legion Academy, with the strength of Baiyan 9 stars, he is one of the most influential figures in the Magic City Academy. He was once personally reviewed by Ji Yu Su. This boy is very likely to be the first card magician in this session to break through the gold level. Looking at Kai Wenlin, Meng Zhen said with an inexplicable tone in his tone, "You are late, the beast tide has been dealt with." What? Kai Wenlin's excited expression suddenly collapsed. But soon, his mood recovered again, and he pointed at Liu Bei and said, "Who solved it? It couldn't be this trash, right?" Liu Bei, who was pointed at, had faint veins on his forehead. He took 2 deep breaths, and the prominent veins slowly faded away. He snorted slightly. This was his only resistance to Kai Wenlin. Meng Zhen shook his head and was about to answer. A long dragon roar sounded. "Look, the people to deal with the beast tide are here." Meng Zhen pointed at the wind demon dragon flying towards here. Huo, a subordinate of the giant dragon clan. Seeing the wind demon dragon flying over, Kai Wenlin raised his eyebrows and said, "He has been at the Magic City Academy for 2 years, but he has never heard of a student from the Magic City Academy being affiliated with the Dragon Clan, not even a teacher. Could it be that someone took it out recently?" He couldn't help but guess in his mind. In the past 2 years at Magic City Academy, no matter which academy he was from, he basically knew all the students whose combat effectiveness could reach Silver 9 stars. Just when he was wondering which one it was, the Wind Demon Dragon had already arrived here. With a flash of orange light, the Wind Demon Dragon disappeared. A man and a woman fell from hundreds of meters in the air. The green wind turned, and I saw that the man and woman's original falling speed suddenly slowed down, and they landed safely. Seeing this hand, Kai Wenlin couldn't help scratching his head. In his impression, there seemed to be no junior or senior student who used this method. Especially when he saw Lin Huan's rather youthful face, he became more and more confused. "I've never seen this face before. Which academy's new character is this?" If you have doubts in your mind, you will naturally want to clear them up. Same. Just when Kai Wenlin was about to ask, a dozen more people arrived. This group of people looked very embarrassed. Most of their clothes were in tatters, and there were faint traces of blood in the tattered areas. They were the dozen students who had just been chased by the beasts. When the leading student saw Lin Huan, his eyes lit up. He hurriedly walked up, held Lin Huan's hand tightly with both hands, and said deeply, "Senior, thank you for your help just now. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be able to escape just now. Thank you so much." As soon as this person said this, the dozen or so students who had just come in started talking in low voices. "Isn't that Ming Jin from Ruishui Academy? Does he know this silver card master who suddenly appeared? It doesn't look like we know each other, but we should be seniors. Otherwise, who would have the strength to deal with a beast wave of this size alone? This senior is so handsome. The subordinate next to him is also very beautiful. He has pointed ears. I wonder what race he is." Listening to the discussions around him and the overly enthusiastic student in front of him, Lin Huan knew that they had misunderstood something because of his own strength. He pulled his hand back and said calmly in everyone's eyes, "I'm not your senior, I'm just a freshman." What? As soon as Lin Huan said this, the students around him immediately went crazy. What did he just say he was? A freshman. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can any new student enroll with the combat power of Silver 9 stars? Forget about these ordinary students. Even Kai Wenlin was slightly startled when he heard this, then waved his hands and said, "Senior, stop joking. How could you be a freshman? It's been over 100 years since the establishment of the Demon City Academy, but I haven't heard of any freshmen who have the combat power of 9 silver stars as soon as they enter the school." Other students also echoed one after another, saying that they did not believe it. On the side, Meng Zhen heard what they said and couldn't help but stand up and said, "You all guessed wrong. He is really a freshman this year. His name is Lin Huan and he is the #1 pick in the league this year. I saw that even the league officials were asking Lin Huan to testify." The surrounding students suddenly exclaimed, "He's really a new student. Are this year's freshmen so evil? They already have 9 silver stars when they first enter the school. Then by the time they graduate, won't they have to break through platinum?" That's not true. The combat power of the Silver 9 stars does not represent the level of the Silver 9 stars. It becomes more and more difficult to cultivate magic power later on. Otherwise, do you think why so few of our graduates can break through the gold level every 10 years? That's an exaggeration. He has just entered school, and he still has 4 years to go. Breaking through to gold is definitely a sure thing. It's really outrageous. This kind of new student has never been seen before in the hundreds of years since the establishment of the Magic City Academy. Even when the entire alliance started to establish top universities. Even Kai Wenlin was shocked. It took him 2 full years to reach the Silver 9 stars combat power. During this period, he worked hard on his magic power and often went to secret realms to hone himself. It can be said that he has gone through a lot of hardships before reaching the combat power of Silver 9 stars. The magic level of Silver 9 stars was also reached not long ago. It is precisely because of this that Ji Yu-su said that he might be the first student in this class to break through the gold level. Unexpectedly, a super new student suddenly appeared. As soon as he entered the school, he had the combat power of 9 silver stars. Is this generation going to attack him? However, Lin Huan was not in the mood to pay attention to their shock. He said to the 5 people from Lubei who were silent in the group, "Now you can see clearly how I block the tide of beasts. From now on, you people from other colleges are not allowed to step into the secret realm of our forest college." Lin Huan deliberately made his voice a little louder when he said this last sentence, so that everyone present can hear it. He knew that most of these students who were able to come to the exclusive secret realm of Forest College were not students of Forest College. So, what he just said, not only to Liu Bei, but also to students from other colleges. Lin Huan's words caused another commotion. This Lin Huan is actually from the Forest Academy. How can a forest-type card magician be so powerful in combat? Is it fake? Why are the forest-type card magicians I see so weak in combat and can only play support? Maybe Lin Huan is cheating. He comes from the Forest Academy and can only help others with auxiliary attributes, but his combat power is even higher than those from Molten Academy and Legion Academy. It's simply unscientific. Quote, "Forest Academy has found a treasure. With Lin Huan, how can we take off directly? With Lin Huan, I think Forest College won't be at the bottom in this year's college rankings, right?" Even Ming Jin couldn't help but ask, "Comrade, are you really from Forest College?" Hearing this, Lin Huan frowned. "What's wrong? I'm from Forest College. I have a problem." Ming Jin saw that Lin Huan was a little unhappy with his question, and he immediately waved his hands and shook his head. No problem. It's just the first time I saw a forest attribute card magician like you, so I was a little surprised for a moment." Glancing at him, Lin Huan didn't bother to say anything to him. He naturally knew that no matter it was Liu Bei or anyone else, the impression of forest attribute magic card masters was that they could only play support. Everyone would be surprised when someone like him suddenly appeared. He looked at Liu Bei and said, "Did you hear what I just said clearly?" Looking at Lin Huan's sharp gaze, Liu Bei suddenly felt like a thorn in his back. The students around him also looked at him because of Lin Huan's words. In the past, even though some of these people were third-year seniors, they still looked at me with a hint of awe. Because he is Liu Bei, not only because he is strong, but also because he is a child of a noble family. But now, Lin Huan said, "Do you hear me clearly?" He suddenly felt that everyone was looking at him like they were looking at a clown instead of in awe as before. As a sophomore, I was actually scolded and ordered by a freshman. So embarrassing. Liu Bei faced everyone's gaze and said with a frown on his neck, "Although you did withstand the beast tide alone. But can you stop it as a student of Forest College? You are not. You keep saying that you are a student of the Forest Academy. When you first resisted the beast tide, you used the magic cards with other attributes the most, right? Magic cards with other attributes are more powerful than magic cards with forest attributes. How can you?" Just when he was grasping this point and preparing to write a special book and chatter endlessly, his face suddenly changed. He saw the female subordinate next to Lin Huan suddenly aiming her bow and arrow at him. The powerful aura of the silver 9 stars met and suffocated him. He quickly picked up a thick red light shield to protect himself. Just as the mask lit up, everyone present heard a clang sound. Before they could figure out what the sound was, the red mask that Liu Bei had propped up suddenly exploded like a bubble, and a green arrow was nailed to the ground. The arrow blew up a small pit in the ground. Small splashes of gravel hit Liu Bei's pale face, but he didn't react at all. Looking at the green arrows on the ground, Liu Bei's legs trembled slightly. The clothes on his back were soaked with sweat and clung tightly to his body. But now he didn't have the heart to care about whether it was uncomfortable or not. At this time, his heart was filled with trembling. Although everyone could see that Felice's sword attack was just to tease him. But he just felt a real feeling of death. It felt like hundreds of needles pricking him, making the hairs on his body stand up. If it weren't for the fact that his protective skills were broken too quickly and the feeling of death just lasted for a moment, he would have collapsed. Seeing this, Lin Huan was slightly surprised. He just didn't feel anything about what Liu Bei said, but he didn't expect Phyllis to take action first. However, this might be better. He said calmly to the pale Liu Bei, "Do you have any more questions?" Just now Liu Bei questioned that his forest attribute magic card was not strong, but just now everyone present felt the powerful aura of Felice's silver 9 stars. Hearing this, Liu Bei's pale face turned an unhealthy red, as if a fire suddenly exploded in his chest. It made him want to step on Lin Huan to the ground immediately. However, he immediately put out the fire. He said nothing. He just grabbed the person who was following him, turned around with his legs still shaking, and left the blue secret realm in silence. Although he didn't say it clearly, his actions were already submissive. Wow, this junior is so domineering. He actually started to fight even if they didn't agree with each other. That arrogant Liu Bei is even scared. Are you not afraid? This is a strike from the silver 9 stars. It almost killed Liu Bei just now. Does Lin Huan really dare to kill someone? Maybe. I feel like this junior is very tough. Seeing Liu Bei being forced to leave, Kai Wenlin knew that it was time for him to leave as well. He walked up to Lin Huan and said, "Junior Lin Huan, we from Legion Academy will not come to your Bai Kang secret realm in the future. We will have the opportunity to do missions together in the future." Ming Jin also said, "Junior Lin Huan, so are we at Ruishui Academy. Forest College will definitely get better and better under your leadership. Come on." For this, with such kind words, Lin Huan responded to them perfunctorily and sent them away. Seeing this, no one present stayed much. Kai Wenlin hooked Ming Jin's neck and chuckled, "Ming Jin, how are you? How do you feel about being saved by your junior? What do you think?" "Thank you, of course. Why, do you feel stressed?" Ming Jin said. "That's for sure. With such a strong freshman, I, a junior, will be under great pressure. It seems that I will break through to the gold level soon. What if I am beaten to the gold level by a junior? That would be embarrassing." Without hiding it, Xie Eileen openly admitted that he felt a lot of pressure on Lin Huan. However, Ming Jin didn't feel deeply about this kind of pressure. He just shook his head and said, "There is a monster like Lin Huan in Forest College this year. The college ranking competition at the end of the semester should not be at the bottom again. Who knows?" Kai Wenlin shrugged. In the secret realm of Blue Sky, after all the people from other colleges left, Lin Huan found that he and 2 staff members were the only ones left here. There was a wave of beasts in Forest College's own secret realm, and the people who came were actually people from other colleges. He shook his head, knowing that this was the current situation of Forest College and there was no way around it. Just as he was about to leave, "Hello," King Zhao Mengzhen stepped forward and said, "Classmate Lin Huan, I finally understand what you just said. I hope that Forest College can take on a new look under your leadership. It will no longer be the bottom college." Hearing this, Lin Chong nodded. "Not only is it not at the bottom, I don't want Forest College to be number 1 in the college rankings." Of course, there is no need to say this now. Things are not said, but done. After bidding farewell to Meng Zhen, Lin Huan left the blue secret realm. Half an hour later, Lin Huan returned to the dormitory. This time, the harvest from solving the beast tide in Bai Kang's secret realm was not small. The first is points. Although most of the monsters in the beast wave just now were 2 or 3 stars in silver, there weren't many, but there were some, plus a few monsters with 5 or 6 stars in silver. The points gained this time totaled about 80,000 to 90,000. Including the points from the assessment and the points awarded by the principal in the entrance examination, his total points now have reached about 240,000. Looking at the points balance displayed on his student ID card, Lin Huan's eyes flashed with joy. With more than 200,000 points, you can already buy pure water. Now, except that Tianjing route is not mature yet. The only materials Phyllis needed to advance to the mythical level were a few legendary magic cards. With this in mind, he took out more than 30 blank magic cards. Looking at these blank magic cards, Lin Huan looked away and said with some regret, "Unfortunately, most of the monsters in this beast tide are faceless parasitic eggs. Although they can be counted as points, they are not. Magic cards fall, quote, hundreds of monsters, but they only got more than 30 blank magic cards." Shaking his head, Lin Huan no longer thought about this matter. Anyway, the blue secret realm is there, you can't escape, and you can always have blank magic cards with forest attributes. Thinking like this, he put all these 30+ blank magic cards into a large card bag at the same time. The blue light flashed in the palm of my hand, and the magic power surged into the big card bag like a wild wave. Whoosh whoosh, magic cards flew out one after another. Lin Huan looked over expectantly. Although these third-level blank magic cards only greatly enhance the probability of drawing rare-level magic cards, they only slightly increase the probability of drawing legendary-level magic cards. But it would be good to have a little more. The King of Spirit Mangosteen, Sepik Takra, Supernatural. One magic card message after another appeared in Lin Huan's eyes. Although there are several magic cards that look very good and are also legendary magic cards, they are not the magic cards he needs. What he wants is the magic card that Phyllis needs to advance to the mythical level. Seeing that there were only a few blank magic cards left, Lin Huan frowned slightly. If the goods are not shipped this time, after I go to the teacher's place tomorrow, I will have to go to the blue secret realm to kill some monsters. The words have not yet finished. A magic card with a faint orange light flew out of the big card pack. Lin Huan glanced at her out of habit. After just one glance, he could no longer look away. Magic card name: Crown of the Elf Queen. Type: Equipment magic card. Attribute: Forest type. Quality: Legendary. Effect: the Elf Queen's crown is a symbol of the Elf Queen's identity and can help the Elf Princess advance to the mythical level. After wearing the Elf Queen's crown, forest monsters of the same level will be irresistibly surrendered and lose all will to fight. Seeing the effect introduction below, Lin Huan couldn't help but feel bitter secretly. This effect: if Phyllis takes this crown and enters the blue secret realm, except for the 2 golden subordinates, wouldn't all the other monsters be lambs to be slaughtered? As soon as he thought, a legendary magic card emitting orange light flew out from the center of his eyebrows. Then there was a flash of orange light, and Phyllis appeared in the dormitory. Master. Lin Huan nodded to her, and then handed the Elf Queen's crown to Felice. Just like the last unable wand, this Elf Queen's crown was not bound and activated, and it broke apart and turned into a ray of orange light, forming a gorgeous and noble emerald green crown. Master, what is this? Phyllis held the crown in both hands and looked at Lin Huan with some confusion. This is your crown, take it and try it. My crown. Phyllis looked at the crown in her hand with some anxiety. She had a feeling that the crown seemed to be calling her. She carefully placed the crown on her head. Suddenly, the emerald green gem on the crown shines brightly, and Tianjin information floods into his mind. In order to receive this information, Phyllis had to close her eyes. Opposite Lin Huan looked at Felice with her eyes closed, rubbed her hands, and there was a touch of expectation in her heart. Unlike the last invisible wand, this elf queen's crown obviously has something special for Phyllis. A long time, Phyllis opened her eyes and took a long breath. And when she opened her eyes, the alexandrite on the crown of her head no longer emitted light. Seeing this, Lin Huan said in a somewhat urgent tone, "How about Felice?" Phyllis looked over and said with a smile, "Master, I'm fine. This elf queen's crown contains a lot of information. In addition to a lot of elf magic that I don't know about, there are also methods of cultivating elves and ancient trees." Oh, Lin Huan suddenly remembered something when he heard this. He took out a magic card and said, "Look, can you upgrade the quality of the ancient elf tree to the legendary level?" At first, during the magic card activation ceremony, Lin Huan clearly saw the prompts under the elf ancient tree through the system's functions. He could upgrade to the legendary magic card, Zhengji Yu tree, through special methods. Phyllis did not take it, shook her head and said, "Master, I can indeed upgrade the ancient elf tree to the ancient war tree through elf magic, but I need the Tianjing root." Hearing this, Lin Yi nodded. Tianjing root is not mature yet, it will take some time. Moreover, Tianjing General was in Zhang Li's hands. He could not obtain Tianjing Gen until he broke through to the gold level and allowed Forest College to win first place in the final college ranking competition. However, he is not in a hurry now. In the past, the evolution of the elf ancient tree into the war ancient tree would have been a timely help for him, but now, a legendary subordinate can only be regarded as the icing on the cake for him. Not even the icing on the cake. Not to mention anything else, he had dozens of legendary magic cards left in the Tianmeng City Magic Card Shop. Not to mention that he just drew more than 30 blank magic cards, and he had already drawn 3 legendary cards. After taking Felice back, Lin Huan looked at the time and saw that it was already late at night. Let's wait until tomorrow to talk about Tianchanshui. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Lin Huan came to the garden again. It was completely different from the last time I saw Zhang Li. Last time, Zhang Li looked like a farmer and didn't pay any attention to his image. But today, Zhang Li put on the uniform of an 8th level teacher. The green leaf logo on the left chest is the exclusive logo of Forest College. Lin Huan saluted Zhang Li slightly and said, "Teacher." Zhang Li nodded with his hands behind his hands. Said, "I have seen your performance in the Blue Secret Realm yesterday, it was very good." Hearing this, Lin Huan was slightly stunned. Yesterday, in Felice's presence, Zhang Li was able to hide from Felice's perception. Lin Huan wouldn't be surprised at all if he was a diamond card master before, but now he only has the strength of bronze 9 stars, how could he hide it from Felice's perception? To know, Phyllis now has the strength of silver 9 stars. Lin Huan was surprised, but he didn't show it on his face. He just said in a humble tone, "Thank you, teacher, I still have a lot to learn." Zhang Li smiled and said, "It's not good for young people to be so modest. Before I give my formal lecture today, in view of your performance yesterday, I decided to reward you with something." After saying that, he took out a legendary magic card from his arms. You must be wondering why you didn't notice that I was in the Blue Secret Realm yesterday, right? This is all due to this magic card. This magic card is called Symbiosis of All Things. What? Lin Huan's eyelids twitched suddenly. He didn't expect that the magic card in Zhang Li's hand was actually a symbiosis of all things. This is one of the legendary magic cards that Phyllis needs to advance to mythology. Of course, being able to conceal the aura is not one of the main functions of this magic card. The most important thing about this legendary magic card is that it can connect the master's talents with other things. This thing is not limited to other card magicians, but also the magic cards bound to you. In other words, the more high-quality magic cards you bind, the higher your talent will be. Back then, I used this magic card plus 2 other legendary magic cards to break through to the 6-star gold level when I graduated. This is also the reason why I became the youngest diamond card master in the Alliance. Hear Zhang Li's introduction to Symbiosis of All Things. Lin Huan's eyes widened little by little. Connection talent. Is this symbiosis of all things so outrageous? Originally, when a high-quality magic card was bound, it would be able to add a certain degree of bonus to the master's talent. If you add symbiosis of all things, how terrifying will the talent reach? Lin Huan was already a little afraid to think about it. Zhong Li and Symbiosis of All Things had a total of 3 legendary magic cards, and they all broke through the 6-star gold level when they graduated. And he currently has 5 legendary magic cards. But this is far from the limit. He has not yet used the magic card position he obtained when he broke through the bronze and silver levels. If all the free magic card slots are bound to legendary magic cards, maybe he can break through to the platinum level before graduating. Lin Huan became excited when he thought of the platinum level. But the more times like this, the more calm you have to be. He calmed down and said to Zhong Li, "Teacher, did you give me such a rare magic card just because of my performance yesterday?" Zhong Li said with a look of relief, "Yes, when faced with such a valuable treasure, I was not overwhelmed by joy at the first time, but could analyze it calmly. It's really good. You are indeed the most talented student I have ever seen, bar none." Speaking of this, Zhong Li suddenly felt a little emotional. Yesterday, he was in the Bai Kang secret realm and saw that Lin Huan was only 17 or 18 years old. He was obviously just a freshman. But he already has 4 legendary magic cards and the combat power of 9 silver stars. This was the first time he had seen such a talented student in his more than 70 years of life. Even Zhong Li himself, the league's #1 pick decades ago, the youngest diamond card master in the league. But when he saw Lin Huan, he felt ashamed. But he was not disappointed, instead he was excited. The more evil Lin Huan is, the faster he grows. Every time he becomes stronger, the crisis of the Red Sand space crack will be resolved sooner. Since you asked me to be your teacher, you naturally know about the space cracks in Chisha. Back then, I used up all the magic power in my body and inserted all the magic cards in my body, and then I temporarily solved the crisis in the Red Sand space crack. But it's been 30 years now, and the defense line I set up in the Red Sand space cracks probably won't last for a few more years. So, I need you to grow up as soon as possible in a short period of time. Even if it cannot be completely solved, the crisis of the Red Sand space crack must be temporarily suspended. This is not a teacher's request, but my plea to you as a former student of the Magic City Academy." After hearing these words, Lin Huan pursed his lips tightly. He did not expect that the most talented and youngest diamond card master in the alliance would actually use the word, please. Although he is now just an ordinary person with 9 bronze stars, he still has not forgotten the crisis of the Red Sand space crack. Is he still concerned about the safety of all the people in Demon City? For a moment, Lin Huan felt in awe of this old man who was already over 70 years old. He took the symbiosis of all things with both hands and said, "The teacher's wish will be fulfilled by the students." Zhong Li nodded with a pleased expression and said, "Just do your best." Raising his head, Lin Huan asked, "Teacher, does your body still have a chance to recover?" "I've been trying for 10 years, but there's no hope." Zhong Li shook his head. He has given up hope on repairing his body and regaining his strength. Now, he only has 2 wishes. One is to recast the glory of the Forest Academy, a school in the Magic City. One is to be able to tell the Magic City Academy to completely resolve the spatial cracks in Red Sand. Okay, it's been delayed for so long, let's start now. Let's start the official class. Zhong Li waved his hand and said. Lin Huan nodded. But what I was thinking about was, I don't know if Phyllis can solve the teacher's physical problem. At the same time Lin Huan was in class. Tiandu City, Tang family. Lin Yuki was soaked in a wooden barrel, which was full of black liquid. These are for healing. Since the assessment 2 months ago, she was too anxious to see Lin Huan. As a result, her physical strength and magic power were completely drained. If Kai Hu hadn't saved her at that time, she might have become a useless person like Zhong Li. After the assessment, she returned to the Tang family and began to heal. Not long after, Lin Yuki stood up from the barrel, her white skin and black liquid showing an extremely obvious contrast. She put on her clothes and walked downstairs. Before she even went downstairs, the conversation between her parents on the first floor attracted her attention. causing her to stop and listen at the corner of the first and second floors. Old Tang, is it necessary to make such a risky decision? The first thing that came was Yuki's mother's voice. What do you, a woman, know? If this strategy succeeds, our Tang group will become the richest family. Prospering the Tang family has been my long-cherished wish since childhood. Yuki's father sat proudly on the leather sofa, his eyes full of ambition. After hearing this, Yuki's mother stopped persuading and turned to another topic. Have you noticed that something is wrong with my daughter these past 2 months? Do you even need to say this? Yuki's father put out his cigarette and said, I have already investigated it. The Lin family that adopted Yuki back then had some shitty luck. That kid from his family actually became the top pick in the league. What? Yuki's mother exclaimed. Then Yuki won't still want to go back, right? She felt worried. More than 10 years ago, the Tang family was behind bars and the couple was hunted. In order to protect Yuki from harm, they had no choice but to leave Yuki at the door of the Lin family and run away. Walk. By the time the Tang family got out of the crisis and found Yuki, Yuki was already 12 certain. In order to gain Yuki's recognition and reintegrate into the Tang family, they didn't even let Yuki change her, Tang, nature. Go back. I will never allow it. How can I, Tang Shen's daughter, return to that civilian home again? Okay, don't worry about it. I'm going to go out and deal with the matter first. If this matter can be successful, the Tang family will be able to move to a higher level. After saying that, Tang Kun left. At the corner of the stairs, Lin Yuki leaned against the cold wall. The mood is a bit complicated. Her biological parents' love for her was unquestionable. But for some reason, his father Tang Kun hated civilian families. Over the years, she had proposed several times to return to Tianmeng City, but she was opposed every time. That's why she wanted to become a powerful card magician. In this way, her biological father can no longer restrain her. However, now the Tang family is getting stronger again. This means that it will be more difficult for her to return to Lin Huan. If only my father's plan failed this time. This sudden idea startled her. No, how could I think that? This is my biological father, and the Tang family is where I have lived for 5 years. How can I hope that the Tang family's plan will fail? Lin Yuki shook her head hard. Throw away the thought you just had. I will rely on my own efforts to return to him. Brother, please wait a little longer. As soon as I recover from my injury, I will return to the Magic City Mansion immediately. So, what is taught in Forest College now is already wrong. Real support should be both assisting and attacking. If assisted, the status will recover and gain will be added. Only one person can bring the whole team back to life and double the combat power. If you are fighting, look around the battlefield and coordinate all directions. A single person can put tremendous pressure on the opponent and control the situation of the battle. This is what Forest College should cultivate, students. Seeing Zhang Li's impassioned look, Lin Huan was slightly speechless. Although what Zhang Li said was very passionate. But, can such students really be considered assistants? Can attack and assist. There are buffs and treatment to restore blood. This is no longer an assistant, but a comprehensively developed genius. It is difficult to produce a student like this. Let's not talk about things like talents, just saying that it is difficult to match a magic card deck with the above abilities. If you want to build a deck that can attack and defend, advance and retreat, have single combat and group attack, it is very difficult even if you don't look at the quality. What's more, magic cards are the core of a magic card master's battle, and the quality of magic cards is the core of magic cards. It's difficult not to look at quality, let alone high quality. Therefore, the standards mentioned by Zhang Li can only be achieved by geniuses among geniuses. Lin Huan guessed, even 30 years ago. There are probably not many people of Zhang Li's generation like this. Because the cost of training such a student is too high. The average quality of a set of magic cards like this cannot be high. The quality of magic cards is not high, and there is no point in training such students. But this is not a problem for Lin Huan. A buff with god-level luck in drawing cards. Now Lin Huan draws legendary magic cards as easily as drinking water. Just now, he already has dozens of legendary magic cards. In terms of quantity, according to Zhang Li's standards, he can already match several decks. Pity. The current forest college has declined to such an extent that it is impossible for another student like this to appear again. It's just a pity for you. With your talent, such a deck is completely possible, but now Forest Academy does not have such resources. My deck was also lost in the red sand space crack, otherwise. When he said this, Zhongli looked a little regretful. Seeing this, Lin Huan suddenly felt dumbfounded. He comforted. It's okay, teacher, my business card is pretty good now. He had no idea that Zhongli wanted to train him to develop into a genius like this. He also wanted to give himself his own magic card. But to be honest, even if the Forest Academy is still as prosperous as usual, Zhongli's magic cards are still there. Lin Huan doesn't like it either. Can the deck they match have the flavor of my all-legendary magic card deck? Okay, that's it, you digest it and come back in 3 days. After the class was over, Lin Huan didn't stay much. He came out early this morning, and he had to rush to exchange for pure water. Tens of minutes later, Lin Huan came to the rare item exchange hall. He said to the staff at the workbench, "Hello, I want to exchange for Tianper water." While speaking, he handed over his student ID card, feeling a little hopeful in his heart. Whether it was a rare item like Natural Crystal or a legendary magic card like Unable Wand, they all brought certain benefits to Felice, and at the same time strengthened a certain part of Felice. Although he didn't know what pure water was, it was not easy to imagine that it could be used as a material for Felice to advance to the mythical level. Just when he was looking forward to it, he heard a sound. "Classmate, the Tianshan water has been redeemed by someone. The exchange is gone." Lin Huan frowned. He didn't expect that Tianshan water would be exchanged for it. He asked the staff inside, "Excuse me, who exchanged the Tianper water?" "Please wait. It's classmate Mingjin from Ruishui Academy." "Thanks." After walking out of the item exchange center, Lin Huan walked quickly towards Ruishui Academy without hesitation. The time for Mingjin to exchange for pure water was not long ago. If it passes now, maybe Mingjin hasn't used the pure water yet. Just as Lin Huan was rushing to Ruishui College. In a classroom at Ruishui College. "Mingjin, has the pure water been replaced?" "Yeah." Mingjin nodded and said to Kai Wenlin opposite, "What about you? Did you get anyone?" "No, it's not like you don't know that most of the seniors have opinions about me, and most of them want to rush to the golden stage before graduation. Who wants to waste time exploring the secret realm?" Quote. When he mentioned this, Kai Wenlin's face looked a little frustrated, but then he became angry again. "It's so annoying. Isn't it just because I said something nice to them that I still hold my grudge to this day? They are so small-minded, I don't think they can reach gold. Please be gentle with your mouth. Forget that it was because of your unbridled words that the senior was displeased with you." Ming Jin glared at him and said. When he was admitted to the Magic City Academy, Kai Wenlin was the most famous student in their class. None of them. The reason is because he is too arrogant. As soon as he entered the school, he openly mocked the second-year seniors who were not as strong as him. It was originally meant to ridicule those who were not as strong as him, but when he said it, he did not add a prefix. It sounded like he was mocking all the second-year students. If it weren't for the fact that he was really talented and he was a child of a noble family. When I was in first grade, I was taught a hard lesson by my seniors. But despite this, he suffered a lot. It was precisely because of this that when he wanted to ask a senior for help this time, almost no one paid him any attention. Even if he went in to look for him tomorrow, he would probably turn around and leave when he saw Kai Wenlin among the team. Then what should we do now? There is no one close to the golden combat power, at least a 9-star silver student is needed. Otherwise, there are only 2 of us, even if you give me pure water for many days, it will be useless. If you miss this opportunity, you won't have another chance in the future. Ming Jin gently pinched his eyebrows and said, "Nowadays, those who have 9-star silver combat power in Magic City Academy are basically seniors. Among the juniors, there is only Kai Wenlin. If there are no 2 silver 9-star combat power bases, there is no need to go to that secret realm. But in this case, a great opportunity will be lost." This situation now really gave him a headache. This problem not only gave him a headache, but also gave Wenlin a headache. Kai Wenlin grabbed his hair randomly. A long time. He calmed down and said to Kai Wenlin, use the pure water first and then talk. Mingjin nodded. On this day, pure water can only increase his defense power. Without the second silver 9-star combat power, this combat power can only be said to be better than nothing. Mingjin took out the pure water, and just as he was about to use it, a voice interrupted him. Senior Mingjin. This sudden sound immediately attracted the attention of the two people. The person who came was none other than Lin Huan. When they saw Lin Huan, lightning suddenly flashed in the minds of Mingjin and Kai Wenlin. Yes, silver 9-star combat power, isn't this it? When looking for someone, they all fell into the mindset that only seniors could have the combat power of silver 9 stars. Lin Huan, the super freshman, was completely forgotten. Seeing Lin Huan, Kai Wenlin immediately raised a warm smile, greeted Lin Huan, and said, why is Junior Lin Huan here? I'm here for Senior Mingjin. Looking at the two of them, Lin Huan said, I heard that Senior Ming just redeemed Tianchan water. The Tianper water is of great use to me today, so I want to ask the senior if he can resell the Tianper water to me. I can accept a few more points or other things. He was speaking to Mingjin, but his eyes were looking at a transparent cylindrical box in Mingjin's hand. The box is filled with clear liquid. At a glance, it looks like ordinary water, but if you look closely, you will find that the water in this box is extremely pure. It does not have impurities invisible to the naked eye like ordinary water. Even with Lin Huan's terrifying 4-star silver eyes, he couldn't find a single impurity in the pure water. In fact, the pure water on this day was so pure that it exuded a faint fluorescence. Will pure water be of great use to classmate Lin Huan today? Hearing that Lin Huan came to the door with a request, Mingjin's eyes flashed with joy. That's right, Lin Huan nodded. Seeing this, Mingjin said, it's not impossible to sell this pure water to Junior Lin Huan, but you must agree to one of my conditions. As long as you agree, let alone resale, I will give you this day's pure water for free. Conditions. Senior, please tell me. Although I know the conditions that can be worth 200,000 points, it is definitely not simple. But Lin Huan is determined to win Tianchun water. No matter how difficult the conditions are, he will agree unless they exceed the bottom line. After more than 2 months, I want to invite my juniors to enter the Tianchi space crack. Hearing the words, Tianchi space crack, Lin Huan instantly guessed their purpose. That is the divine pure milk in the secret realm of Tianchi. This thing can be said to be the best among many rare items. This thing can drain out all the impurities in the body and return people to their original pure constitution. There is an advantage to such a constitution. That is, after using the divine pure milk, you can 100% receive the effect of the body refining potion. Generally speaking, most people use physical training medicine. Due to impurities in the body, the efficacy of the potion will be compromised to a certain extent, and the actual effect is only 70 to 80% of the theoretical effect. When he asked Phyllis to use elf magic to help his parents comb their bodies, it was to help them better accept the effects of the potion. However, the effect of Phyllis's elf magic is naturally not as good as the divine pure milk of heaven and earth. Naturally, there are powerful monsters guarding this kind of heaven and earth spiritual creature. According to the information Lin Huan learned, the strength of the monster that protects the pure breasts has already reached the gold level. Stealing something from the mouth of a gold-level monster is naturally extremely dangerous. But the combination of divine cleansing milk and pure water is enough for Lin Huan to take a risk. What's more, the space cracks in Tianchi open once every 3 years, and the closest one will not open until more than 2 months later. In these 2 months, with the help of all things symbiosis, my own strength will definitely have a big breakthrough. The magic level can reach at least 6 stars of silver. The strength of the 6-star silver star is enough for him to defeat the golden monster. The men protect themselves. After all, he can fly. Coupled with the wind demon dragon, safety is not a problem. Therefore, Lin Huan simply agreed. I agreed. Great. Ming Jin and Kai Wenlin were overjoyed to see Lin Huan agree. Just now, they were worried about where to find someone with 9-star silver strength. Unexpectedly, the problem was solved in just 2 minutes. Here, Junior Lin Huan. According to the agreement, this day's pure water will be your reward for joining the gang. When the time is up, we will go back to Forest Academy to find you. Lin Huan nodded without any politeness, took the Tianchun water directly and left. Half an hour later, dormitory. Lin Huan summoned Felice, placed Tianchun Shui and symbiosis of all things in front of her, and said, "Felice, take a look." After accepting the crown of the Elf Queen, Phyllis already knew that Lin Huan was looking for these things to transform her into a real Elf Queen, which is a mythical existence. She also learned detailed information about these promotion materials. She said to Lin Huan, "Master, these two things can only be used when you have gathered all the materials." Lin Huan nodded, indicating that he understood. Phyllis continued, "But this symbiosis of all things can be used now. Master, when you use symbiosis of all things, you can connect the talents of all magic cards, and I can also share the talents with you at the same time. In other words, I can also practice." Hearing this, Lin raised his eyebrows. This symbiosis of all things actually gave Phyllis special preferential treatment. But this can obviously be better for him. If Phyllis becomes stronger, his strength will also be strengthened in the most intuitive way. In that case, let's practice some training first and see. With that said, he bound symbiosis of all things to activate and use it. Suddenly, an emerald green light strip connected him to Phyllis. In the center of his eyebrows, the magic cards bound to Lin Huan were all connected by an emerald green light belt. Moment. Lin Huan felt that the magic power in the surrounding environment seemed to come alive, and he tried his best to penetrate into his body. This has never happened before. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes. Crossing their legs, Lin Huan and Felice began to practice. Time passed quickly, and Lin Huan woke up from practice the next day. He looked at his body in disbelief. Silver 5 stars. Only used it for one night. The effect of this symbiosis of all things is so terrifying. But Lin Huan soon calmed down. Although the effect seems exaggerated, it is also related to the fact that he has accumulated 4 silver stars for a long time. Otherwise, no matter how hard you think, you won't be able to achieve 1 star overnight. It just happened to happen. But after he binds all the remaining magic card slots to legendary magic cards, his cultivation speed will definitely reach a terrifying level. Thinking of this, he picked up the phone and called Lu Xiaoxiao, asking her to bring some legendary magic cards. Naturally, it was better to bind magic cards than to waste them. After listening to Zhong Li's class, he had an idea for his own deck. He left a few of them in Tianmeng City and needed Lu Xiaoxiao to urgently fly them over. After making the call, Lin Huan took out a legendary magic card. Magic card name, Supernatural. Type, Special Magic Card. Attribute, Forest type. Quality, Legendary. Effect, it can increase the overall effect of the user by 30%, can be improved and can also be used in groups. Tip, this magic card has a special boost for the elves. Looking at this magic card, Lin Huan bound it directly without saying a word. Among the 4 legendary magic cards just drawn, in addition to Crown of the Elf Queen, there is also this super powerful card. After listening to Zhong Li's understanding of support, Lin Huan has already decided to take the route he said, that is, comprehensive development. A single card with enhanced attributes like Supernatural that can be used alone or in groups is perfect for him. Raising his head, Lin Huan asked Felice, "Felice, how effective is this legendary magic card on you?" Felice said, "According to the information in the Crown of the Elf Queen, the supernatural amplification effect for ordinary elves is 50%, but for me it is 100%. If I am promoted to Elf Queen, the increase effect will be 300%. So high." Lin Huan's eyes lit up. Unexpectedly, Supernatural has such a high increase in the elven race. But it's normal, after all, the elves themselves are the darlings of nature. This card is called Supernatural, and it is understandable that the elves have higher benefits than other races. Anyway, there are card magicians affiliated with the elves now, and Lin Huan is the only one. Immediately, he thought of the ancient elf tree. If the elf archer cultivated by the ancient elf tree adds supernatural, wouldn't it mean that he can form an elf army by himself? However, if you want to reach the size of an army, the ancient elf tree is not enough. You must at least evolve to the ancient war tree. He raised his head and looked at Phyllis. If the amplification effect on you is 0.97%, then wouldn't you be able to have gold level combat power now? Phyllis shook her head and said, the difference in combat power between the silver level and the gold level is still quite big. Even if it is a 100% increase, there is still a little difference. Hearing this, Aunt Lin felt slightly disappointed. It seems that gold level combat power is not as easy to achieve as I imagined. But now there is still time, more than 2 months of practice. By then, although Phyllis will not be able to cultivate to the gold level, she will definitely have gold level combat power. Start practicing. Time is tight, and Lin Huan doesn't want to waste a penny of his time on useless things. 3 days later, Lin Huan was sitting cross-legged on the bed, practicing with his eyes closed. Dong dong dong. Hearing the knock on the door, Lin Huan withdrew from his cultivation state and took Felice back. When he opened the door, he saw a pretty girl standing at the door. Big brother, Xiao Xiao, why are you here so quickly? Come in. The visitor was none other than Lu Xiaoxiao. 3 days ago, Lin Huan called and asked Lu Xiaoxiao to come over with the magic card. Tianmeng City and Demon City are thousands of miles apart at least. If there is no Tianfeng, even if Lu Xiaoxiao has Shenyang Qingyuan, it will take at least 5 days. Why did you come here in 3 days? Lin Huan suddenly raised his eyebrows and said, Xiaoxiao, are you already a 5-star black iron? Lu Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously. Seeing this, Lin Huan was a little surprised. When he was in Tianmeng City, he had been focusing on his own cultivation, and he didn't pay much attention to Lu Xiaoxiao. Unexpectedly, it only took about half a year. She is already a 5-star black iron star. And she achieved this while working part-time at the magic card shop. 14 or 15 years old, he is only the age of a freshman in high school. In the first year of high school, he was a black iron 5-star, and if he was placed in Tianmeng City, it would be like killing him randomly. Although the system cannot see other people's attribute panels, Lin Huan knows that Lu Xiaoxiao's talent is at least high level. I didn't expect that the little girl I took in at random would turn out to be a precious jade. He smiled and nodded. Good. It seems that you haven't fallen behind in your magic practice these days. It's all thanks to Big Brother. Lu Xiaoxiao had a shy expression on her face when she heard Lin Huan's praise. After a while of simple greetings, Lin got straight to the point. Xiaoxiao, where is the card? Hearing this, Lu Xiaoxiao took out a card box from his arms and opened it. In the card box, there are 10 magic cards. Each magic card exudes a faint orange light. If this was taken outside, all card magicians would go crazy. At the same time, they will definitely scold Lu Xiaoxiao for being so casual with legendary magic cards. Outside, no matter where the legendary magic card is placed, it is a treasure among treasures. Each piece must be packed in a container made of blood-red nanmu that is hundreds of years old. Only people like Lu Xiaoxiao, who are completely indifferent to the legendary magic cards, would put the extremely cherished legendary magic cards in such a worthless card box. Of course, it all stems from Lin Huan. Taking the card box, Lin Huan picked out 7 legendary magic cards and bound them. Any card magician has 9 magic card slots when he reaches the black iron level. Every time he reaches a higher level, the magic card slots will increase by a difference. From black iron to bronze, the magic card slots will increase by 3. From bronze to silver, the magic card slots will increase by 6. The added magic card position is an arithmetic sequence with a 3-digit difference. After binding these 7 legendary magic cards, all of his 18 magic card slots are now full. But even though the 18 magic card slots are already full, there is still a long way to go before he can achieve his goal of becoming a comprehensive card magician. The current 18 magic card slots only meet his attack needs. Other aspects are only slightly touched upon. In fact, he now wants to unbind several non-legendary magic cards that were previously bound. After all, he was thinking about an all-legendary deck. Those epic-level magic cards are really eye-catching, especially one of the heroic-level magic cards, Photosynthesis. But Lin Huan is not in a hurry. He currently does not have a legendary magic card with the same function to replace him. It's not like I haven't thought about binding other legendary magic cards first to increase the speed of practice, but unbinding magic cards has negative effects. In addition to small things like a decrease in talent, the most important thing is the damage to the magic level. There are other negative consequences. It has never been untied, and Lin Huan doesn't know. You have to go back and ask Zhongli about this. Building a comprehensive deck is not something you can do in a day. You can only take your time. Seeing that there were 3 legendary magic cards left in the card box, Lin Huan looked at Lu Xiaoxiao and said, Xiaoxiao, what are these 3 magic cards? Big brother, I just came here to tell you something. Seeing that Lin Huan had finally finished his work, she was shocked and said, Big brother, these are the 3 magic cards you hung in the Fantasy Boutique magic card store. Not 2 days after you left, someone came to your door to buy all 3 legendary magic cards. Did you buy them all? Hearing this, Lin Huan frowned slightly. Although the last time Yanshan was sold, the Lord of Tianwei City gave his credibility endorsement. But the legendary magic card is at stake. The amount involved is also an astronomical figure. Not everyone has the financial resources to buy it, and not everyone has the courage to buy legendary magic cards online. Last time, if it weren't for the assessment of a top university right in front of him, Li Feng wouldn't have spent 1.8 billion to buy legendary magic cards in an online store. In Lin Huan's imagination, it would take a long time to buy these 3 magic cards before selling them. Step by step, you can make everyone believe in the Fantasy Boutique magic card store. As a result, just like last time, I had only been away for a few days, and someone already ordered it. Or buy 3 at once. Lin Huan looked at Lu Xiaoxiao and said, Who is the buyer? It's a man named Qi Shang. The address he mentioned is the Tianducheng Alliance headquarters. When he said this, Lu Xiaoxiao's voice trembled slightly. Although he didn't know who Qi Shang was, the Tiandu City Alliance headquarters was very familiar with it. That is the core of the entire alliance. More than 50% of the alliance's platinum and diamond powerhouses are there. It's actually Mr. Qi. Lin Huan frowned. He was not surprised by the alliance headquarters. Those who can buy 3 legendary magic cards at once are either rich or expensive. What surprised him was why the target was Mr. Qi. As one of the top combat forces in the alliance, it has reached the diamond level. More legendary magic cards are useless to them. The Diamond Magic Card Master has been able to suppress a large secret realm by himself. It is no longer necessary to upgrade the combat power. What's more, replacing the magic card will consume the magic level. If in order to exchange for these 3 legendary magic cards, the magic level drops by 1 star, the gain will outweigh the loss. Getting 3 legendary magic cards for future generations seems very extravagant. For a moment, Lin Huan's face turned gloomy, and he frowned and began to think deeply. A long time, he looked up and smiled. He had already roughly guessed what Mr. Qi wanted to do. There are only 2. First, I want to find out what the Fantasy Boutique magic card store is like. Secondly, let's see if the magic card store can make some contributions to the alliance. Lin Huan knew in his heart that Qi Shang was the man. Strong character. Sometimes I offend many people because of my straight temper. But he is absolutely above board and selfless. He is dedicated to the alliance. A Fantasy Boutique magic card shop suddenly appeared in front of me. This is an online store that sells legendary magic cards. First thoughts. You will definitely feel that there is a big power behind this online store. Second thoughts. I was just wondering if I could win over them and contribute to the alliance. Maybe there are other ideas, but I will never have any bad thoughts towards him. Falling into a trap by buying magic cards. Min Chi Lao's character cannot do this kind of thing. But this kind of thing cannot depend entirely on other people's ideas. No matter whether Mr. Qi is what he guessed, or he has other ideas 0. It is best to complete the transaction without direct contact. In this case, the only option is to sneak into Qi's office secretly. But it has to be done when Qi Shang is not around. But if you do, it won't work if Lu Xiaoxiao goes alone. Although Shenyun Qingyuan is very effective, it can make Li Feng, who is platinum, unable to detect any aura. But there are certain risks when facing a diamond-level card magician. Want to know, even when Qi Shang is away, the Alliance headquarters cannot lack diamond card masters. So, this time Lin Huan decided to go together. With the addition of supernatural symbiosis of all things and the Shenyun Qingyuan work together, it is possible to hide from the perception of the diamond card master. To be on the safe side, let's go test it out at Ji Yu Lao's place tomorrow. Lin Huan murmured. The next day, Lin Huan walked out of the office building where Ji Yusu was located and looked at Lu Xiaoxiao, with a smile flashing in his eyes. Just now, they were hiding from everyone's sight. After knowing that Ji Yusu was in the principal's office, he walked around outside the door. Only a door separates them. Not to mention a diamond card magician, even a silver card magician can detect someone outside the door. But Ji Yusu didn't notice them. This result made Lin Huan feel reassured. Xiaoxiao, let's go to Tiandu City. 3 days later. Tiandu City, Alliance headquarters. Top floor. In a luxurious office with an area of more than 100 square meters. Qi Shang sat on the chair with his hands crossed and placed on his forehead. In front of his desk, a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s or 50s said respectfully, "Mr. Qi, will the people from this fantasy boutique magic card shop really come?" Qi Shang raised his head, nodded and said, "He will definitely come. If my guess is correct, there must be a powerful and mysterious organization behind this fantasy boutique magic card shop. And the leader of this organization is most likely a diamond-level card magician." Hearing this, the middle-aged man couldn't help but said, "Mr. Qi, that's not the case. There aren't many diamond card masters in the entire alliance, and no matter who they are all well-known big shots. Why do you think he opened this magic card shop online? That's right, when you reach the diamond level, you don't even have an official position in the league. It is also inferior to no one and superior to tens of thousands of people. It is indeed incomprehensible to create such an organization to sell magic cards on Taoka.com." Hearing this, Qi Shang also frowned. "Just because I didn't know, I bought 3 of their legendary magic cards to test them out. In this case, I will catch them all later and it will be over." The middle-aged man said with an indifferent expression. "No," Qi Shang suddenly raised his head and scolded. "You idiot, you really are not sensible at all. I already told you that the leader of this organization might be a diamond card master. You arrested his people, didn't you offend him? Don't forget, was announced in the first place because some of your remarks caused some people to become cultists. If you don't have a good memory now, you are still my student, so why don't you?" Speaking of the latter part, Qi Shang became angrier and louder as he spoke. "When you get to the back, just blast it." And after saying that, Qi Shang made a show of thinking and slapped him twice. The middle-aged man was immediately startled, and he hurriedly said, "Old Qi, teacher. I was wrong, you shouldn't have bad thoughts about that fantasy boutique card shop. Don't be angry." Boom. At this moment, Qi Shang's cell phone suddenly rang. When the phone rang, Qi Shang gave up the idea of teaching the student a lesson. "Old Qi, Xiao Feng is here. He is coming to our house as a guest tonight. You must come back early." "Li Fang, what is this kid doing here? Okay, I get it." After Qi Shang hung up the phone, the middle-aged man said, "Since the teacher has something to do, go back early. Based on the last time Li Fang purchased Yanshan, it will take at least 10 days for people from the Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store to come. It has only been 6 days now, and there is still time to wait. I will also guard the headquarters. If they really arrive early, I can receive them first." Hearing the words, then the two left the office together. 10 p.m. Qi Shang's secretary went into the calendar office to clean as usual. But an ordinary card box was found on Qi Shang's desk. There is also a note next to the card box. It says, "Dear Mr. Qi Shang, the card box contains the magic card you ordered in the store, please check it. If Mr. Qi Shang has ideas other than trading, the owner of our Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store also welcomes them. Please contact us directly through Taoka.com. Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store to stay. Fantasy Boutique Mocha Shop. When did they come? When did you put this note here?" Picking up this piece of paper, the secretary's pupils suddenly widened, and cold sweat suddenly appeared on his forehead. As Qi Shang's secretary, he naturally knew that Qi Shang had purchased 3 legendary magic cards from the Fantasy Boutique Mocha Store. Qi Shang's exploration of the Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store. He also knew it. Now all the assumptions have come to nothing. When Qi Shang was away, people from other Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Stores had already left the magic cards here. The thought of someone breaking into Qi Shang's office quietly, The secretary's back was instantly wet with cold sweat. The coldness in my heart couldn't stop coming out. This is Mr. Chi's office. The various important documents inside should be leaked a little bit so that those with ulterior motives can know about it. The damage it will cause to the alliance will be unparalleled. After all, what is known is that there is a very powerful organization behind this fantasy boutique magic card store. But does this organization want to get closer to the alliance? It's time to put a question mark. What will happen if something happens? If anyone is held accountable, he will definitely be the first person responsible. When he thought of this, he was filled with fear. He rushed out of the office with the note in his hand. It didn't take long. In the office of the head of the propaganda department on the lower floor, the middle-aged man who was with Qi Shang just now is sitting behind the desk working. Don't look at him being respectful and performing the junior ceremony in front of Qi Shang. However, he is a real platinum strong man. And it has already reached platinum 9 stars. There is only a thin line between diamond level. At the same time, he is also the director of the propaganda department of the alliance. Whenever the alliance makes any major decisions, he will inform the people of the entire alliance. You can find his information with a quick search on TV. He is a big shot. Dong dong dong. Come in, he said lightly without raising his head. Mr. Cheng, help me. Hearing this, the head of the propaganda department named Cheng raised his head in surprise. He saw his teacher, Qi Shang's office secretary, walking in quickly. A look of impending disaster. Xiao Fang, what's wrong? This is. Minister Cheng was a little surprised when he saw this. Secretary Fang has been following Qi Shang since he was a gold star, which has been almost 10 years. The strength has also reached the golden 9 stars. Qi Shang told him that when Secretary Fang breaks through to the platinum level, he will be allowed to go to other cities to practice as a city lord. Such a person can be considered a figure even in this alliance building. What exactly happened that made me say the words, "Save me"? Minister Cheng asked carefully and finally understood the whole story. After hearing this, he couldn't believe it and asked Secretary Fang, "You mean, the people from Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store have already been here?" Secretary Fang nodded vigorously. Hiss. Seeing him nodding in confirmation, Minister Cheng suddenly took a breath. The people from the Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store are already here. Learned this fact, Minister Cheng was completely shocked. In the afternoon, he told Qi Shang that he would keep an eye on it. This was not a perfunctory thing said at that time just to calm Qi Shang's anger. He really did it. Although he returned to the office to work at first, how could the mere distance of 1 floor be hidden from his perception as a platinum 9-star card magician? The secretary of Li Fang, the lord of Tianwei City, has a silver level and can sense things within a 3-meter radius. He is 1,000 times better than that secretary. Perception can cover this entire building. He had been paying attention to the situation at the door of Qi Shang's office. Because Li Fang, who bought it last time, said to Qixiang that he really didn't feel the slightest breath. As a result, the delivery person from the Fantasy Boutique Mocha shop still sneaked into his office door quietly. Therefore, he has always paid attention. But even so, he still didn't feel the presence of anyone from the Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store. The delivery man quietly placed the 3 legendary magic cards on Qi Shang's desk and left a note. Moment. The danger level of the Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Shop has escalated several levels in his mind. When I first heard about the Fantasy Card Store from Qi Shang, he was quite disapproving at the time. I think Li Fang is just exaggerating. And although Li Fang is the lord of a city and a platinum card magician, however, Li Fang's magic level is actually only platinum 5-star. Naturally, it is incomparable to someone like him who has 9 platinum stars and is just a hair away from diamond level. That's why he felt that the Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store might be a family with problems, and not some mysterious and powerful organization. I don't think there is a diamond card master behind this organization. Naturally, he would not believe that a delivery person from a magic card store could hide from his own senses. But now the facts are before him. The delivery person of the Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store not only deceived his perception, but also left a card box and a note. Minister Cheng slapped the table with his hand, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He looked at Secretary Fang and said, "Severe. You should immediately tell Mr. Chi everything that happened. I'm going to find Mr. Chong now. Go quickly." Yes. After hearing the order, Secretary Fang ran out quickly. He only felt his heart beating wildly. Because he heard the words, Mr. Chong Lao. Outsiders don't know, but as an official staff member of the Alliance, how could I not have heard of Mr. Chang's name? Mr. Chong. The full name is Chong Yun. He is a diamond-level card magician. At the same time, he is currently the only fortune teller in the Alliance. That's right, it's that traditional fortune telling. Although as a diamond card master, he has almost no fighting ability. But what he knows is even more amazing than his fighting ability. Including but not limited to fortune telling, predicting short-term future trends, measuring luck, the rise and fall of stars, and other miraculous abilities. It can be said that Mr. Chong is an important weapon in the entire Alliance. It cannot be used easily. Now, do you have to alarm this old man just for a fantasy boutique mocha shop? Has the matter reached this serious level? Arriving here first, his pace couldn't help but become a little faster. Alliance Headquarters Building. A room on the top floor. This room is different from other rooms, because there are 2 card magicians guarding the door of this room. Although it was already past 10 o'clock in the night, the 2 gatekeepers still had their backs straight. As golden card masters, they have no shame at all for such an ordinary job as standing guard. On the contrary, they feel very honored, because the person they are standing guard to protect is Chu. This is Mr. Chong, who the entire Alliance must pay attention to and cannot lose. To stand guard for such a national treasure is something no one can ask for. At this time, a man came over. This man was none other than Minister Chang. Is Mr. Chong still in there? Minister Chang. Still here. The 2 of them bowed respectfully and then replied. Minister Chang nodded to them, then knocked on the door and entered. In the room, an old man wearing plain clothes was sitting cross-legged in the room. Quote. Minister Chang only uttered 2 words before he was interrupted by Mr. Chong. I already know your purpose of coming. That fantasy boutique mocha shop, I can't even count. The only thing we can know is that this store will not cause any harm to us or the Alliance at present. As for the delivery person of this store, I can vaguely deduce it when I arrive. This delivery man has appeared in Magic City and Tianmeng City. As for where the headquarters of this store is, there is nothing we can do. Okay, you know everything you need to know. Go. Minister Chang saluted respectfully to Mr. Chong and calmly exited the room. Just exited the room. There was a storm in his heart. What's going on now? It's not just me. Even Mr. Chong can't figure out the details of the fantasy boutique magic card store. Is this fantasy card shop really so scary? A small delivery man followed the message from Li Fang. The teleporter was just a little girl of 14 or 15 years old. But I'm only in my first year of high school. Not only did it hide the perception of myself, a platinum 9-star card magician, but it even concealed the perception of Mr. Chong Lao. The scariest thing is, in the past few decades, Mr. Chang's invincible fortune-telling methods have actually failed. This is simply incredible. In the past, every time the Alliance had any doubts, they could get answers from Mr. Chong. But today was the first time he heard the words, powerless, from Mr. Chong. At the same time, these 2 facts also told him a terrible truth. #BT. In a situation where even the Diamond Magic Card Master can't sense it, and Mr. Chong Lao's fortune-telling can't do anything. People from the Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Shop, or people from the mysterious organization behind it. You can come and go freely in this building. In other words, they can sneak in at any time as long as they want. Entering this Alliance Center building is like entering a deserted land. This signal is dangerous. To know, this is the political center of the entire Alliance. All decisions about the League come out of this building. A document in any office in this building will have a profound impact on the outside world. To know, the League is not safe right now. There are many cultists working secretly. Some want to exterminate all mankind, some want to split the Alliance and cause various troubles. There are many secret realms appearing outside and countless monsters oppressing them. According to some expert research, large space cracks are probably not the limit. In the future, there may be super space cracks that are far more powerful than large space cracks. At that time, if there was no card magician who could break through the diamond, mankind would most likely fall into a very dangerous situation. Therefore, every document in this building cannot make any mistakes. But there happens to be a fantasy boutique magic card store that can. There are too many hidden dangers in entering or exiting this building. Minister Chang decided. A meeting will be held immediately to strengthen the central building. However, we have to wait until Mr. Chi comes. He was not qualified to participate in a meeting held for such an important decision. That was a meeting that only diamond card magicians were eligible to attend. At the same time, Qi Shang's family. Ha ha ha, the teacher deserves a reward. I was also ill and went to the doctor in a hurry. For the future of my brat, I had no choice but to take a gamble. Unexpectedly, the fantasy boutique mocha shop actually sold legendary grade products. Magic card, let me pick it up at. Li Fang laughed. I am very proud of my decision to purchase Yanshan. By the way, how is Xiao Cheng doing at the Magic City Academy? There are all geniuses there, it would be better if he doesn't go in and get hit. An old woman walked by carrying a plate of cut fruits and said. She is Qi Shang's wife. Master's wife, it's not like you don't know that Cheng'er has been a careless child since he was a child. How can he withstand other people's blows? No, he called me some time ago, saying that he recognized Lin Huan as his eldest brother, and he is the #1 pick in the league this year. I know about Lin Huan. After listening to Zhao Meng's words, I went to the Magic City to have a look at his performance. It was indeed unprecedented. Qi Shang took over. There was some emotion in his tone. Then, he said with some doubts, although Lin Huan's talent is indeed undeniable, I just don't know where his legendary magic cards come from. 4 legendary magic cards. This is not a small amount. Many aristocratic families have accumulated decades of accumulation, and they only have more than 10 legendary magic cards. Lin Huan alone has 4 legendary magic cards, which is really puzzling. Li Fang on the side smiled and said, maybe Lin Huan got lucky and got it. He said this casually, and everyone present smiled. Didn't take it seriously. Everyone knows how low the probability of drawing a legendary magic card is. If you can draw one out, you will be lucky. Drawing 4 legendary magic cards is impossible. In the records of the Alliance, let alone one person drawing 4 legendary magic cards. Even if one person draws 3 legendary magic cards, there will be none. At this time, Qi Shang's cell phone rang. Qi Shang answered the phone. Xiao Fang, what's the matter? Mr. Qi, it's like this. Secretary Fang on the other end of the phone quickly recounted what happened. What did you say? The people from the fantasy boutique card shop are already here. He laughed again. And you left me a note. Qi Shang stood up suddenly and said with wide eyes. Yes, it is. Wait there, I'll be right over. After hanging up the phone, Qi Shang rushed out and flew towards the Alliance Center building. Oh, you haven't eaten this fruit yet. This old man. Seeing Qi Shang leaving in a hurry, Qi Shang's wife cursed angrily. Teachers have always been like this. Don't you know, master? Do not worry, I'll follow over and see what's going on. Li Fang saluted his wife and then chased after Qi Shang's back. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.